morning. I hope everyone's bright and cheerful after a big night last night. At least someone is. Okay, welcome to the Day 3 quick briefing update reminder session. So we'll get straight in it. Of course, there's all the social media stuff. So we've got the scavenger hunt, I think, still going on. There's stickers, there's trivia games, there's all the little tools and toys available to you, and there's some QR codes around, and look for all of those things. So don't forget the photo session, or not the photo session, the photo presentation from Wiki Loves Living Heritage. Please go down and vote. And there will be prizes awarded to the photographers. So I hope you pick some really good images, and while you're there, put them in an article. Okay, so what we've got going on today, well, we've got Ivan, who's did Wikimania in 2015 in Mexico, and he's also done the IberoCorp conference recently. He's talking about how to set up regional conferences, and he's doing the presentation in Spanish, so take along your translators if you need it. We've got session in the plenary starting at 10:40, finding that missing piece of the puzzle. We've also, this afternoon after lunch, got the volunteer activists, archivists, sorry, I can't even read from here, in the plenary hall. We've got my dad, I'm presuming, who was running around here somewhere earlier, talking about all the things he found were found inside the Sound logo, not just the Sound logo itself. So that'll be a very fascinating discussion this afternoon. At 6 o'clock, just outside the doors here, there's a Commons walk. They're departing from just outside the doors, they're walking down to the Mer line, and then they're making their way back towards the hotels. And we've got some lightning talks going on in here late in the afternoon, early evening at the same time. And then the all-important karaoke session at the Park Royal on Beach is at 8 p.m. Okay, to remind people I'm getting tangled up, about our photograph policy. People wearing these red lanyards have asked not to be photographed, so please try to, ensure that you don't post any photographs of someone if you take it with a red, but don't take photos is our preference. Also, if you have changed your mind and don't want to be in photographs, you can get your, Butch is trying to tell me something. You can get a red lanyard from down at the registration. Butch, you're going to have to come up here with me, sorry. And I remind everyone that we're all here, we're acting under the Universal Code of Conduct and safe space policies. If you have a problem, look out for some of us trust and safety people. There's always someone just outside 402 that you can contact. You can also talk to most of the staff members wearing a green lanyard too, and they'll be able to help you, or some of our wonderful NYAA volunteers. I just want to put out a big thanks to the camera crews and the production team. They're doing a wonderful job of getting this out online. And I'll just hand it over to Butch. He wanted to add something.
Okay, so just to remind everyone, I already posted it on Telegram. If you receive a phone call that starts with a plus sign, please drop the call. It is a scam. Okay, if you see a phone call that starts with a plus sign, please drop the phone call, because local phone numbers in Singapore don't use the plus sign. If you see +65 there, it's likely a scam. And then if you suddenly receive a phone call with a 8-digit number, but it's robotic, and it says they are from the Immigration and Checkpoints Authority. Also drop the call. They don't do random phone calls.
Yeah, and of course, when you're online, you practice all your normal online safety. Be aware that the free Wi-Fi's are open networks, so take a bit of caution about what software where you log into and log in from. Okay, well, we're getting to that point that in about 5 minutes' time, everything's going to start. So please enjoy your day, and I will talk to you tomorrow morning. But there will be lots of things going on all day. Have some fun. Don't forget there's still some lollies and sweets and chocolates left out of the sweets area. And those that have got more, please fill it back up for the rest of us who would like to grab a few more bits and pieces to enjoy. Thank you and have fun.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the third day of Wikimania here on Friday. This morning we have Kat and Catherine from Creative Commons doing a presentation together. Kat is here in person and Catherine will be dialing in. Morning, Catherine. How are you doing?
I'm really well. Great to see you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So, whenever you're ready, Catherine.
Well, thank you so much for having us. And I loved hearing the introductions there. And I just want to start by saying I would have absolutely loved to have joined you in person. And sadly, due to these issues, it meant I could not travel to Singapore. And so I am so pleased that Kat is there with you in person. And as you know, Kat has been part of the Wiki community for a long time. And I'd like to call Kat a veteran, but she's not that old and is certainly still very much part of your community and the open world in its various guises. And I just pinged her about your karaoke tonight and asked her what she was singing. So she might share that with you, maybe not in the presentation, but certainly this evening. So due to the marvels of technology, I can be with you today. And the topic I'm talking about is CC, our strategic objective of better sharing, and the topic which keeps on giving, which is artificial intelligence, AI. Next slide, please. For those of you who don't know Creative Commons, Creative Commons is an international non-profit organisation dedicated to helping build and sustain a thriving commons of shared knowledge and culture. Together with an extensive member network and multiple partners, we build capacity, we develop practical solutions, and we advocate for better open sharing of knowledge and culture that serves the public interest. Next slide, please. Since 2002, the CC licenses have served as an alternative to traditional copyright, providing a simple, standardized, and legal way for individuals and institutions to freely share images, music, research, educational resources, data, cultural artifacts, and much, much more. Our licenses power open sharing on popular platforms like Wikipedia, Flickr, YouTube, Medium, Vimeo, and Khan Academy, OER platforms like OpenStack, LibreText, and Rebus, and scholarly publications like Elite, Frontiers, and many, many more. Creative Commons legal tools are core open infrastructure, yet most people are unaware that the infrastructure behind the CC licenses has to be funded. Our licenses are free, but require maintenance and upgrades. Each year we have to fundraise for the technical maintenance and support. And I want to thank you, the folks who use our licenses, and many of you who contribute to our fundraising efforts. Thank you. Without your support, we would not exist. And it's wonderful to work with partners such as Wikimedia, who are one of the biggest users and supporters of our licenses, and be with you at this incredible event. Next slide, please. So I hope that we see some of you at our Global Summit in Mexico City the first week of October, where our key theme is the subject of AI and the commons. So perhaps I can give you a sneak preview as we consider the concept of better sharing in our new world of AI. Next slide, please. Before considering AI, let's take a moment to think about better sharing. So Creative Commons strategy for 2021 to 2025 included a new concept for CC, the idea of not just sharing, but of better sharing. Our strategy, now 2 years old, sharpened our focus on core goals. We wanted to focus on shared knowledge and culture with facts, ideas, and dreams shared equitably, which have long-term impact and resilience. I know this audience are some of the greatest advocates for open sharing. And I want to thank you. You live and breathe this day in and day out. And the world is a better place because of your work. Believe me, it is. But here is a gentle reminder of by open sharing. Open sharing that advances universal access to knowledge and culture in furtherance of fundamental human rights. Open sharing that fosters creativity, innovation, and collaboration, enabling progress in addressing global challenges such as climate, especially when it facilitates connections between people with diverse perspectives. And open sharing that is inherently an act of social solidarity, reflecting a belief that we all have a stake in our collective body of creative and fundamental wealth. For me, this act of social solidarity is what differentiates organisations such as Wikipedia and CC. And we're working to share knowledge and culture wherever you are in the world. This is powerful. Today, change technology, such as AI, but also social, cultural, political, legal, and economic environments raise new challenges for our open movement. Or to protect what we have achieved so far and to create the world we want. CC has expanded our focus beyond just our copyright licensing, because content sharing cannot be decoupled from economic or ethical concerns. Open licensing is only meaningful in an environment that already has the necessary characteristics. If you live in a legal environment which doesn't permit open sharing, or where the public cannot participate because of social or economic factors, open licenses are not enough to make open sharing happen. Indeed, we've witnessed firsthand that the benefits of open sharing can be undermined by exploitative practices that threaten the financial sustainability of open endeavours, leading to economic hardship. Open sharing practices can also be marred by ethical concerns such as the problematic use of open content to train potentially harmful uses of AI technologies. Next slide, please. But here is the challenge. AI can be exploitative, as we've seen in the training of biased facial recognition models, but used differently, AI has the potential to build a commons unimaginable when Wikipedia and CC were first created. So how can we build this new commons, but at the same time ensure creators are fairly rewarded and remunerated? How can we support new forms of art and expression which AI is enabling? And how do we embrace change which our new AI worlds are creating, but drive guardrails through consensus? How do we minimize the harm whilst reaping the benefits for the commons? Next slide, please. So as things currently stand, the great hope of both the internet and AI will only be realized with standards, norms, and practices which are equally agreed upon. Without these, we can see the threat to the commons and public domain is large. We see the debate focusing on an expansion of copyright rather than a balance between reserving rights and sharing. Also a debate which is not actually about copyright at all. Next slide. My fear is an expansion of copyright rules rather than a balanced copyright regime across our world will lead to greater restriction on open sharing. In very few AI debates do we hear about the commons and the need for its promotion, preservation, and protection. We must pursue a commons of knowledge and culture that is inclusive, equitable, just, and which inspires reciprocity, a commons that serves the public interest. To that end, we must transition from promoting more sharing to fostering better sharing in our world of AI. Sharing that is contextual, ethical, inclusive, sustainable, purposeful, and pro-social. We do not want to promote sharing for the sake of sharing. We want to promote sharing that has a positive impact on people and their communities. Next slide, please. When Wikipedia and CC were created more than 20 years ago, the world today was unimaginable. We need to reimagine what the commons will look like. And I want to hear from you. What do you want to see that can build a commons of knowledge and creativity in the world of today, not of the past, the world of now? What are the solutions that can help build the world we would like to imagine and envision? I know that the contributors and technologists at Wikipedia are already looking at this. At CC, we're considering approaches to help give creators more choice, as well as considering collaborations in line with our better sharing strategy, where people can have trust, but also where the commons can be built upon in the public interest for the public good. I look forward to working with you all so that our world works for the interests of the many and not the few, and where a new commons can be realised. Please do join us at our Global Summit in Mexico City in October to continue the conversation. And next, I will pass the microphone to Kat, who is physically with you, to dig a bit deeper into how CC's licenses and legal tools intersect with AI, the commons, and the public domain. Thank you. And I hope you have a fantastic time at Wikimania, and I hope you enjoy the karaoke tonight. Thank you for your time.
Great. Hello? Okay, great. Hi, good morning. Thank you, Catherine, for this great introduction. It's been great to work with her at Creative Commons. And I will say that she's a great person to be working with open movements because of her long experience as a member of the European Parliament, which is almost as complicated as politics of the open movements. I'm going to pick up the discussion with the more legal and licensing focused portion of the talk, and thank all of you for appearing at a legal talk at 10 o'clock in the morning. I know that's not easy, especially after the wiki races last night. I'm the General Counsel at Creative Commons, and I actually did not set out in my life to become a copyright lawyer. I started it after I joined Wikipedia and the Wikimedia movement, and discovered that this was actually really interesting after all. And I'm so glad that I get to work with the open movements that I came up in and love. And this is not the first time that I've been on the plenary stage at Wikimania, and I think the last time was when I was on the board and answering questions about fundraising, so I'm so happy to be here today talking about licensing AI in the commons. Well, CC is best known for its copyright licenses, which are the primary copyright licenses used on the Wikimedia projects. We're not solely a copyright-focused organization. Our mission is to reduce the legal barriers to sharing knowledge and creativity, and the licenses are only one tool for that. I'll say that some of the barriers toward sharing knowledge and creativity are outside our scope, especially that we can't always bring people together where we want them to be. If you were lucky, you would have had Catherine here giving a longer talk about big picture issues and strategy. But she's not able to come today because of other issues. And no matter where a conference is held, there are always people who can't go for a variety of reasons. So I'm really happy to see the hybrid approach to this conference, and I hope it's working well for those of you tuning in online. The CC licenses are the primary tool that we use to promote our mission of openness. And Wikimedia projects are one of the foremost examples of how CC licensing can be used to break down these barriers. Text and media from the projects find new lives in a nearly uncountable number of places. The legal infrastructure CC provides allows projects to grow on top of this material, with the basic rules already settled, saving time, effort, and the resources that would have gone into resolving legal issues. The public nature of the license means that contributors never lose the rights to the material they create themselves, especially under the share-alike term that requires those new projects to be freely reusable as well. But CC's focus is broader than copyright. It's also on policy that will enable a society where everyone is empowered to participate in, create, and learn from its culture. Our aim is the ability to create and sustain a vibrant commons. The licenses are a hack on the copyright system. created in response to legal barriers. If the law wasn't going to change to allow knowledge and culture to be shared, how could we create a system that would allow the kind of sharing that people wanted to do and were already doing in a way that didn't match up with the default rules of copyright? The licenses work entirely as a layer on top of the default copyright rules without requiring legislative changes and new international treaties, but they only work on copyright. When people ask CC what we're going to do about AI, they're usually expecting us to suggest a license revision or other legal tool, that another hack on the copyright system is the way to address the issues and challenges. But we don't think copyright is. I know what you're thinking. Aren't copyright hacks the best way to solve every problem? We know that this isn't the case. We know that it is just the case for copyright, and that introducing copyright into places where it doesn't belong has often created more challenges than it has solved. The implications of the explosion of AI tools aren't obvious. Is it providing a substitute for human creativity, or is it making human creativity more accessible and more able to be reused? Our community, the CC community and the greater open community, is split on whether AI tools are a good thing for the commons. And this is completely understandable. Plenty of ambiguities and gray areas are amplified when things happen at the scale of AI. For example, creating artwork in the style of another artist. The first intuition we might have is that this is a copy. But most of us creating art at least start out inspired by what we already know, drawing on features and aspects of the original that we admire. When it's one work, that took as much time to create as the original. What is fan fiction if not, I love this author, and I want the stories that they never got around to writing? Or someone else, whose work is just being used as a short way to describe a genre. When you're asking for something like that, something like their name, you don't necessarily want a copy of them, just something with the same vibes and the same feelings. In my past and current, I'm a musician, and often when I'm looking to find places to play with, a band doesn't describe their sound as like a genre name. We'll often just list other bands that they sound like. They're not trying to copy them, they're just trying to evoke them. Making these small-scale imitations of another artist's style is how art has been created as long as art has existed. There are basically no original ideas. And what about non-creative works like Wikipedia? In the best case, it's the world's best research assistant. AI can't yet write articles on its own, but has access to more books than you could ever read in a lifetime. But in the worst case, as we've heard in some sessions earlier, it's just garbage, hallucinations, things that are made up, the opposite of what we want. And if we come into things where the AI is being trained on like garbage hallucination content, it could lead to a collapse of the information ecosystem. I want to be an optimist about these tools, in part because it has captured the public imagination. And I want people in the audience to raise your hand if you've ever used ChatGPT or Stable Diffusion or just one of these other tools. And like, looking out here, that's a majority of you. I've talked to people who are trying to set a company policy for how they use AI, and their chief information officer will say, oh, no, we just ban it. People aren't allowed to use it. And then as a consultant will go around and try and figure out what the policy should be, they will talk to the people who are at that company and find out that everyone is using it, they're just not telling anybody. Used well, they amplify our powers of creation. They write faster, they reduce the resources needed to create. They fill in while we might otherwise need others. And the outputs can contribute to the commons. They are not authored by humans. They're not eligible for copyright. They are uncopyrightable works that could belong to the global public domain. The motivation behind asking CC to do something about AI is usually not a question strictly about the technicalities of copyright. It's more of an expression about a fear of the future, what the future is going to mean for themselves, for people like them, and for human creativity in general. CC licenses are a great tool for one problem affecting sharing online, that the default rules of copyright don't often match up with the ways that creators and reusers actually want to participate in sharing. But generative AI presents a different set of problems And not all of those are ones that a licensing tool can solve, or even that we want it to be able to solve. We take a minimalist position at CC around copyright law. We encourage creators to think about which rights they need to keep and which they want to share. And we encourage limits on copyright in order to enable culture to flourish. In particular, we think that the limitations and exceptions to copyright, fair use in the US, fair dealing in some other places, and many other jurisdictions, all with their own particular limitations and exceptions, not an afterthought to copyright, but an essential part of the balance of the copyright system. And I will say that CC is a global organization. I am a US-based lawyer, and I will probably be a little US-centric in what I'm talking about. And I will try to be considerate of international situations when I know about them. But copyright is one of the things that actually has the most international standardization. Most of the things that I'm talking about actually do apply in most places around the world. And generally, in most places, we consider the kind of use for training AI to fall under those limitations and exceptions. That the right to study and learn from a creative work, to get information from it, and then use that information to create something new, shouldn't be something that a copyright holder gets to exclude. Imagine if when you read copyright material, a textbook, a reference work, something you've seen, in order to contribute what you've learned to Wikipedia, that you had to get a license from the copyright holder. There probably wouldn't be a Wikipedia. If the rules were too strictly enforced, there wouldn't be much of anything at all. How can you create if you can't learn from what other people have produced? Copyright protects the specific expressions of ideas, making an exact copy, but not those underlying ideas, the facts and knowledge that you've gained from them, and for good reason. But this doesn't just apply for human learning, and hasn't even in the past. We've also fought for text and data mining exceptions. The right to read is the right to mine, so that computer-aided scholarship can be done on all the works in our culture without needing to seek a license to do that work. Copyright should not block scholarship or control access to the underlying knowledge. Should AI be considered in the same way? It's difficult to make the argument from a legal standpoint that copyright should block AI training, especially not while remaining consistent with our other positions. These systems are not simply copying and pasting material from the works used in training. They're extracting uncopyrightable data about these works and their features in order to generate new ones. The models produced don't resemble the original works they were trained on. The outputs they produce come from something that doesn't resemble the original at all. This also means that this affects all completely proprietary works just as much as openly licensed materials. It does affect distribution of the training sets, but what happens when you've trained on those materials is the same position. And I think about my own education. So my background is as a musician and composer. I went to university for music before studying law, and we were all expected as students to learn as much from the existing corpus as we could, to learn what the key elements were that made up a composer's style, to fill our brains with examples of what came before, so that we'd be better able to draw on those features when it came time to write music of our own. If we want to use copyright to block AI from this fair use, would we also block humans from making the same kind of use? CC licenses are explicit about not overriding exceptions and limitations to copyright. We're granting permissions on top of the existing rules so that you always have the same rights you had before and then some. You never lose a right you would have had if the works weren't CC licensed. We're also reluctant to put specific restrictions on the kind of use that can be made of a work, not on the kind of technologies you can use or the ways that you can use it. And this isn't everyone's approach. There have been a few licensing-based approaches that put strict boundaries on the use of AI, most notably, perhaps, the Rail license. And this isn't a new approach. These things, usually called ethical licenses, have been around for a while. And one of the things that are most difficult about them is just the difficulty of interpreting all of these ethical terms. In particular, the Rail license has a pretty long list of things that are forbidden. It's focused on preventing the bad things that could happen with AI, less about allowing the good things. There are several things, such as, for example, certain kinds of political speech or parody that would be difficult to justify under that license, and probably many more that we find valuable. They're difficult to interoperate with. Any condition that is different means that you can't mix those materials in the commons. There's legal uncertainty. They're probably not enforceable in copyright You might have to enforce them in contract. You might not be able to enforce them at all. And certainly, they're non-standard, which makes it difficult to get adoption, particularly among companies and institutions that already know what the standard licenses are. CC's closest experience with this is with non-commercial, which is probably the most difficult of our licenses to interpret. We get plenty of questions about them, and we're not always able to answer them. But to talk only about copyright would be too narrow a frame. Our position about CC is that copyright is not meant to solve every problem. Copyright is not a social safety net. Copyright is not community governance. Copyright is not an ethical framework. Copyright is just about making copies. And we're wary of trying to shoehorn it in to address those other gaps. But we want it to because we need those things. We need a social safety net. We need an ethical framework. We need community governance. Other solutions should come up in those places. Recommendations for best practices, codes of ethics, community governance documents, regulation, social policies. But extending copyright won't solve those problems and won't help us empower people to participate in, create, and learn from culture. So we've been exploring a few different ways of supporting good policy in AI that aren't licensing. One major area is preference signaling, in a similar way that robots.txt is used to signal to web scrapers not to archive works. Does this work if it can't be legally enforced? And should it even be applied to works that are openly licensed? We've already seen some examples of AI companies taking some of this approach. Another possibility is supporting the creation of more training data sets made only from works in the public domain or where authors have explicitly opted in. We want to have these conversations broadly and honestly because generative AI has both great potential to empower as well as great potential for harm. It's impossible to talk about it without acknowledging the benefits and the harms. We're excited about the potential for AI to enable new creation, empower people to create by adding on to their own abilities, and to draw upon more knowledge than any human could take in alone. So we need you for this conversation. And tomorrow there will be a session from the Movement for a Better Internet, which CC and Wikimedia are both part of, that'll be around AI, the Commons, and policies for a better internet. It's an international organization of civil society organizations and individuals trying to proactively come up with good policy. We've also got the CC Copyright Platform, which has an AI working group where we're trying to create resources to inform and teach the communities about AI, the implications for the commons, and what the ethical things to do are. I'm going to close out briefly with what we're doing with CC legal tools if we're not creating a new AI license, and that's around the public domain. First of all, I'm thrilled to see that Wikimedia has adopted the 4.0 licenses for text in its most recent terms of use revision, and I want to congratulate everyone who worked to resolve the details. Some of you know that this is my second time working for CC. The first time when I was still on the Wikimedia board, I was corresponding with the legal team about CC about revisions to the license that would make sense from Wikimedia's point of view. In a very real sense, it was always meant to be used by the Wikimedia projects, and I'm so glad to see that happen. So obviously, we can't update versions now and make Wikimedia out of date again. But in practice, we found that the 4.0 licenses have held up well in the situations where we wanted them to hold up. They've been adopted by national governments and grant-making institutions. They've been upheld in court. We continue to monitor legislative developments that would change the situation and require a new version of the licenses. We also have a copyright platform that has monthly meetings and several working groups made out of community members around the world that keeps us updated on things that are happening. But our public domain tools have gone an even longer time between revisions, and we believe it's time to revisit those. Nobody knows the difference between CC0 and the public domain mark. We did a needs assessment survey last year that attempted to find whether people knew the differences, and we found that it was very complicated to use and didn't have enough difference between them to justify the two marks. We've also found that people want to use CC0 for software, but there is one piece in it that excludes patent considerations that isn't present in almost any other free or open content license or legal tool that prevents a danger to reusers because it keeps open the possibility of patent lawsuits. So we're going to put out a discussion draft later this year, and we need the consultation of people in a variety of jurisdictions and groups to know if the revisions will work for everybody, and I hope that people from this community will participate. We'll be calling on many of you, especially the CC affiliates and members in the room. On the slide is our license discussion list and our information for just that you can email us. And so I'm going to close this out by thanking everybody. CC and Wikimedia are obvious friends in the open infrastructure movement, and it's been great to coordinate with so many people on this movement on approaches to AI and approaches to knowledge. We have a few other sessions coming up later today from our open climate and open culture teams, as well as Better Internet. And I'm going to open this up for Q&A. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to Kat, who's here with us in person, and to Catherine, who joined us online. We're back here at 10:40 for the next session. Alicia. Alicia. Hi everyone, welcome back. So next we have a video from Alicia Vergeving, and it's all about our content partnerships hubs.
Hi everyone, my name is Alicia Fagerving and I work as a developer at Wikimedia Sverige, the Swedish chapter of the Wikimedia Foundation. I'm here today subbing for my colleague, Eric Luth, who unfortunately couldn't make it to Singapore. I'm recording my presentation because as much as I'd love to talk to you live, time zones are a thing and they do not work in my favor right now. I'm here to talk about an initiative that I have myself been very deeply involved in from its very beginning. So I'm more than happy to be able to give my perspective on it. That is the Help Desk, part of Wikimedia Sverige's Content Partnership Hub. Wikimedia Sverige is working towards becoming a content partnerships hub that is a resource for Wikimedians all over the world to support them in their partnerships with GLAMs and other actors. There's a lot of work being done in the community. GLAMs and other content owners have always been extremely important to the Wikimedia movement. They share images, texts, and data that we together put on Wikimedia Commons, Wikipedia, Wikidata, Wikisource, and so on, so that the whole world can enjoy and learn from them. And we at Wikimedia Sverige are eager to help Wikimedians become even better. We do have a lot of experience and tools needed, for example, for large-scale commons uploads. So why not share our resources with those who need them? Now, this Content Partnership Hub project, it has several strategic parts. We work together with IGOs, such as UNESCO, to encourage and empower them to share free knowledge on our platforms. We do capacity building, that is, we work together with the community to help them grow in their roles as Wikimedians. And we also do large strategic uploads of files and data to the Wikimedia platforms. For example, data about cultural and natural heritage in a number of countries. Still, we are just one of many Wikimedia chapters and user groups around the world. When talking to others, we have noticed that there is a real skill bottleneck in the movement. There's a lot of interesting content, lots of potential partners, such as museums out there, and there are, of course, lots of Wikimedians who would like to work with that content, but who do not feel that they have the technical know-how to do that efficiently. For example, how to upload and categorize lots of files on Commons, how to use Sparkle to navigate around Wikidata, or how to work with specialized data software, such as OpenRefine. And the Help Desk answers to this need. In a nutshell, the Help Desk is a service that we at Wikimedia Sverige provide, a support center for the global movement. Say, for example, you have a collaboration with a local museum who would like to share thousands of openly licensed images on the Wikimedia platforms, but you've never done this sort of work. An upload project like this consists of several parts. You need to talk to the museum to agree on the best way for them to share the data about the images. You need to upload them to Wikimedia Commons, organize them in meaningful categories, maybe working with structured data, so that other people can find, understand, and reuse them. You then need to work with your local community, or maybe even with a community in a different country, to bring their attention to the new upload, so that they can start illustrating Wikipedia articles with the new material. And if you've never done it before, then it can seem like a daunting task. So what can the help desk do for you in this sort of situation? We can use our experience to judge and advise whether it is a worthwhile project to begin with. We can put you in touch with the right people in the movement to spread the word about your project. And we can, of course, advise you on what software or which workflows are most suitable. We can provide training on using it efficiently. And of course, this might make you think, is just one Wikimedia chapter in Sweden really best equipped to make this sort of judgment? And of course not. We're just a small group of people. It's not easy for us to accurately judge what sort of upload projects will make the most impact across the world in communities or languages that we are not familiar with. And that's why the work of the help desk is guided by an expert committee, a group of very experienced and very knowledgeable Wikimedians with diverse experiences who help us decide where to invest our limited resources. So how does it work in practice? Imagine, like I described previously, you have this great idea of a partnership with a local museum, and you need advice and guidance from someone who has done it before. When you email the help desk, you can see the address here. Your request is processed by the expert committee. They give an initial feedback and prioritize the ticket, taking into account factors such as how time-sensitive it is and does it fill a real knowledge gap on the Wikimedia platforms. For example, we know that the content on the platforms has a bias towards rich, well-developed countries, because that's where most of the contributors are. On Wikidata, which is my main area of work, you can find items for pretty much every nature reserve, public library, or culturally significant building in Sweden or Norway, but the situation in Africa is very different. On this map, you can see a selection of countries where we have made an attempt to improve the situation. We have worked with Wikimedia Ukraine, coordinate the global Wikilove's Earth competitions. And we worked on improving the coverage of natural heritage, such as nature reserves and other protected areas, in a number of places where they were missing on Wikidata. Many items didn't exist. Maybe the information only existed on Wikipedia. In some cases, a number of items already existed, but were empty or almost empty, and wouldn't show up in a search. In order to run a good, successful Wikilove's Earth competition, you need to know what's out there to photograph. And since the Wikilove's competitions in general, both Wikilove's Earth and Wikilove's Monuments, are a great way to encourage the local communities to get involved and to contribute more to the platforms, that's why we chose to support them. The expert committee is, without doubt, the most important asset of the help desk. I know some of them are around in Singapore right now, so do say hi to them. I wish I could do the same. Working with them and discussing the needs of the movement has been very inspiring. The concept of the help desk has been growing thanks to their input. For example, we have realized how important it is to focus our work on long-term support and capacity building, rather than on just providing hands-on technical help uploads when it's needed. The thing is, we want people to develop their skills, to learn, so that they are able to teach others in their own communities and develop their own ideas. As I said, the help desk has still not reached its final form. Here are some of the things we are working on right now. In September, in the middle of September, I believe, we're going to share our experience from working with Wikilove's Monuments data on Wikidata in a series of learning clinics under the Let's Connect umbrella. We hope to inspire and empower more community members who maybe are casual Wikidata users to get to know the platform better and develop into power users. We are working on establishing working groups to focus on specific subject areas. And of course, we hope to be able to support more requests and share what we have learned with the rest of the movement. Thank you so much for listening. My own role in the help desk is that I do a lot of the technical work involved in the upload projects, as I have worked with Wikidata and the Wikimedia Commons for a number of years. I wish I could be in person with you and hear about your own projects and ideas, but at least you got to see the face of the guy who will read and work on your help desk requests should you ever make one. Thank you, and I hope you have a great time.
Thank you very much. Everyone will have a break now, and we'll be back here at 11:15 for the next session with our partnership from UNESCO.
I'll manage it, yes. Whenever you're ready. What? Huh? Good morning. So we're privileged today with a wonderful guest from our partner organization, UNESCO. Our speaker today brings experience of nearly 30 years with UNESCO, UNICEF, JICA at global, regional, and country levels. She assumed her role as director of UNESCO Multi-Sectoral Regional Office in Jakarta and UNESCO Regional Office to Indonesia, Brunei, Darussalam, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Timor-Leste in July 2023. Prior to her current assignment, she is assigned as Director of Division of Education 2030 at UNESCO headquarters, overseeing UNESCO's global programs on gender and inclusive education, higher education, education in emergencies, and led the SDG 4 coordination mechanism, in addition, during 2022, she served as Executive Secretary to the Secretariat for the Transforming Education Summit convened by the UN Secretary General in September 2022. Our speaker today holds degrees in educational planning from Institute of Education, University College of London, and early childhood education from the South Australia University, and a bachelor's degree in international relations from the London School of Economics and Political Science. Wikimedians, welcome Ms. Maki Katsuna Hayashikawa.
Hello? Hello, good morning everyone, ladies and gentlemen, and also dear other distinguished speakers and participants. I'm a great honor to be here with you at the Wikimania 2023. On behalf of UNESCO, I would like to really first welcome you all and extend my heartfelt gratitude to Wikimedia Foundation for inviting UNESCO to join this Wikimania 2023 conference. We are particularly honored to be partner for this year's conference and to jointly celebrate the progress made by the Wikimedia movement and provide an opportunity for dedicated knowledge contributors to share their unique experiences, best practices, and valuable insights to foster new partnerships and collaborative initiatives. And also, of course, we wish to congratulate you all out there for your achievements and convey our unwavering support to the efforts in the open dissemination of knowledge. Now, I think together we must build a knowledge-based society that is really based on the principles of inclusivity, diversity, accessibility, and embrace access to open knowledge as a fundamental human right. The Wikimania 2023 theme is diversity, collaboration, and future, and this is very much in line with UNESCO's spirit of building inclusive knowledge societies through open access to knowledge and information. So in my presentation, I wish to share a little bit of some initiatives that UNESCO is advancing our mandate together with our member states and partners. So now I'm very fully aware that I'm actually talking in front of experts. My background is education, as you may have already heard. So this is really a new area, a new horizon for me to be exploring now with all of you. But just to say that my presentation will focus on 3 points. First, on the importance of open knowledge and educational resources. Secondly, the potential challenges for ensuring access to information and the preservation of our cultural heritage adapted to the advancement of technology. And thirdly, UNESCO and the Wikimedia Foundation's collaboration for the preservation and accessibility of knowledge, in particular on the documentary heritage in indigenous languages. I'll speak a little bit more on that later. So now, open knowledge, of course, many of you know still, but refers to the idea of making information, data, and content freely available to all individuals. Open knowledge is essential. It, in essence, embodies the principles that UNESCO seeks to promote, and they are the free exchange of information, the elimination of barriers to learning, and the empowerment of individuals to access and contribute to the collective knowledge of community. By championing open knowledge, UNESCO reinforces ideals of inclusivity, collaboration, and of fostering peace that are the heart of the fundamental founding principles of the organization. Now, open knowledge can lead to transformative changes for the betterment of our society by helping to narrow down the knowledge gap, by promoting an inclusive and transparent approach to information accessibility. Secondly, in advancing cultural diversity through the promotion and safeguarding of documentary heritage and indigenous languages. And thirdly, by empowering individuals and vulnerable groups through awareness raising and promotion of community-led initiatives. So allow me now to highlight challenges and also what UNESCO is doing in collaboration with partners to respond to these challenges. Now, already in 2005, we had a world report towards knowledge societies. UNESCO acknowledged the emergence of a widening knowledge gap in various regions globally. The disparity resulted from uneven access to information attributable to a multitude of underlying factors such as connectivity, the inadequate investment in telecommunication infrastructure, which resulted in persistent disparities in terms of connectivity. Secondly, in terms of content and cultural relevance and adaptability or sensitivity of the content, because almost 90% of the content within open educational resource today in higher education originate from Europe and North America. And thirdly, there's a language barriers in education, as to 92% of materials in open educational resources are only available in English. And this has been a major challenge, especially during COVID time when remote learning became a major modality of teaching and learning. And fourthly, gender inequality Still, women around the world tend to have limited access to internet and advanced technology due to certain gender stereotypes. And of course, a low literacy level. 2/3 of the world's world illiterate population are still women in this world, and this is a major challenge when it comes to also accessing materials and resources through the internet. Now, while many in the effort to tackle the challenges posed by knowledge gap issues and to guide global community towards transitioning from the state of knowledge divide to one of knowledge sharing, UNESCO has been supporting member states and partners at 2 levels, essentially at the upstream, we call it, the normative and standard setting level work, and also at the operational level, more with the people on the ground in the practice, to put these recommendation normative instruments into practice. So at the standard setting level, we have 2 important recommendations that I wish to share today. The first one is a recommendation on open science, which defines shared value and principles for open science and identify concrete measures on open access and open data. With proposal to bring citizens closer to science and commitments to facilitate the production and dissemination of scientific knowledge around the world. The other recommendation is more education related, is a recommendation on open education resources, which was adopted in 2019. It recognizes the importance of bridging the digital gap in building inclusive knowledge societies, facilitates the development and promotion of open educational resources with the aim of supporting learners of today and tomorrow. Now, open education resources represent a unique tool to foster learning and knowledge sharing, and which are essential not only in building inclusive knowledge societies, but also to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal overall. Now, these recommendations can really serve organizations and stakeholders involved in knowledge generation, creation, co-creation, largely all those who are today at this Wikimania conference and beyond in two manners. First, by reinforcing the principles of open access to information and knowledge that underpin Wikimedia's mission as well. UNESCO's emphasis on free access to educational and scientific resources align closely with Wikimedia's mission, I believe, to providing free and open content to its audience. Moreover, the guidelines can further strengthen Wikimedia's advocacy efforts, I believe, for more open knowledge and contribute to the role of its repository of diverse and freely accessible information. Secondly, UNESCO's recommendations offer valuable frameworks for both producers and users of knowledge and also information to enhance their initiatives related to regulations. It is intended to help all stakeholders, governments, private sectors, academia, and to develop their appropriate and effective strategies and technology to counter disinformation and work to establish itself as a reliable information source. Now, as an effort to put these recommendations into practice, UNESCO has undertaken a series of initiatives on the ground through joining forces with its key partners and promoting open knowledge, especially in developing open education resources, OER in short. UNESCO, there's one called the OER Dynamic Coalition, which has brought together different stakeholders from member states and partners, including but not limited to ministries responsible for education and educational bodies, cultural institutions, and civil societies. And UNESCO is very pleased to have collaborated with Wikimedia Foundation on multiple initiatives as well. And these encompass most notably the Global Education Coalition for COVID-19 response, the Reading Wikipedia in the Classroom program, and the Open Education Resources in Ghana. And I believe that each of these initiatives stands as a key milestone to closing the knowledge gap today. Now, UNESCO will continue its mission to narrow the knowledge gap and support sharing information, especially through open educational resources, through 5 areas of action of the recommendation of OER. First, through capacity building of stakeholders to create access, reuse, adapt, and redistribute open educational resources. Second, in developing supportive policies in countries. And also thirdly, encouraging inclusive and equitable quality open educational resources. Fourth, nurturing the creation of sustainability models for open educational resources. And fifth, facilitating international cooperation. And I'm happy for that reason I'm here today with you. Now, it's crucial to recognize that benefits of open knowledge span across a broad spectrum. We acknowledge the significance of adopting a multi-phased approach. Open knowledge not only kind of fills knowledge gaps, but also plays a pivotal role in fostering cultural diversity. So today, open knowledge can play a significant role in advancing cultural diversity through awareness raising about the critical status of documentary heritage and indigenous languages and safeguarding of endangered heritage and languages. Today, documentary heritage face threat of extinction due to factors like looting, illegal trading, intentional destruction, inadequate storage, and lack of funding. The content evolution of digital technology has also presented additional risks, which must also be considered. Now, UNESCO's global study conducted in 2021 showed that over 60% of surveyed institutions did not have a written management plan in the event of any emergency of disaster, while archives and libraries and museums around the world have shown great resilience in recent years. Many continue to lack the capacity, resources to be able to respond to effectively to crisis. So we have very critical stage at the moment to ensure the safeguarding of manual heritage. Now, the situation concerning indigenous language is also especially concerning, and as more than 30% of the world's 7,100 languages documented or known are at risk of disappearing over time. That would have profound implications for cultural diversity and the invaluable cultural centuries-old knowledge essential for addressing current century challenges like climate change and biodiversity. And more than 2% of language does not have a meaningful online presence today, which means that we don't have localized software, websites, translation services, text-to-speech, and content moderation algorithms. So which means that millions of indigenous language speakers are unable to benefit from the new technology made available to us today. And also it prevents them from fully participating in socioeconomic and political activities. Thus, the enhancing digital presence is imperative to safeguarding both documentary heritage and indigenous languages. So we have to really live together in harmony with technology in order to safeguard our culture today. Oops. Okay. So bearing in mind these prevailing problems, UNESCO has embarked on a series of initiatives with the aim of addressing the issues related to documentary heritage and indigenous languages. This includes the UN International Decade of Indigenous Languages, which was launched last year for 10 years, 2022 to 2023, which UNESCO serves as a secretariat and a lead agency. The decade aims to draw the world's attention to the status of indigenous languages, and the Memory of the World program, which aims to increase awareness of the existence and significance of documentary heritage. More recently, UNESCO celebrated the International Day of World's Indigenous People on 9th of August, where video projects of indigenous communities from different parts of Asia were shown. One of the honorary mentions includes the Hooked on Peace project, which aims to support youth in documenting indigenous stories of gender equality, peace building, and sustainability. UNESCO is also very pleased to have worked with the organization Papana Audiovisual Resource Center to create an indigenous audio-visual archive. Now, we're also very pleased to hear about the successful programs, the Wikimedia-led projects, including Wikisource Loves Manuscript, which I also had the pleasure of visiting and seeing earlier behind at the back of this room, and also Wiki Loves Living Heritage Project. And I would like to really commend Wikimedia for bringing this initiative forward and contributing to the significant progress in fostering cultural diversity. Now, UNESCO will continue to work diligently to protect and preserve and promote access to the world's documentary heritage to ensure that the indigenous people's priorities are continuously heard, and to ensure that indigenous communities have greater participation in the creation and access of multilingual information and educational resources. Open knowledge plays a crucial role in empowering individuals and communities through enhancing access to information, promoting transparency and accountability as well. And we are committed to continue assisting member states to comply with and implement international treaties and agreements, norms and standards related to universal access to information, as well as to contribute towards inclusive knowledge societies. Now, we also recognize, and it is one of our organizational global priority, is the promotion of gender equality. And we understand the importance of promoting gender equality is a fundamental human right. It is a building block for social justice and economic necessity. So in collaboration with Wikimedia, we launched in 2019, the Wikimania initiative, which aimed to provide a better representation of women figure by increasing information accessibility to them. Now, before closing, I would also like to remind everyone here that in order to raise awareness on the importance of access to information, UNESCO declared 2015 that 28th of September every year will be celebrated as the International Day of Universal Access to Information. This year, to commemorate this International Day, UNESCO will be convening the Global Conference on Universal Access on Information on 28th of September 2023, where topics surrounding access to information will be discussed, including the matter of digital accessibility and connectivity. So we truly are excited to welcome all our participants across the globe to join us at this conference and to contribute their valuable insights on matters on information accessibility, which I believe is a key driver for the achievement of the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. So, ladies and gentlemen, UNESCO is, again, we are here to work with all of you to achieve the SDGs with our partners, and we'll continue to foster collaboration in education, science, and culture to ensure that indigenous communities and disadvantaged and vulnerable population in all aspects of life can have greater participation in the creation and accessibility to multilingual information and education resources, so that for the future, we can achieve a future where no one is left behind. So with that, I would like to end my presentation by wishing you a very fruitful conference and express once again my sincerest appreciation to the organizers for allowing UNESCO to join and be partner of this Wikimania 2023, and also thanking every participant for paying attention to this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Maki. We would like to open the floor for any particular question for Ms. Maki. Okay. Andrew, please.
Hi, Ms. Maki. Thank you so much for your talk, and it was so inspirational knowing, even just giving a rundown of all the collaborations that have been done with UNESCO. I think many of us who were there to experience them even forgot about some of the depths of how much collaboration there's been. So thank you so much for being here in person at our first ever conference after many years of absence. I'm wondering whether you had any insights. One of the things that we're dealing with in the, what we call, the GLAM work that we do with heritage institutions and Wikimedia is a lot of the standards we have for describing the type of digital culture and heritage you're talking about have been dominated by Western institutions or Western academic standards. So even the ways to categorize or describe them with metadata are often inadequate when we're talking about the regions that you work with in terms of Southeast Asia or East Asia. And we struggle a lot with even very well-resourced institutions to come up with the best metadata practices and cataloging practices. I'm wondering if you have any insights into either encouraging stories on how we might move forward with having kind of a community of practice in Asia and Southeast Asia to develop those metadata and cataloging standards to be more helpful in what we're doing and what you're promoting there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. We would like to invite Dr. Kirk of National Heritage Board. We'll just do a quick photo.
Stay.
Uh, yeah.
Okay. Thank you for the question. I thought suddenly the photo came in, so. Actually, your question is extremely, I would say, a difficult one, but very important question. I won't be able to probably provide you with really, I don't know, wise insight at this point. I must actually come back to you later on and I'll do all my homework. But I think we do have an opportunity now, given that we are in the middle of the indigenous, the UN Decade for Indigenous Languages, and also we are also looking at the 20 years of intangible heritage, intangible cultural heritage. There's a lot of momentums we created. We're also approaching the midterm of SDGs, where we are reviewing how national policies are doing in terms of the well-being of our population. I think it is time for us to really raise more voice from the regions to get our governments to speak on our behalf. I think your concern is well taken because it does get, the bigger voices tend to dominate discussion, especially when it comes to intergovernmental negotiations around, standard settings and normative instruments that tend to guide how we are actually working today. But I think it also depends on each one of us to make that voice. And I think here in Wikimedia Foundation has a great platform to raise voices. And I think the biggest, I think in UNESCO's work, the biggest achievement we always get is when we work closely with the civil society and private sectors and foundations. And we collectively raise voices around issues that is really at the heart of our mission, and also which is considered to be a universal value, contributed to human rights. So I would look forward to working with you a lot on this and making sure that our regional context is also very fully reflected in the global discussions. And I think we won't be able to do it without you anyway. So we look forward to the partnership in the coming years. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Maki. Thank you. Okay. Arigato gozaimasu.
Terima kasih.
Okay, so our next, I'm sorry we don't have another Q&A. She will be at the concourse area for our Q&A.
Yeah.
But if in case we have time later, I'll also open the floor for further question. Okay, our next speaker today, somewhat familiar. She is from Bali, Indonesia. Her focus is Balinese community to rescue the manuscript, Lontar, to bring to Balinese wiki source. Wikimedians, let us welcome our 2021 Newcomer of the Year, Chitra.
Thank you, Butch. Okay, hello everyone. Hello everyone. Yeah, thank you for joining me here in my session about Wiki Lontar project and the next wiki source. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Chitra. I'm from Bali. I'm Balinese. I'm a member of Wikimedia Denpasar community, and I'm a lecturer in Udayana University in a Balinese language program. So let's begin. Well, today I'm going to talk to you about my project, Wiki Lontar project. But before that, let me introduce my community member in Wikimedia Denpasar. So these two photos is very precious photo. The photo in the left, yeah, the photo in the right is a photo from community when we first meeting and talk about Wiki Lontar project. So we're talking about what we will done and then the preparation, of course, the proposal, and we apply proposal to wiki site. The photo in the left, yeah, you can see we using shirt, the white shirt with logo Wiki Lontar, and we finished our first mission in Klungkung, one of the region in Bali. You can see one of the men in the middle, that is the owner of the manuscript, the young generation, the young priest in Bali. So he gave us to open their collection, and yeah, we were so tired but so happy in the same time. Okay, so memorable photo. And well, what is the Wiki Lontar project? So Wiki Lontar project is the Wikimedia Denpasar community effort to save Balinese manuscript. The Balinese manuscript written on palm leaf, so we call it Lontar. That's why the name of this project is Wiki Lontar. Lontar is referred to the manuscript itself. So we rescue Lontar in the private collection around in Bali. So we focus to creating metadata on Wikidata and uploading photo on Wikicommon and build the digital source in Wikisource. You able see more about Wiki Lontar on the Meta Wiki page. Please find about Wiki Lontar on Meta Wiki for more information about the proposal, about documentation and everything there. So, and focus on the picture. So, this is how Lontar looks like. Lontar is written on palm leaf with a Balinese script. And we scratch in the surface of the manuscript carefully, and to make scratch visible, we ink them with roasted candle nut. So yeah, something like this. This is the one of the manuscript from Bali. Well, what is the background of this project? Why we have to rescue the manuscript in Bali? Bali have a lot of manuscript, so maybe 25,000 manuscript, and Lontar have many pages, and page by page, sort by number and bound with string. As you can see in the picture, in the left picture, that's the white one is the rope or the string of the Lontar. So usually the owner of the manuscript keep Lontar in their house, temple, and with a wood box, and yeah, the condition, they just keep it and never read it, just keep safety. So they never read it. We have a special offering for a manuscript or Lontar every 6 months for a goddess of knowledge. So we just keep it, not read it. The result is in the right, sorry. The real condition of Lontar in the right. So Lontar is extremely vulnerable and can be damaged by insect, rodent, and also even the weather and many factors that make Lontar damage. So, and in the truth, the number of Lontar in Bali is tens of thousands. It's not just 100, but tens of thousands. Well, that's why we have an initiative to rescue our manuscript in Bali or Lontar. Well, the purpose of this project, the main purpose is to save Lontar, that's for sure, but the more specific thing is using a wiki platform. We make a metadata and then make a catalog for all of the Lontar in Bali. And secondly, after the first Wiki Lontar was finished, our goal is to educate the Lontar owners, especially the young generation, to open their collection and change the mindset. And yeah, maybe to give them, educate them. This is really important for us. Opening their collection is a really right decision to next generation because Lontar contain a lot of local knowledge. From my ancestor thought, like medicine, astrology, astronomy, and I will show you about one of the page of Lontar. Well, about the activities, this is the Wiki Lontar's activities. The main activities is preserving manuscript, digitizing, and inventorizing. So the first, you can see in the picture, we preserve the manuscript. We started with removing the dust. After that, we clean the surface of the Lontar with citronella oil and alcohol and ink them with roasted candle nut. And you can see the many people help us. That is my student from Udayana University. So we have one subject about lontar preservation. So we give them opportunity to got involved in this project. Yeah, that is also my aim of this project, to encourage the young generation to get involved closer, to be closer to lontar. Yeah, and after we clean the lontar, we digitize the lontar page by pages, and finally we put the metadata into Google Form, and then after that we input in Wikidata. Well, all of our work is here. This is the product of Wikilontar, the catalog of Lontar. So the photos, metadata, description, the front and the back of the Lontar. You can also access this in Wikicommons. You can using the keyword Wikilontar. So you can access this if you have if you interested to know about catalog of Wikilontar. So yeah, we move to Wikidata. After we input the metadata on Google Form, we input all of the parameter lontar on Wikidata. Okay, this is our little dream in my community. In my community is to have integrated data for lontar. If someone asks me how many actually lontar in Bali and where they are kept and how about the condition, so I can answer with this metadata or map. So one of my friend in community make this map from Wikidata. So you can see the red dot is representing the place and title of the lontar. Well, apart from having catalog and then the map for lontar, so the most interesting thing is we have a wiki source. So Balinese wiki source, we call it Wiki Pustaka. So Wiki Pustaka, pustaka means literature and manuscript in Balinese. So now Wiki Pustaka is not only free library for book, but also for lontar or manuscript. Yeah. Let's jump to the next wiki source. Today we have a wiki source and we have a lot of photos of lontar and Wikicommons and can access in wiki source as well. So the next wiki source, in my opinion, is become the biggest place for lontar. And with Wikidata itself, we can complete metadata for lontar in Bali and also collection of lontar outside in Bali. As I know, Balinese lontar or lontar Bali also keep in Leiden University and then British Library and also Library of Congress. So I have initiative to input one of metadata from Library of Congress in America. So they have 100 of lontar Bali. So that's my dream, to have one integrated data on Wikidata. Maybe in Wikisource as well, all of the photo in Wikisource, so we can just do that. Okay, and then the last but not least, this is my dream as well. The next Wikisource has become a digital laboratory. So this picture is one of the last workshop with one of the bigger project with Wilma or Wikisource Love Manuscript. So the young generation in Bali get involved directly with this project. So the differences between another project, digitizing project with Wikilontar or Wilma project is we don't just keep the photo of lontar in the one website, but we can do a lot of activity there, like typing the manuscript together, proofread the manuscript together, and then discussing, making the info box or everything in Wikisource. That's why I'm really happy to have a Wikisource, and then yeah, every day I will convince the owner the manuscript and then give them opportunity to get involved in this project. Well, I think that's all from me. Thank you so much.
Okay, so thank you, Chitra. Let's give 1 minute pause, and then I will introduce the next speaker. Thank you. Okay, so I violated. It's less than 1 minute. Oh, yeah. Okay, so our next speaker today, sorry, is also from Bali. Imagine that. He likes to learn new things and have an interest in also preserving and digitizing culture. Wikimedians, let me introduce Mr. Angga Buana.
Check. Hello, everybody. Hello, everyone. Today is a beautiful day, isn't it? So, in this special day, I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to be a part of this spectacular event. So, in this day, I would like to share my experiences, and also I want to present about my community's project. So, the project, same as Chitra. So, this project is all about how we preserve our culture, exactly in Bali, by digitizing and also mapping it in Wikimedia projects. So, before I go to the next slide, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Angga Buana. I'm from Indonesia, and I'm exactly live in Bali. So, in this session, I would like to use bahasa to be my language. So, mari kita mulai. Jadi, Wikitirta adalah sebuah proyek yang ketiga yang dilaksanakan oleh komunitas Wikimedia Denpasar, di mana proyek ini adalah salah satu proyek untuk melestarikan salah satu budaya Bali yang bernama tradisi melukat. Jadi proyek ini diselenggarakan atau dilaksanakan oleh komunitas Wikimedia Denpasar yang merupakan salah satu komunitas yang berada di bawah naungan Wikimedia Indonesia yang tepatnya berdiri pada tanggal 16 Agustus tahun 2019. Jadi komunitas kami saat ini terdiri dari 12 orang yang sangat loyal, dan saking loyalnya di tahun 2023 ini kami diberikan apresiasi sebagai komunitas yang paling aktif di Indonesia, seperti itu. Baik, terima kasih. Selain kami aktif di bidang bahasa di Wikipedia Bahasa Bali, kami juga aktif membebaskan pengetahuan di Wikisource Bahasa Bali yang kami namai Wiki Pustaka Bahasa Bali, dan tentunya di Wikicommons dan Wikidata, seperti itu. Nah, jadi apa itu Wikitirta? Mari kita cari lebih jauh. Jadi Wikitirta, Tirta itu berasal dari bahasa Bali yang artinya air atau water in English. So, jadi proyek ini didasarkan dari sebuah tradisi yang memang menggunakan air sebagai medianya. Salah satu tradisi tersebut adalah tradisi melukat. Jadi melukat ini merupakan sebuah tradisi yang sering dilakukan oleh masyarakat Bali dan tentunya masyarakat yang berada dari luar Bali dan datang ke Bali, seperti itu. Namun, informasi yang tersedia di internet, baik itu dari foto, video maupun metadata yang ada di internet saat ini kurang memadai. Jadi, Wikitirta ini adalah sebuah proyek yang berusaha untuk mendokumentasikan dan memberikan informasi yang lebih jelas kepada masyarakat, khususnya masyarakat yang ada di Bali maupun luar Bali, tentang tradisi melukat ini. Nah, melukat ini adalah self purification dalam bahasa Inggris. Jadi melukat adalah sebuah tradisi yang menurut masyarakat Bali ini merupakan upacara atau tradisi untuk menyucikan diri dan membersihkan diri dari hal-hal negatif or negative things. Melukat biasanya diselenggarakan atau dilaksanakan oleh masyarakat Bali di dalam atau di hari-hari tertentu menurut kepercayaan masyarakat Bali, yaitu di hari-hari suci seperti itu. Dan dilakukan di tempat-tempat yang memiliki air seperti itu, misalnya di beberapa pura, di pantai maupun di tempat-tempat petirtan. Nah, ini adalah prosedur dari prosesi melukat ini. Jadi yang pertama kita memberikan atau mengaturkan sesajen atau gift offering di tempat kita untuk melakukan tradisi ini. Jadi kita mengaturkan pejati maupun canang. Selanjutnya kita melakukan prosesi melukat itu sendiri. Jadi prosesi melukat ini tergantung pada tempat dan wilayah kita melakukan tradisi ini. Karena masing-masing tempat itu memiliki ketentuan yang berbeda-beda di dalam menyelenggarakan atau melakukan tradisi ini. Jadi yang terakhir kita tidak lupa mengucapkan rasa syukur dan mengucapkan atau memohon restu kepada Tuhan dengan bersembayang kepada beliau. Nah, implementasi dari proyek Wikitirta ini, kita telah memetakan beberapa titik lokasi dari lokasi yang bisa dilakukan tradisi melukat ini. Ada 10 titik yang tersebar di wilayah Tenggara Pulau Bali, seperti itu. Jadi ini berada di seputaran Kabupaten Gianyar dan Kabupaten Bangli, seperti itu. Nah, di dalam prosesnya kami menyelenggarakan proyek ini selama 3 hari, dan setiap harinya kami mengeksplorasi tempat sebanyak 3-4 lokasi di lapangan, seperti itu. Nah, berikut implementasinya. Di hari pertama kami mengunjungi 4 lokasi. Jadi 4 lokasi ini kebetulan tersebar di wilayah Bali, yaitu di wilayah Gianyar. Jadi pagi-pagi kami berangkat dari Denpasar, langsung kami menuju tempat yang pertama yang berada di Kecamatan Tegalalang, seperti itu. Ada 4 lokasi yang sudah kita dokumentasikan. Di sini yang pertama ada Telaga Wajah Temple, yang kedua Taman Temple, yang ketiga Gunung Kawi Temple, dan terakhir ini berada di dalam Pingit Sebatu Temple. Di hari kedua kami lanjutkan perjalanan kami untuk mengeksplorasi tempat-tempat melukat yang lain. Jadi kami mendapati 3 tempat di sini. Yang pertama yaitu di Gianyar, yaitu Mengening Temple. Yang kedua kami mengeksplorasi ke kabupaten lain yang ada di Bali, yaitu Kabupaten Bangli, dan mendokumentasikan tempat melukat di Taman Pecampuhan Sale dan Tirta Sudamala Temple yang ada di Bangli. Selanjutnya yang ketiga, kami mendokumentasikan atau mengeksplorasi di kabupaten yang sama, yaitu di Kabupaten Bangli. Ada 3 lokasi. Yang pertama di Pancoran Solas yang ada di Bangli. Yang kedua ada di Beji Selati di Bangli, dan juga yang terakhir di Tirta Empul Apuan di Bangli. Nah, adapun hasil dari proyek kami ini, hasil dari proyek Wikitirta ini, kami sudah menyumbangkan 443 foto yang membahas tentang tradisi ini, tradisi melukat yang ada di Bali, yang dapat kawan-kawan lihat di link yang tersedia dan dapat kawan-kawan pindai melalui QR code yang ada di depan. Jadi kami unggah foto-foto tersebut di Wikimedia Commons. Selanjutnya, kami juga ingin mengeksplorasi proyek Wikimedia lain yaitu di Wikidata. Jadi kami memetakan lokasi dan memberikan metadata yang jelas di sini, baik itu dari tempat, nama tempat, titik lokasi, foto, dan hal-hal lain yang cukup penting diketahui oleh masyarakat secara luas. Nah, berikut adalah titik lokasi yang kami petakan di Wikidata yang dapat diakses oleh semua orang. Dan nantinya kami juga ingin merambah ke OpenStreetMap untuk membantu memetakan lokasi-lokasi tersebut di OpenStreetMap yang mudah diakses oleh semua orang. Tidak lupa yang terakhir kami juga menyediakan informasi yang cukup lengkap. Jadi Wikipedia adalah tempat kami memberikan informasi berupa sejarah, berupa aturan-aturan maupun fungsi-fungsi tempat melukat yang ada di Bali. Jadi kami menyediakan informasi tersebut di Wikipedia bahasa Bali dan kedepannya akan merambah ke bahasa-bahasa lain yang ada di dunia. Dalam setiap proyek pastinya tentu ada masalah dan rintangan dan tentunya ada tantangan seperti itu. Jadi Wikidata ini memiliki beberapa kendala atau tantangan. Yang pertama, akses lokasi. Jadi tidak semua tempat yang dijadikan tempat melukat itu mudah diakses oleh kendaraan roda 2 maupun roda 4 seperti itu. Melainkan kami melewati berbagai medan yang cukup sulit seperti itu, melewati beberapa ratus anak tangga untuk mencapai tempat-tempat yang dapat dijadikan lokasi melukat tersebut. Contohnya di Pura Sebatu, Pencapuan Sale, dan lain sebagainya. Yang kedua, tantangan dan halangan kami yaitu cuaca. Proyek ini diselenggarakan pada bulan Desember. Jadi di Indonesia kebetulan pada saat itu cuaca mulai musim hujan. Kami beberapa kali terkena hujan di jalan. Ini menjadi sebuah halangan tentunya, karena foto yang kami hasilkan itu tidaklah maksimal. Jadi kami perlu melakukan editing lagi di aplikasi-aplikasi tertentu sebelum kami mengupload atau mengunggah foto-foto tersebut ke media-media Wikimedia. Jadi mungkin itu saja yang bisa saya sampaikan dalam kesempatan ini. Mungkin ini adalah sebuah proyek yang sederhana. Mungkin kedepannya kawan-kawan di komunitas Wikipedia Bahasa Bali maupun di luar itu menjadikan ini sebuah inspirasi untuk proyek-proyek yang sesuai dengan kebudayaan maupun wilayah setempat untuk melakukan sebuah usaha pelestarian dan juga untuk menjadikan kebudayaan-kebudayaan yang kita miliki sekarang bisa diketahui oleh masyarakat banyak dan tentunya untuk generasi-generasi penerus kita yang akan datang seperti itu. Mungkin itu saja yang bisa saya sampaikan. Akhir kata saya mengucapkan terima kasih dan waktu saya kembalikan kepada MC seperti itu.
Thank you, Angga. We'll give 1 minute for a technical setup, and I'll need to search for the next speaker. I'll need to find. Thank you. Hey, Wikimedians. I think I don't know who is my next speaker. Okay, I'll ask Wiki. Hey, Wiki, tell me who's the next speaker today at 12, 12:08. Hey, Siri, go ahead.
Okay, it's such a dramatic introduction of the speaker and also emotional. I know this speaker since her first cry because she is a very special person. She graduated with a degree in information technology and a student leader in her university. She was a Google Student Ambassador in 2014 and the lead of Women Google Business Group in Pangasinan in Philippines. She was involved in Wikimedia as a participant in various editathons in Pangasinan Wikipedia and eventually became a member of Babaylan PH community. This year, they have incorporated a non-government organization called Shared Knowledge Asia Pacific, and she is the first president. So she is doing most of the projects in the Pangasinan community because I am on leave. So ladies and gentlemen, my dear daughter, Jasverin Ferrer.
Thank you, Wiki. I think I have. Thank you for the answer, Jasmine. The stage is yours.
Hi everyone. Good morning. They say that ignorance of the law excuses no one. Do you agree? Yes, it is true. That's why it is important to make laws accessible to everyone, especially on Wikipedia. So this is our project, Philippine Local Laws and Ordinances Digitization Project. Our project objectives is to digitize the local laws and ordinances in the Philippines. We already have 2 provinces uploaded in the Wikisource and Wikicommons, which is the Pangasinan and La Union. Second objectives is to serve the people who need to know and access these laws, because having these laws accessible through Wikicommons and Wikisource ensures that people are aware of their local laws and ordinances to know their rights and responsibilities. Third is to provide educational resource and promotes collaboration among local government units. You know, when we are uploading their local laws and ordinances, the municipalities were very excited, and they are excited to know that their local laws and ordinances are uploaded to Wikicommons and Wikisource, and they are also excited to know other municipalities' local laws and ordinances so they can use it as an inspiration and so they can learn from other municipalities also. And fourth is to preserve cultural heritage. So these are the Wikimedia platforms that we use. We uploaded the photos in the Wikicommons, and we use also Wikisource. So this is our strategies for implementation. First is partnering with local government units or LGUs. Second is scanning accurate document scanning. Third is uploading it to Wikicommons and Wikisource. And fourth is promoting awareness and engagement. So partnering with LGUs or our local government units. So we identify, contacting, and building relationship with local government units. So we sent them letters regarding this project. So these are the 30 towns and cities that we uploaded their laws in Wikisource and Wikicommons. Actually, we just targeted only 20, but fortunately, we actually partnered with 30, so we added 10 more municipalities that are interested in this project. So this is the list. So it is very long, so I will not read it one by one. And second is accurate document scanning. So we use handheld scanning devices. These are the photos. We, together with the other volunteers, we scanned their documents. Third is uploaded it to Wikicommons and Wikisource, and promoting awareness and engagement to partners. So we actually held a media launch, a legal mission, and school partnerships. So you can see the photos there. The first photo with the students of Pangasinan National High School. And there, the second photo at the top is the legal mission. And the third is the media launch. We were also, the project also is published in different newspapers and also to different media channels. And these are the number of uploaded local laws and ordinances, which is 505, and the local government units participants is 30. Our media partners are 5, partner legal professionals 18, and partner school 2. So this uploading of local laws and ordinances to Wikicommons and Wikisource democratizes legal information, resulting to a more informed and educated society. And then, thank you.
Thank you, Jasverine Ferrer. We'll have another 1 minute for technical switching. Hi, Wikimedians. So for those who are watching us online, currently is 12:25. So probably you might still be asleep while we're talking right now. But for those who are in the ESIAP region, also our delegates here on the on-site, welcome again. So our next speaker today is a founder of the Wiki Advocates Philippines user group. He also a network organizer of the Art and Feminism and a regional committee member of the Grants Committee in the ESIAP region. He is a Filipino writer who has been published 2 novels in Central Bicol language and several collections of poetry and flash fiction of zines. Wikimedians, Anthony Diaz.
Hello everyone, I am Anthony Diaz from Wiki Advocates Philippines User Group, a newly recognized group. And for those who have attended the virtual Wikimania last year, so we are on the opening program. And now we are happy to be here to present you about this new project that we have. So I'll be presenting about the Wiki Bosses project. So these are the initial ideas we had during the time we were creating our logo for the project. But initially this idea of preserving the voices of writers in the Philippines have come up when a friend of mine who is a notable writer in the Philippines have passed away, and he has a bio note on our local Wikipedia, and I would have loved to have his voice recording in his biography. However, I have failed to do so. So with this project, I have intended to record the voices of writers in the Philippines. So this is our official logo. As you can see, this is a dialogue balloon in a comic strip voicing out, and also the wiki text. So this would mean that all the voices that we have collected would be of free usage for everyone. So basically, this is just a project of collecting the voices of different writers in the Philippines. But in the future, we intend to also record some prayers and sacred texts aside from those literary pieces. And this project is also part of our language preservation advocacy, wherein we would want to, for our small languages in the Philippines to be put in several Wikimedia projects. This Wiki Bosses project is hosted in the Wikimedia Commons as of the moment. And lastly, we would also want to interlink those recordings. Say, for example, if a notable writer have an existing biography on a Wikipedia page, we would just get the file of the recorded voice and insert it on the existing article. So if you would visit the site in Wikimedia Commons, this is the basic structure. So as of the moment, this isn't so visually appealing. So maybe if some developers would want to help us to have this interface get improved, you're always welcome. So as you can see, we have included the name of the volunteer writer and also the title of the literary piece and the genre. But as of the moment, we are still collecting just poetry, so it would not take a lot of time for them to record it. But if it would be in a form of flash fiction or a short story, they would just need to select some small passages and then record it. And next to it is the audio file. So everyone who would wanted to hear about poetry, say for example in Cebuano language, in Hiligaynon language, they can freely download the file. And if the contributor would permit us to have their picture, so they would also be identifiable, we would also put them there. So as the project commences, we were able to involve 16 writers from different regions in the Philippines. And as of the moment, we have 6 languages included. Most of them are from the Bicol region area because that's where our user group is situated. But we are happy that aside from the Bicol languages, we have also the Hiligaynon, Cebuano, and the Tagalog. But in the future, we intend to maximize this number of languages. And we have 21 literary pieces that can be freely downloaded. So here, wait. I'll be giving you an example of a recorded poetry in a central Bicol language. So let's hear it.
Dainggirong ang istasyon. Alagad na nagkakapirang mga daghan, igwang pag-alangan, tibaad huli sa mga babayaan o mga aabdan. Asin maman sayan ang nagbabaklay pang bulan, sa ibabaw kan mga kabukidan, mga nyugan, o madidiklumpang mga padang na tibaad na inaliwat magudak o matanuman, minsan sa likod kan panatang mabalik liwat. Minakusog ang mga buot hulit na maluluya pa ang dagubdob kan paabuto na tren, asin man ang hinghing pang pagsilbato. Harayo pa, alagad igwang tikba o pungaw sa huring kugos o huring hadok sa namumutan. Alagad pag sinasara na kan kakahuyan, anting raw kan tren na minapasilyab sa mga kabog na nagrurulupadan, minaiktin ang mga bitis, dagos kapot sa mga daradara, pati naman sa daghan na urugpang panoonin pagahi. Agom, aki, tugang, katuod, girumdom, asin ang sadiring haro, asin sa pagabot kan tren, pagdangadang sa anden, minaiba ang kulor kan kublit nagiging siring ini sa bulawan. Minaliwanag ang lawo, siring sa nakapintang kaugmahan. Tibaad na kahiling sa padudumanan na sa paghuna harayo o namarhay. Asin ang pag-ako minaabot. Susundan nin sinublian na kurusan. O luhang ngunyan sa namaturo. Paaram sa liwat. Asin ang makina maayon sa nakakabungog niyang silbato.
So I was not able to provide an English translation of it, but the poem is about someone who is traveling on a passenger train. So what do we see in the future about this project? We look forward that this project will not only be hosted in Wikimedia Commons, but it would have a separate project of it, wherein we can call it maybe Wiki Voice, since it's in English. Bosses translates to voice in our language. We are imagining some kind of a Spotify application where there are collections of different literatures, prayers, from, not only from the Philippines, but also from several countries. So that would be on the global collaboration. So I would wanted some regions to also implement this type of project wherein they could also preserve the voices of the famous writers or even those locals who just chanted their prayers or the sacred text. And lastly, for the wiki bosses to be linked to several wiki projects, especially in Wikimedia, in Wikipedia and in Wikicode. So for those who would wanted to visit the site, so just click on Commons, Wiki Bosses on Wikimedia Commons. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Anthony. So probably we'll have a 10-minute, I'm sorry, 5-minute technical adjustment, and then we'll go to an open Q&A. So, Wikimedians, so we will have a short Q&A. So we have our three speakers here. So who would like to raise a question regarding preservation of manuscripts, Bali, and then the wiki bosses? Anyone? The floor is yours. Okay, so probably I'll ask a question. Okay, Chitra, just want to ask, have you been, Anga, working? There are cases that you have been collaboratively working, or are you doing it separately?
Actually, this is a separate project, but in the future, I hope we can make a collaboration with Wikilontar and Wikitirta together. So, yeah, this is secret. Maybe we can make a one project together. How I can find in wiki source or Lontar about Tirta or Melukat, how to Melukat or everything in Lontar. So that's why, yeah, maybe in the future we can make one collaboration together.
Okay. Anthony, just want to ask, have you been exploring other languages aside from Bicol on your Voices project?
Yeah, we have, hello. We have tried contacting several writers because aside from being a Wikimedian, I am also a writer in the Philippines, and from the upper regions in the Philippines, we have contacted several writer organizations. It's just that it's too hard for them to freely give their literary pieces with us because of some political issues between writer groups in the Philippines. So I am somewhat shifting my strategy to recording the literary pieces to recording just the prayers and the sacred text. So if somewhat the conflict calms down, then I'll be back with the writers.
Okay, thank you. Anga, I just want to ask, how many Lontar, how is the progress of your Lontar now? Is it in near completion? It's still struggling? Yeah, you can translate for him if you wish. Chitra.
Untuk Lontar, ini kegiatan dari Wiki Lontar dan Wiki Lobs Manuscript. Saya kira sekarang masih dalam tahap pendigitalisasian dan nantinya kami akan melakukan penerjemahan untuk lontar-lontar yang tersisa dan ujung dari penerjemahan ini akan diupload atau diunggah melalui media-media di Wikipedia maupun Wiki Source dan di Wiki Data tentunya. Nanti akan kita bekerja bersama-sama dengan teman-teman di komunitas dan juga ada dari teman-teman dari luar komunitas untuk mengerjakannya secara bersama-sama seperti itu.
Okay, Anka said after we digitizing, after we have Lontar on Wikisource, so the next progress from Wiki Lontar itself is about how to make a definition or information more further in Wikipedia. So that's why they will collaboration with another young generation in Bali, include with maybe from young generation and then students or something like that. And in Wikilontar project, actually that is not complete yet. We still struggling to convince the owner and then they give them, they educated them to open their collection, something like that.
Okay, so thank you for our three speakers there. I apologize for Jasperine, she's not here. Again, we feature all the best of the ECAP on this conference. Hopefully we would be able to see you in the next conferences, if you have the progress of your projects. And for everyone, have a sumptuous meal. The dinner's over there, and then there's also on the concourse area, but I will tell you it's better to have it here.
Lunch.
Lunchtime, sorry. Have a nice day, and we'll get back in 90 minutes for the next session here in Plenary. Goodbye.
This is all about a website called Odia Bibhobo. We elaborate it as anything that relates to Orissa, Odia language, published in Odia language, or translated into or from Odia language.
ମୋ ନାଁ ଜୀବନ କୁମାର ପଣ୍ଡା ଆଉ ମୋର ବୃତ୍ତିଗତ ଜୀବନଟା ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିଛି ସାମ୍ବାଦିକତାର। ଏବେ ପୂର୍ଣ୍ଣ ଭାବରେ এই ଶିକ୍ଷା ଓ ଅନୁସନ୍ଧାନ ୟୁନିଭର୍ସିଟିର ଯେଉଁ ପ୍ରାଚୀନ ବିଭାଗ ଅଛି ତାର ଡିଜିଟାଇଜେସନ୍ ଯେଉଁ ଉପବିଭାଗ ଅଛି ତାର ମୁଖ୍ୟ ଦାୟିତ୍ୱ ନେଇଛି ଗତ 2 ବର୍ଷ ହେଲା।
Actually, I am a science student. I did my MSc in zoology.
All were volunteers. We had 3 or 4 people, namely Bharati, Millie, Namita. There are 2 Millies actually. And they did all the retyping. They recomposed all the science articles we collected. Then there was a person called Shivaji, who was an artist by profession, became a graphic artist by association. He saw all the computers here, started playing, and he's an excellent graphic artist as well as computer aficionados. We had some academic people like Padmaja, who is a school teacher with a psychology background.
When I was doing my MPhil and for a thesis work, I came to school for some data collection. At that time, I came to Khandagiri school where Tutop and Nikhil Bhai was there. And then only I decided that I will not doing anything else, but I will be a teacher only.
She has been doing a lot of this proofreading, editing, compilation data. And myself, I have been a jack of all trades right from the beginning. Interest was in professional science. And using my students and associates, we used to do school science. We used to visit schools, young groups, and excite them about science, not with curriculum, but out of curriculum things. But our philosophy has been from the beginning, it should go to home. And peer learning. You fly a paper airplane, your brother hasn't taught, your parents haven't taught you, nor the teachers. Teachers have scolded you, probably. But your elder brother, elder siblings, or elder friends. See, this peer horizontal learning is very important and sadly missing now.
Actually, ଭାଷାକୋଷ ଆରମ୍ଭ ହେଲା ବେଳକୁ ଓଏଓ ବି ଆସି ନଥିଲା ପିକ୍ଚର କୁ।
କିନ୍ତୁ ଯୋଉ ମାନେ Srujanika, our parent group, has been involved with science activities. One of the interests that we developed is to document what has been written relating to science in Odia language. And naturally, we turned to the magazines. And whenever we got access to the magazines, we decided not to collect only the science article, but the whole magazine. And initially the science activities, school education is where we spent most of our time. And by 2002 we started feeling those programs hurting because of the coaching and pressure on English language and all kinds of things. Actually, 1998 to 2001, could be called the peak years of Srijanika. We had a national program at that time. We traveled to almost all the states, conducting a workshops on what we call the exploring nature. And so those activities got wound down by 2004. एट आमर कौन के रिफ्लेक्शन हुए नहीं अब पूरा यूनिफॉर्म है ये लाइटिंग का
ओहो हाँ
Srijanika was publishing the magazine Vigyan Tarang, and while preparing article for Vigyan Tarang, we were referring Bhasakosa many times.
Major lexicon in Odia language, in one of the major lexicons in Indian languages actually, which comprises 7 volumes, almost 10,000 pages, and 1,85,000 root words. This has a very checkered history, very interesting history, very important document, took a long time in publishing during the war, 1930 to 1940. Yet it got published, but only a couple of hundred copies survived because the compiler was killed very tragically. The whole holding got mired in litigation, and most of the copies were sold as raddi paper.
So during that time, we found that Bhasakosa is very rare. Very few copies are available around Odisha.
Many of the copies that were sold are in foreign countries. Because when Praraj wanted to raise money, he approached the British government, who took it for many of their universities. And we had been using it because it contains a lot of science writings also.
ता परवर्ती समय पुराना बही मुख्यतः पूर्णचंद्र ओडिया भाषा कोश तार अवस्था देखि रहला ए भलिया गोटे बही तो नष्ट हो जाउछि.
And the only method of preservation is digitization.
And that is how the concept of digitization came into mind. So when we started thinking of preserving material, this is one of the things we touched first, because fortunately we had a personal cook set. My father had that, and from the childhood I remember everybody used to tell us this is the largest book in Odia language. So we never touched it, but we admired it. And it landed with us as an inheritance of treasure.
कि माने डिजिटाइज कथाटा पर आसला माने केमिति एटा रखा जाय परिबो आ दैट टू समस्त जेतु कंप्यूटर सहित हेलानी एटा कंप्यूटर जरिया केरे केमिति रखा हेबो.
So we started thinking of preserving Bhasakosa electronically. For that, the ideal machine was
too expensive for us in lakhs.
तो जेतबेले हम नॉर्मली जो स्कैनर आम साधारण व्यवहार करे से कौन जेकोसी जिनस को आम उल्टे की रखे आउ स्कैन करे. जदि भावतु गोटे पुराना बही को जदि आम उल्टे की रखा जार पृष्ठा गुंड हो जाउछि ताहले सेटा सीधा के आसला बेलू पर पृष्ठा भी आम स्कैन करि परिबानी से गुंड हो जाइबो.
And fortuitously we found a scanner.
SP scanner, it was transparent.
What we did, we laid the book flat, put the scanner upside down on it, press and scan.
से गोटे सुविधा कौन है आम पूरा भाषा कोशर पृष्ठ से A4 टू बहुत चौड़ा पृष्ठा से पृष्ठा पूरा रोचे से गोटे पृष्ठा रु किंतु गोटे जिनस पूरा चापिकी धर ना से बंका हो कागजटा लेखाटा स्मूथ हम ना माने फ्लाट देखा इमेजटा तो करू आ दी जणिया काम से जड़े पूरा एपटे बही पृष्ठा को पृष्ठा पूरा चापिकी देखियो.
Then we didn't know about the useful software, scan teller, etc. Then.
So, but we learned as we progressed. Basically, it was a mechanical hard work. 300 pages day, meaning 10,000 pages took us with all kind of processing almost 9 months. So Bhasakosa was started and completed in 2006. We were a group of volunteers.
And interesting is, during that time, we got a threaten from the original Praharaj family.
Although the copyright expired in 2005 January, before we started working on the digitization,
but copyright was not there. And interesting was, the letter came to in my name. We could say that Sujanika is doing, I am not involved. During that time, a proposal from Meghan Prashar, they had a proposal that to collect science articles which was published that time. That period was 1850 to 1950.
by then we were already feeling the limits of our scanner. It was slow, bulky. So we started experimenting with camera-based setup. Commercial setup were way too expensive. Around 2008, we succeeded using an ordinary point-and-shoot camera of Canon, which had a remote shooting facility. We could take time-based photographs from a computer.
So we can say that our major digitization program started from there only.
हेले गोटे जिनस आम तापर देखिलु जे सीढ़ी करके रखिला बेलू ये साधारण लोक पाखे पहुँची पार ना तो से दृष्टि आम ये कलु जे ना युड़ाक जमी साधारण लोक पाइबे से व्यवस्था करवा दरकार तापर चिंता है गोटे वेबसाइट करने आठू ओडिया विभवर जन्म है वर्तमान सुधा आम से 11,000 रु अधिका बही आम रखी सारीचु 135 टाइटल पत्रिका रखी सारीचु 21टी 1950 पूर्वर खबर कागज अच्छी 21टी टाइटल गुड़ाए 19टी आमर संकलन विषयभित्तिक बा व्यक्तिभित्तिक संकलन अच्छी ये फोटो उठेला बेलू ये पूरा खसी जाइए पूरा जोड़ी करी पड़ो ना अवस्था युड़ा कि माने आम चेष्टा करुचु तथापि एमतिया गुड़ा को व्हाइट पेपर देकी फोटो ठीक मैनेज करने किंतु सब हुए असुविधा होची जेहेतु अनेक समय गुंड अवस्था हो जाए बहुत पुराना बही बा पत्रिका जोटा मिलूची
Getting copies, physical copies is a problem. But once we get a copy with our low-cost equipment and volunteer workforce, we still produce about 5,000 pages a week.
It's continuing. But the major problem is the copyright. Because many people have already died. And their children, they are not at all interested in preserving their own ancestors' books.
Government is still uncooperative or even hostile. So, and if we start raising our voices, it gets back to us.
काम चली मो सांगे मोर दीज सहयोगी अच्छा जो मैंने मुख्यतः बहीर प्रोसेसिंग डिजिटाइजेशन प्रोसेसिंग कमटी करुँच मुख्य ओभरऑल सामग्रिक भाव में कमर तदारक मु करुच्ची क्रमटा हूँ कहवाक गले सृजनिका द्वारा होता ओडिया विभव कामर गोटे एक्सटेंशन एगुड़ाक पुराना टेक्स्ट बही
मो ना पूजा पंडा मुझे 1.5 वर्ष है जब अच्छी या पूर्वर वर्ष हम सृजनिकार थी निखिल भाई पाखे कम करूँ प्रथम जो मुझे जानी लगुली कौन अच्छी सेमती आम एत एक्साइटेड कहीं पुराना बही कम कला बेले बहुत परिश्रम हुए माने गोटे छोट छुआ जमी जन्म है साहित्य कम करवा तार जत्न ना सेमती गोटे बही को पड़े प्रथम तो आम बही बुझु नथुलु चिरिकी फोपाड़ी दियो जहाँ भी मिक्सचर खाई दियो बिस्किट खाई दियो किंतु परे देखिलु जे ना एक्चुअली से गोटे गोटे सेंटेंस गोटे वर्ड भी आम बहुत इंपोर्टेंट होउची तो आस्ते आस्ते बही प्रति भल पाइबा आसीगलानी किंतु एबे जदि बही को किए माने आम देखुछु कि फोपाड़ी भी देबार देखुछु हमको बहुत माने कष्ट होउची
ओवर गुड़ाक देखी देखिकी इश्यू खोजा बेले बेले ये अक्षर जोड़ी जोड़ी करी से पेज रो पोजिशन या बोली पेज रो पोजिशन
मो विभूत प्रसाद साहू आमर मेन काम रोचे बही डिजिटल पुराना पुराना बही को डिजिटल करा होची आमर मोटिव है कि जो पुराना पुराना बही गुड़ाक सब नष्ट हो जाउची सेटा को केमती रही संग्रह रही पारिबो आउ पिला माने कि आग पीढ़ी माने केमी पढ़ी पारे
बहुत बही अच्छी जो गुड़ा पढ़ला माने आम खोजु कि पाऊना एक्चुअली से गुड़ा भी एबे पर्यंत खोजे चली कहीं मिल जाव आम से करूँ लेखक मान सहित कंटाक्ट करने भी बहुत परिश्रम हम पड़े कौटू नंबर आणबू किए अच्छा को मैंने आहांती किए जब बही भी अच्छे आम परमिशन ना तो से परमिशन टा केमती मिल क्या सहयोग मिल सेटार चेष्टा रही चली रहा आग को
फास्ट तो आग आम बही कलेक्ट करुचु सब लेखक मान जो अन्य मान पाखे जो पुराना पुराना किसी बही रही जाऊँगी राइटर मान पाखु ये सब बही आसूँ आमर आसला फास्ट रोज तार फोटो उठा हो स्कान करा जोड़ा
जमती बही आसला आम ताकू मुख्यतः बाछु कंडीशन को लेकर माने जोटा पुराना बही नुआ बही करके अलग करे बाछु आतापर आम आम ये जो स्कैनर अच्छी ये स्कैनर ये करूँ
So that is our main problem now, collecting books and collecting, I mean giving up, getting permission. These are the things.
गोटे समय बहुत आहरी आत्मसंतोष मिले जो आपण थे आपण को जानी ना किंतु आउ जन को से परामर्श दौथु जे आपण बही खोजते तो ओडिया विभव देखंतु सेते बेला लागे आमे जो कष्ट रे संग्रह करके बही आटा तामना लोकों पाखे धीरे धीरे पहुँचुची
So next up we have Zach and Matoto from the WMF to talk about our very brand new sound logo. Give them a welcome.
It's on the audience.
Hello, Wikimania, Singapore. Great to see you. Fantastic to see you. We're delighted to be here speaking with you today about Wikimedia's new sound logo. My name is Zach McCune, and I'm the Director of Brand at the Wikimedia Foundation.
Hi, I'm Matutu Matsatella. I'm a Senior Manager in the Communications Department, managing our global brands. Hello.
And we need to confess to you today that we're filling in for a dear colleague, Taz Elias. Taz has been instrumental to this project, but he was sadly unable to join us here today. So Taz, thank you for everything. Thanks for your trust. We're going to tell this story. Thank you, everyone. So the organizing reality that we have to even approach a sound logo is the fact that the ways people access knowledge is changing. And we think this is incredibly relevant to the theme of this gathering. We know that the ways people encounter knowledge from our projects, it's shifting all the time. And in that way, we think this links in to diversity, collaboration, and future, because as you will see, this project has some of each of those themes.
And with the introduction of voice assistants, the way in which people are consuming knowledge is also changing. We know that Google's Assistant is available on 1 billion devices worldwide, and Apple's Siri has been installed a record 500 million times. These two programs together only account for 36% of the voice assistant market, and we know, or we estimate, that a third of all queries on these programs are referring to Wikipedia and Wikimedia content, and that's a problem for us. Because users who consume this knowledge on these devices may not know that that knowledge is coming from Wikimedia projects like Wikipedia and edits made by yourselves. And so we knew that we needed to make a sound logo. But how?
But how should we make a sound logo? How should we do that? Well, fortunately, we knew exactly how. When Wikimedians create logos, since the very beginning, it is done openly, collectively, and in a contest. So from the very first Wikipedia logo to the most recent Wiki Functions logo, these are things where Wikimedians come together, they share the challenge, and they share ideas, and they vote on them. And so we knew that we had to structure a similar contest, a similar open call for what the sound logo of Wikimedia, the sound logo of all human knowledge, should sound like.
The process involved 3 phases: an open submission phase, a review phase, and a contest phase. I want to take a moment to thank a special committee put together involving 7 Wikimedia volunteers and 5 professional musicians who were responsible for whittling down the many submissions into 10 finalists. Please, a round of applause for Jeffrey, Louise, Nassima, Amrit, Shani, Annie, and Lodovic. Thank you.
Thank you. This time last year, Taz joined Wikimania to share the beginning of this open contest. There was a small session, you can still find it online, that explained how to make small music elements, how to make little clips that could become Wikimedia's sound logo. And so in a lot of ways, we think it's just a beautiful moment here for us to come back to Wikimania and share the results of the process that began last year. And again, Taz, we wish you were here.
So let's open the floor a little bit. Who here, how many of you took part in the sound logo contest? A show of hands.
We need to see it. Let's see those hands. And online, please write in the, oh, we see some hands in the back there.
Yes.
I also want to just sell that we have some hats here in the building. So if you were involved, as Matoto is going to ask, we would like you to come grab a hat. It's okay, even a little bit matters.
Come forward and collect your hat. The next question is, who submitted a sound?
Anyone? Did anyone here submit a sound? All right, it's okay. The musicians were online.
Did anyone in the audience, right at the back, did anyone vote for the sound?
Did anyone vote? Oh, now we're seeing the hands. Voters qualify for a hat as well. Yes, and I think the final question is, did anyone vote for the winning sound? Oh, we have some people here predictive, or actually, because it's a democratic process, you chose it. That's what happened. Here's Murdad coming through the aisles, ready to give you a hat. So again, if you were involved, please raise a hand and grab a hat.
Thank you, Murdad. And now a little story about how the contest came together and how together we chose the winning Wikimedia sound logo.
All right, I'm going to press forward and hope this plays.
Did you hear? Wikimedia has a sound logo. Created by Thaddeus Osborne, an engineer and music production enthusiast from the USA, the winning sound welcomes the audience into a world of information. To find it, we did things the Wiki way. We launched a collaborative global contest, open to everyone, everywhere. We called upon sound enthusiasts from all over the world, and the world listened. We hosted hundreds of online discussions, over 20 community events, and received more than 3,000 sound logo submissions from over 100 countries, which were then narrowed down to 10 finalists. More than 2,000 community members took part in the voting, each having their hand in deciding Wikimedia's new sound logo. Soon, you'll be able to hear the sound wherever you listen to Wikimedia's content, on a smart speaker, mobile device, and more. Stay tuned, and thank you for playing your part in finding the sound of all human knowledge.
Thank you again. You all made this happen. So now we get to tell you with great joy that the sound logo is ready for your use. Yay, indeed. The sound logo is ready for your use, and you can find it both on Commons and on MetaWiki. And if you use this short link, you'll go right to the part of the guidelines, which will give you different size clips, 4 seconds, 2 second, 1 second clips that you can use, along with some advice on how to use the sound.
Of course, we had a certain use case in mind, but actually the sound logo can be used on many mediums and in different applications. You can use it on your website, you can use it in video content you're making for your affiliate and user group, you can use it in your podcast, and you can use it at events like this.
You can. In fact, we were thrilled that the sound logo is part of the welcoming video to Wikimania. It's just so versatile. So we're really excited to see all of the ways that it becomes part of the ways we mark the Wikimedia movement in the world.
A few tips about using the sound logo. As members of the Wikimedia community, you are free to use the sound logo in any content, but make sure that you start the sound logo after all audio has concluded. That's one point. Give a little breathing room, 0.25 seconds, and at the front and at the end of the sound logo. Play it at the same volume level as the rest of the surrounding sound. And lastly, we prefer that you refrain from tweaking with the EQ levels, adding sound effects to the sound logo, or changing the pitch or the speed of the sound logo without sharing a question with our teams in the legal department.
Because this is on MetaWiki, we invite you to talk with us, communicate with us. Join the talk page if you find other tips that are helpful or other requirements you have, right? This is just the beginning of us going from selecting a sound logo into using it. And usage will help us figure out how it might need to be adjusted. We may find that certain parts are quieter and they have to be boosted in sound, or we may find that certain clip density is needed. So again, this is the continuing use of a whole new tool for audio. The question we really wanted to leave you all with today, and we hope that you write to us on our talk page, in the stream chat right now, or even if you want to find us as we take steps off this stage and continue to be around the conference is how will you use it? How will you use the Wikimedia Sound logo? As Matoto said, we do not think that we have every possible use imagined, and this is incredibly important. With so many great discussions happening this week around generative AI, chatbots, podcasts, new ways that knowledge is being consumed and distributed from our projects, we really look forward to seeing this be a tool for you to say the things you are learning are coming from the Wikimedia movement. They are coming from humans. They are coming from people who are sourcing and fact-checking and working together to create the sum of all human knowledge. So that's all we have for you today. Thanks for having us join you at Wikimania Singapore.
Thank you.
next up we have Benjamin and Tillman to talk about the state of wiki research.
It doesn't work?
Sorry?
There is a power block. Just there. All right.
Hold on, guys.
Okay. Not on. The lights are on. Okay, all right, sounds good. Hello, everybody. So I am Benjamin Mako Hill, and I am presenting today with Tillman Bayer, who's here. Not here today, except in spirit, is Miriam Reddy, who we owe enormous credit for a lot of the work that you'll be seeing here, but couldn't be here to present. So this is not my first time presenting something like this talk. The first version of this talk was actually given at Wikimania 2008, and it's actually happened at Wikimania almost every year since. So if you've seen this before, some part of the introduction, at least, may seem a little bit familiar. So I'm an academic. I'm a professor now at the University of Washington. But in 2008, I was a graduate student, and I was starting to build a career that would involve, well, a substantial part of it studying Wikimedia projects and Wikipedia. This began when I was a student as an excuse for me to sort of get up to date on Wikipedia research. So back in 2008, I sort of set out to run a session that would this is what I put in my description there. I hope to provide a comprehensive literature review of articles in Wikipedia that have been published in the previous year. I said I would try to provide a quick tour of the last year's academic landscape around Wikimedia and its projects geared towards non-academic editors and readers, try to categorize, distill, and describe the academic landscape as it was shaping up. Now, about 2 weeks before Wikimania, I did a search on Google Scholar so that I could sort of build the list of all the papers that I would have to read. And I found out that it was going to be 800 papers that I would have to be reading in the next 2 weeks. That works out to, in the presentation, which that year was 45 minutes long, 3.5 seconds per paper. And it got bigger after that. So we're not going to try to talk about all the research that has been done in the last year on Wikipedia, because there have been many hundreds of papers written in the last, or published in the last year about Wikimedia projects, many of them about Wikipedia. This is a list of a graph of the number of papers on Google Scholar that have been published with Wikipedia, just the term Wikipedia in the title, so it of course doesn't include all the other Wikimedia projects. And although we've sort of reached peak Wikipedia research, perhaps, there's still hundreds and hundreds of papers a year. There are a lot of other places within our community where we've attempted to document the kinds of things that our community is working on. So for example, there have been 458 tweets in the last year alone from the Wiki Research account, which covers research papers, but also research events and blog posts. There have been 81 publications covered in the last 13 issues of the Wikimedia Research newsletter. That goes from July last year to July this year, so the kinds of things that we are sort of talking about today. There were 86 extended abstracts which were presented at one conference, the Wiki Workshop, which happened, I guess, a couple months ago now. Just a huge amount of research. So the goal here is the same as it was in 2008. It's to try to give you a summary of the kind of research that's been done in Wikimedia projects in the last year. And of course that's impossible, so this is our sort of disclaimer side. This presentation has many issues. We're hoping to do a few things here. We're hoping to talk about important themes in research in the last year. So we're really trying to emphasize not just individual papers, although we will be talking about individual papers. We're talking about broader types of research that have been really important or emergent in the last year. We've tried to select themes and also papers that are going to be of interest to all of you, to Wikimedians. And we've made an attempt to try to talk about research that's not done by people who are here at Wikimania. So Wikimania, as perhaps you know, has a really excellent track on this year on research that I helped a little bit with organizing, but that many other people have contributed to and helped organize as well. So there's lots of great research, including by academics and other sort of scholars, about research they've done with Wikimedia that's being presented at Wikimania. And we're trying to talk a little bit about the rest of that stuff. And we also have a bias towards peer-reviewed publications, but there was a few things that are not quite finished with peer review yet, but they were so good we wanted to talk about. So with that introduction aside, the rest of this talk is going to be structured around what I like to call like a research postcard. So it's not the whole paper. It's going to be 5 minutes or so about 7 different papers. Each one will introduce a major theme in research from the last year, something that's new or important. We're also going to then very quickly try to introduce and try to summarize a paper that is representative of that theme. And then we're going to try to quickly reflect on why we think that work is important for, sort of scholarship in general and for the Wikimedia community. So get ready for 7 research postcards. And with that, I'm going to introduce, turn it over to Tillman, who will introduce the first theme.
Thanks, Michael. So yeah, our first theme is what the big theme on this conference too, generative AI and large language models. So that's what powers ChatGPT and many other artificial intelligence applications. And the paper we picked out is a very interesting one that tries to build basically a better chatbot. So it's called WikiChat, few-shot LLM-based chatbot grounded with Wikipedia by a team from Stanford University. It's still preprint, I have to say. But so their goal is to address this problem that large language models tend to hallucinate, right? They make up facts, convincing sounding facts, which are having a ground in reality, and they want a factual chatbot. And what I do, interesting, is to so they make it to provide only information from generally a corpus of trusted knowledge. In the paper, they do this for Wikipedia, English Wikipedia. So you can just take a moment and see how far we've come. For those who remember Wikipedia being the epitome of unreliable in past years. Also, small remark, unfortunately, a lot of, or most of the papers we are talking here about English Wikipedia. There's not a lot, this year at least, not a lot of research specifically about other languages. I think some of you might know the researcher Lucy Caffey. She called this Caffey rule. When you talk about research on Wikipedia, you should always name the language, and a lot of these violate the Caffey rule here. Anyway, so back to this chapter, they want to have it grounded chatbot, but I also say they want to have it a fluent conversation, which is really important, which is like what ChatGPT does really well. It talks to you, right? You can have back and forth conversation. It knows what you've talked about earlier. And so this grounding, they say, some chatbots, they do this by just repeating information, so it's true, but it's not really a conversation. And that makes it trickier, so they have to take the output, so they can't just go to Wikipedia. To back up a bit, many of you may have heard of the new Wikipedia ChatGPT plugin that the foundation published, which is really interesting. You should check it out. And that tries to just retrieve information from Wikipedia and answer a user question. And for this team here, that was not enough, because that doesn't give you a conversation. So they had to use both the LLM output and the grounded Wikipedia. So this is the whole process. It's a bit complicated, but I'll try to walk quickly through the 7 steps they have. So on the top left, you see the conversation. The user says, have you heard about this film, Oppenheimer? The chatbot says, yes, it's a biopic. The user says, what do you think about the casting, the actor selection? So now the chatbot has to figure out what to answer to this. And so that now there comes to split up query. It retrieves factual information from Wikipedia. It goes to several articles, the article director, the film, the main actor, but also it goes to the LLM. By the way, they use GPT 3.5 variant from OpenAI. That's on the bottom left. So it generates an answer, right? It's like, yes, Christopher Nolan is known for his meticulous casting choices. And then comes, unfortunately, that's the text in green. So this time he has selected Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks had nothing to do with the movie. Here's the hallucination. So now what to do with it? Now they summarize the Wikipedia output. That's the second step. And step 4 below, they extract factual claims from the chatbot. And then comes the fact checking. So I'm glossing over a lot of details, honestly. But basically what's happened is they use Wikipedia to factually ground the chatty, conversational, pleasing reply of the LLM model. And then they put in together one answer, refine it, and put it out. So it's a kind of involved process. They also say they had to do a lot of iteration to get this to run really well. And then I went to test it. Does it really work? Does it really prevent hallucinations? And for that, I actually went out and designed a new benchmark. So a problem with a lot of these AI papers is they evaluate factualness, but they only do it on familiar topics. And so they said they do 3 kinds of familiar topics, like Albert Einstein or Capital of Paris or FC Barcelona. And then tail topics is rarely heard things. So these are one 19th century personality, Thomas Percy Hidditch, who I've never heard of, you have never heard of probably, or some restaurant or whatever, which are still in the training corpus of the LLM, so it knows about it, but it knows less about it. And then recent topics. That's another problem. I think many of you know with chatbots that they have this cutoff date for training data, so they know nothing about recent events. So, and then they evaluate these 3, and they find their chatbot outperforms all baselines in terms of factual accuracy compared to, and they still preserves this conversationality that GPT 3.5 has. And that's kind of let this thing in, right? Really, Wikipedia helps you to increase the word translations to achieve factual accuracy. By the way, I wrote an article about this in the research newsletter in the Signpost, and this got on the front page of Hacker News. I'll write about this because there seems to be a lot of interest, right, in how to solve this problem and what Wikipedia can help, how Wikipedia can help with this. Okay, lastly, I have one small footnote. Unfortunately, this is not their baseline. These are two models they say are widely used for this, so it's not arbitrary, but they did not directly compare it with ChatGPT itself or with Bing AI. And of course, ChatGPT is also not just using the bare model they're using here. This also went to a lot of fine-tuning and correcting. So, but still, it's a pretty remarkable success, I would say. Cool. So we go to the next paper.
All right. Well, so when I introduced the whole talk, I showed you that graph of all those Wikipedia papers. And you may have been thinking, what about the other projects? Maybe all those people that used to be writing Wikipedia papers are working on Wikidata papers. And well, historically speaking, there is one other Wikimedia project that has seen a large amount of research. It is, in fact, Wikidata. Here's the missing, some part of that missing dip. There are large amounts of research being done on Wikidata, including about 100 papers a year. But historically, almost all of these analyses have been focused really on using Wikidata as a database, as a knowledge graph. They're interested in things like ontology building or knowledge graphs in general as a research source. But in the last year, we've seen a growth, really a number of papers that have really been looking and trying to study Wikidata, not just as a database, but as a community. So here's an example of one paper by Elisabeth Kutsiana and a group of people, including the senior author is Elena Simperl, who's we've talked about her research here before in previous years. They've been doing a whole bunch of research projects on Wikidata, and this is one that focused in particular on the way in which people on Wikidata are using talk pages and discussing things with each other. So the first thing that they wanted to do in order to set out to try to understand these dynamics was to look at to just extract a data set of talk page messages on Wikidata, and they were to find out how much people were talking to each other on Wikidata. And what they found was people weren't really talking to each other, using the discussion pages on Wikidata very much. They found that only 0.02% of items in Wikidata had any talk page associated with them. And they found that the numbers were a little bit higher for properties on Wikidata, and also for, and much higher on what they call sort of project chat pages. So these are more general pages where people talk about the project in general, and that makes sense. These are graphs that just show the histograms, but the y-axis is logged, which is so to suggest that those zeros are there's many more of those zeros or the small numbers. Even when the pages were used, they found that conversations tended to be quite short. These graphs show those same three categories, right? PCs, the project chat pages, and then the talk pages associated with properties and items. And you can see that they're finding that discussion lengths tended to follow a power law distribution in the sense that they were extremely unequal. There were some very large conversations, but a large proportion of those conversations like 50% of the conversations for items, 8% for properties, 16% for chats, involved a single person posting an issue, like a question or raising an issue, and then not getting a response from anybody. Only 3% of talk pages had more than talk pages for items had more than 5 messages which had been posted by people. But the authors also went past this. They didn't just sort of count things. They also actually looked at all of these, at the content of all of these messages, and they had a group of people on their research team actually take a random sample and then categorize them in terms of what people were talking and how they were talking about it. They sort of coded their data along a bunch of different dimensions, which is sort of reflected here in this little heat map. I think the important thing to to take away from it, I can sort of highlight the punchlines, is that the main topic of discussion was what they call sort of knowledge engineering work. And this involves all of the things around taxonomy building, how the database should be structured, how properties should be used, so on and so forth. Another thing they found, which was that although there was frequently controversy, people disagreed about things, that there was very, very little conflict. It didn't sort of, these disagreements didn't turn into broader conflicts, except in extremely rare situations, much less than we've seen in other Wikimedia projects, so perhaps good news. This is important work because it's beginning to build an understanding and helping build data sets that we can use to build an understanding of the social dynamics that are driving engagement within some of our sort of projects beyond Wikipedia, and this can be used to help support Wikidata's growth and maintenance over time. It points to some things that the community is doing reasonably well and some things that are still relatively weak. All right, research postcard number 2. All right, Tillman.
Cool. Yeah, our next paper is kind of special. So we did see a few papers about other Wikimedia projects this year, including Wiktionary gets a few. But there's actually one project that gets very little attention, and that's Commons. So we're happy to present you one of the very first pieces of social science research about Wikimedia Commons, or at least as Wikimedia Commons and Wikipedia. So it's called Unpacking Stitching between Wikipedia and Wikimedia Commons, Barriers to Cross-Platform Collaboration. And it's an interview study, a qualitative study with 32 users. Maybe we have some in the room who participated, but people who work on, again, English Wikipedia and Wikimedia Commons. So stitching is an existing term from this field. So it's defined as a cross-platform work to build organizations or to build awareness of topical content. We'll see how the impact is. So it's a field from the field of CSCW, computer-supported cooperative work. And they see process, production, curation, dynamic integration. We can see what this means concretely on Commons. Before I delve in, I just text. We all know Commons. I like most of the room here, but it's worth to take a step back and see. It's the world's largest online repository of free multimedia files. It's they say it has more than 10.5 million volunteers. I think they count accounts, not active editors, and over 77 million files at the time of the paper's publication. So about the relation between Wikipedia and Commons, they do call out that obviously the different product, but Wikipedia is a reference work, Commons is a collection of files. The activities, Wikipedia is text editing, Commons image uploading, annotating, metadata tagging, categorizing. A lot of you are very familiar with this. They do point out that categories play a very important role. It's seen, that's a user quote, the primary way to organize and find files on Commons from one of the interviewed users. So what does stitching mean? There are a lot of detail. I'm not going to call all of this, but for example, it would mean you take a Commons image you want to use on Wikipedia, so you make it work by cropping it and retouching it. You might want to align the categories, so if you want to link a Commons category from Wikipedia article, you want to have the scope match, etc. So there's a lot of smaller things where this stitching shows up in everyday editing. So I was giving a lot of here, but the interesting section of the paper for us is they really call out some specific barriers that they think cause problems. So one is what they call lack of communications across networks. So they talk about micro networks of editors. That's people focusing on some tasks like photographers or even photographers for a specific subject, but photographing birds or architecture or concept photography. So people, they know probably who is active in that space, they give each other advice, but another example would be admins who handle deletions, copyright violations, the categorizer, etc. And also Wikipedia might have, and that is these networks do not communicate well with each other. So they recommend to think about ways to maybe find new channels and They give direct information to the foundation, by the way, in this paper, right? So you should maybe participate in the design approach to build such channels. Another barrier is multilinguality. So, I mean, Commons is actually very multilingual in theory, right? There's a lot of translatable templates, etc., translatable documentation, policy pages, but they observe it's mostly produced and curated by English speakers. And the big problem is search. I mean, probably you guys know this, right? If you search for whatever lion on Commons, you get lots of lions. If you search, so I'm German, if I search for Löwe, the German word of lion, I get a lot of people with that surname, and then maybe one or two where someone put in the German word for lion. And that's still a fix that the foundation, they mentioned this, has this structured data on Commons project, which aims to improve this, but so this is a quote from the paper, they made little progress on Commons because many contributors simply do not know about it or did not care, or they even preferred their own quote-unquote the category-based system over a new structure designed by the foundation. And I make a recommendation here, which is foundation should consider to just incorporate the existing categories into structured data in Commons. One footnote, by the way, the paper was done before there's a new search function, the image search, which went live in 2021. It has the same issues, but the interviews took place when the old one was still the default. Lastly, another barrier then is different policies. So DECO, or the precautionary principle on Commons, which is this idea that when there's a significant doubt about the freedom of a particular file, it should be deleted as a potential copyright violation. They argue that this is kind of alienating to Wikipedians. And another example would be Wikipedia policies about verifiability, right, and citing sources, or also neutral point of view. And Commons does not have such. I mean, there might be, for example, a map that's not neutral, but that's, of course, not a reason to delete it in the Commons, right, or to otherwise moderate it. And they do not offer quite as much solutions for this, but they do call it out. There's two other barriers, and we're not going to talk about in detail, but that's they talk about cross-platform vandalism. If your image gets vandalized or overwritten on Commons, you're on Wikipedia, there's no easy way to see this. That's probably also a technical problem that the foundation could address. And then just the different self-perception of the products, that the Commons as a media repository, or Commons as a media repository in itself, a bit like Flickr, or as infrastructure for the other Wikipedia products. And is the ultimate purpose of a file on Commons to be used on other products, or is it valuable in itself? Boom. So with that, I'm going to Mako for the next one.
All right. So, as Wikimedia projects have become more mature and more complex, they've become sort of important laboratories in ways that surprised me a little bit for the study of policies, rules, and governance. And I think that there was this paper by Sverre Steinsen published in the last year is, I think, a really great example of how political scientists are increasingly learning from us. So this paper was published in one of the most high-profile places in political science. It's a really great example of high-profile research. And it's a study about how the current approach to applying the NPOV policy on English Wikipedia has occurred. Now, in a more general sense, it uses sort of data from Wikipedia to describe an explanation new to political science about how political conflict can lead to changes in rules and how they're applied. So, here's the basic story. The claim in this paper is that the neutral point of view rule in Wikipedia initially, like 20 years ago, created a lot of space for what you might think of as sort of like fringe ideas. And so by fringe ideas, he means like conspiracy theories or like sort of pseudoscience, right? Because the idea was that we weren't supposed to say, like, oh, this is like the truth. We're supposed to say, well, these people say this is good, and other people, scientists say that that's kind of not true. And so they uses this example. And then increasingly over time, the argument is that Wikipedia has become, well, it's relied more on particular sets of reliable sources and been able to say things like, yeah, this is pseudoscience. So The argument is that there's this process that unfolded, that there was ambiguity about how to apply the neutral point of view rule, that people sort of fought, and he sort of split these people into what you might think of in this particular case is the people that are sort of pro-fringe views and anti-fringe views, and that basically the anti-fringe people won most of these fights, the people who were not the believers in the fringe views, and that by winning those fights they gained power, and that the pro-fringe people tended to leave, and that as a result the anti-fringe position became sort of dominant, and sort of the neutral point of view rule was refined to match their ideas. So I'll give you a really concrete, the author of the paper gave us a very concrete example. Actually, he gave us 64 examples. He basically got evidence by looking at, 63 examples. He looked at the full edit histories of 63 topics that are associated with sort of conspiracy theories or pseudoscience in various ways. And what he demonstrated was that there was a pretty consistent, across these articles, a very consistent path from. So this is an example from the homeopathy article in English Wikipedia, and during the first 5 years, homeopathy was described pretty consistently as something like a controversial system of alternative medicine. And today, if you go to the article, it says, literally, homeopathy is a pseudoscience. And I think that you see very similar sort of processes that have unplayed across the other 64 articles that describe, that he sort of categorizes as being sort of like fringe or conspiracy theories. And then what he did was he went through, to unpack this process, he went through a bunch of different discussions in RFCs and things like this where disagreements where basically people were arguing about NPOV, and through that process sort of articulating this. And what he showed was that in each of these cases, people that had been present, that there were sort of these pro-fringe and anti-fringe camps, which he sort of lists as AF and PF up here, and that in all of these cases, the anti-fringe people, the people who are saying, no, we should say it's a pseudoscience, not all these sources are equally reliable, so on and so forth, that they won the arguments, and that over time, the pro-fringe people, despite having in many cases participated for very long periods of time, left. And Steinson, I should go back, sorry. Steinson argues that this is not only an important way of documenting a set of processes in terms of how Wikipedia's own policies and interpretations unfolded over time, that it provides a model for how change in political systems can happen more generally, but which is really hard to study because if you're a political scientist, you typically don't get, a data set of all the arguments that people had along the way. So I think it's a cool example of how Wikipedia is helping science and how maybe political science is also helping understand processes that are unfolding in Wikipedias as well. All right. Great. I'll hand it back to Tillman.
Cool. Yeah, so our next meta theme is bias inequality. So there's been a lot of research on all this over the years. We have had some of papers about this, and this year we had 3 quite different papers which are each representative for some theme. So first one is basically Wikipedia as a tool to measure bias elsewhere. And for this we again go back to large language models. So quickly, there's about 2 papers, one using the other. This is Llama 2 Open Foundation Fine-Tuned Chat Models. It's by Facebook, Meta. And they said in all the paper it's called a bold data set for measuring bias in open-ended language generation. So this is actually from last month. So Facebook got quite a bit of attention last month by Open announcing its Llama 2 models. So the press says it's rival to ChatGPT, which is exaggerated, but it's been taken very seriously. It's also kind of open source, not really. We open source, we are not happy about it, but it's usable in a very wide of concept, also commercially. And they really, they are aware of all the concerns, right, about large language models and biases and other harms. So they have a very long accompanying white paper, 77 pages, providing exhaustive details on the comprehensive steps taken to help provide safety and limit potential bias. And we're looking at a small part of the paper which is about bias, and it has an interesting use of Wikipedia. So they cite an older paper from 2021, which provides a method to examine bias in various demographic categories. So it's race, gender, also religion, political ideology, and profession, your job category. It's called BOLD, Bias and Open-Ended Language Generation Datasets. And it works is they take a sentence from Wikipedia articles, 24,000 different, and Cafe Rule, it's English Wikipedia, as you may have guessed, no other languages. So, and you take a sentence about a person and only have the intro and the verb. So in this sense, it's on February 4, 2009, David Allen was honored for contributions to dance and blah, blah. And they cut off, and they have the large language model complete this, and might come up with, on February 4, 2009, David Allen was formally charged with armed robbery. This is a hallucination, right? She didn't actually do this, or she was actually charged. And so that's one of the concerns here, right? And that especially this happens across categories, but it happens for some categories more than often, right? So the concern is like, for example, African Americans might be associated with crime more, and then the LLM would like do this negative prompt. So yeah, the completed prompt is evaluated. That's the bottom part in red by some other languages and by sentiment especially. So obviously charged with armed robbery is negative, and honored for your contribution is positive. And then you go and look how often this creation of negative text happens, or how the average score is, and if it happens more often for people in some specific social group, for example, women, African Americans, Islam, Muslims, etc., then you have evidence for bias in that language change model. So we're talking about the current application, but quickly go back to this author paper who provided this method also and compared to Wikipedia, and they said that actually language model datasets back then all had more biases than Wikipedia itself. So there's also, I talk a lot about our biases, and of course they're pretty serious, but there's also, might in some cases be better than in other places. So here's how to apply this in the last month's paper by Facebook, by Meta. This is an easier case. This is a gender bias, easier to compare. So what you see in this table is American actors and actresses, so one specific profession, right, compared. And so you see in the rows particular models. So like Falcon is another open source model, and Llama is their own models. And then you see these numbers. These are the average sentiment scores. So remember, 0 is neutral, -1 is the most negative one. And you see they hover like all in positive, but there are differences. And actually, in this case, the actresses got higher sentiments. So this is kind of anti-male discrimination, if you will. But in either way, this is the fine-tuning. So the fine-tuning is a step where you take your large language model and try to improve it, remove all these biases, toxicity, safety, which OpenAI also did with ChatGPT, and they said reduce this difference between these groups, so reduce bias basically. So here's the same thing for race, which looks a bit more complicated, just because there's 4 different groups. And by the way, I have to take back behind another paper that talks about the problems of defining something like race or so, and but to say they defined, some of you might notice the Wikipedia doesn't actually have a lot of categories race, so they just went to articles like lists of African Americans or lists of Italian Americans. So these were the European Americans that you see there, and so these make up the data sets. And again, ask all these large language models to complete the prompts from Wikipedia, take the sentiment, the average, and see what happens. And they say for the demographic of Asian Americans and Hispanic Latin Americans have a relative higher positive sentiment than African Americans, but also actually European Americans, which you may not have expected. And the important thing is you can, by fine-tuning, you reduce this disparity, right? So it's less of a social bias. So unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know, they didn't go back and test it again on Wikipedia like this earlier paper did, right? But still, I mean, at least we can see that Wikipedia plays a very important role in figuring out bias. And like a lot of choices on Wikipedia, like which article subject we cover, right? Which what statements we include in articles. These are what give us prompts, and how we record demographic groups, etc. These all go directly into this evaluation, And this large language model might look pretty different if you had made different choices. Lastly, it doesn't want me to learn, but I also did for politics and religion. For politics, the liberal and conservative tend to have the highest positive sentiments. And there's one group that's being discriminated against, it seems, which is fascists, who have negative scores. And of course, I also can ask, is this the kind of bias we support? But yeah, it shows you just how far you can go with examining this. And with that, we go to the next paper.
All right. All right. So historically, a lot of the research that is focused on bias is focused on the gender gap. Well, initially in terms of who was editing, and then it sort of shifted over time to thinking about gender gaps in terms of which articles, gender gaps in terms of the kinds of biographies, for examples, that exist or don't exist in the encyclopedia. This year, a major theme was related to comparing the content of articles that do exist in various ways. And beginning to explore and understand different kinds of bias. So this is an excellent paper by Anjali Field, led by Anjali Field, which is actually really a method, a really useful method, we think, that about measuring bias for measuring bias in exactly this kind of way. So I should also point out that this paper is special in that it is one of 2 papers that this year was awarded the Wikimedia Foundation Research of the Award of the Year. It's a backronym, so it's the WMF Ray Award. Layla, I think, is out here, the other half of the committee, so I was involved in helping make the decision, so I like this paper a lot. A really excellent piece of research. So a lot of people that are interested in measuring content bias in Wikipedia, but there are a bunch of challenges. So this is a table from the paper in question, which just explains the length of, it just shows the length of biographies for sort of biographies about African Americans, Asian Americans, and Hispanic Americans in English Wikipedia. And you can see that there's 902 words and so on and so forth. And then it shows it to a comparison class, which is what most people who have studied this done in the past. And the comparison class is just the average length for all biographies. I mean, one thing you see, so we see initially is that actually all 3 of these groups have longer biographies on average than an average biography in the encyclopedia. But there's some reasons to believe that this may not be a fair comparison, because the kinds of things because there's not an equal number of, not every kind of person is equally represented in Wikipedia, and that there's bias in the world that shows up in terms of what kinds of things get covered, right? So for example, there are many biographies about professional athletes, and the large majority of professional athletes in the world tend to be men. And that might lead us to conclude that, and if, for example, those biographies about professional athletes tended to be shorter than other biographies, that might lead us to conclude that articles about women were longer on average. So here's their approach. To go from this world in which we're looking at all, comparing, for example, all women's biographies to all men's biographies, to one in which you're creating a very careful kind of matching, to basically go about saying, let's pick a particular biography, and then let's find the best set of matches for that particular biography. So Marissa Mayer was a CEO of a large tech company in the United States. Yeah, for a while, Tim Cook is also the CEO of a large tech company in the United States. But the 2 are different primarily in terms of gender. So they come up with a method. The method is complicated and mathematical, and I'm not going to go into the details here, but it doesn't just sort of count the number of categories. It actually looks at which categories are unusual and tries to figure that out. And the punchline is that it seems to work really well. This is a picture which they use to sort of compare. It's a tool called UMAP, and it basically is a way to visualize whether or not 2 sets of things that are coming out of the process are very similar. What they're looking for here is, this is the example up here of African American articles, and it sort of represents how they sort of are situated to each other in general. This is the sort of the basic comparison case, which is essentially all biographies, and you can see that it looks a little bit different. They explore a bunch of alternative approaches that people have used, and they find that they don't work as well. They compare it to the one with the little green arrow up here, which is their method, and they find that it comes up with a set of sort of a comparison set of biographies that actually look really, really similar along most dimensions in relation to each other as well. And the comparisons themselves, I'm not going to walk you through all the number in this table. They look really different. If you look at article lengths, you find the opposite, actually, of what I showed on the first thing. That actually, each of these groups, African Americans, Asian Americans, and Hispanic Americans, they actually tend to be they have shorter articles than comparable biographies that are unmarked in this case. If you and they see. They also find that the articles tend to be edited a little bit less, that they tend to be much younger, and that they tend to be covered in fewer other Wikipedia language editions. So they, again, worked primarily in English Wikipedia, but they actually compared coverage across all language editions as well. This work and others like it is important for a bunch of reasons. It's useful in the sense that they provided. It's actually just useful. They provided code and data for folks in the community to use. So folks that are interested in measuring concept gaps have a tool. It's also one of the very first papers to study sort of intersexual identities. So, for example, race and gender at the same time. All right. And for the final research postcard, I'm going to talk about a third paper, which is about sort of inequalities as well. And this is, but it's taking a more sort of critical or humanistic approach. So, so far what we've talked about has, I think, been basically all kind of like social science or computer science, and that really does describe the vast majority of research that's done on Wikimedia projects. But there's also an increasingly a large, really great sort of humanities-based research as well. Often this work is very critical, and it's really focused less on like kind of proving facts and more on sort of like generating insights or calling out hidden power structures in various ways. And there were a number of interesting papers this year that were trying to do this. This one is very related to some of the work on inequality and bias, and we wanted to highlight it as well. It's by Michael Mandeberg, who folks may know. Mandeberg is an artist and a professor of media and culture, and also one of the co-founders of the organization Art and Feminism, which many people know is very active in working in a number of Wikipedia language editions. His paper was published in Social Text, which is really one of the best journals in the humanities. It's a really high-profile piece of work as well. And it actually started out with a pretty funny, it started out with a kind of like a funny thing. He actually set out to answer two questions which were actually pretty social scientific in their orientation. The questions were the ones up here. What percentage of Wikipedia editors are from indigenous or historically non-dominated and non-dominant ethnic groups? And what percentage of Wikipedia biographies are about people from indigenous or historically non-dominant ethnic groups, right? So he wanted to sort of understand in English Wikipedia something very analogous to the content gap in that people talk a lot about in terms of gender. He was interested in whether or not how this sort of played out in terms of like ethnic groups in English Wikipedia as well. And what he found out was that he basically couldn't answer either of these questions. And so instead, he wrote a paper which was about why he couldn't answer these questions. And they come down to the way in which race and ethnicity are encoded in Wikimedia projects and about how it affects sort of both scientists and also communities in order to be able to answer questions like that. He sort of described three main reasons, and I'll go through them reasonably quickly, but I think that they're sort of about sort of like unpacking and calling insight. The first was that the Wikipedia category system is very limited for answering questions about sort of like race and ethnicity in particular. This is just a list of the people that belong to the category people of African descent. The first person is Camus, like Albert Camus, who is French but was born in Algeria. The third person is Amos Bronson Alcott, who is not of African descent but was involved in the Underground Railroad, and due to intricacies of the category system got sort of shunted into this one. There's a whole bunch of things a lot of things on this list are not people at all, and this makes things kind of challenging. The second problem he found was that and this is I think probably the biggest takeaway in his paper, was that being white is effectively a null category. It's simply not recorded, generally speaking, either in the Wikipedia category system or in Wikidata. So this is a description of all of the 1.8 million Wikidata items that have English Wikipedia articles and have the ethnic group property, and 38% of them are listed as African American. Not because 38% of the biographies in English Wikipedia are about African Americans, certainly not. because people that are not, that generally speaking, white people simply don't have ethnicities, that it's sort of the default category, and so it's often just not included. Barack Obama is listed as African American in Wikidata. Donald Trump, at least from the time that his article was written, has no ethnicity which is listed, and neither does Queen Elizabeth or George Washington or Cecil Rhodes, lots of people who were kind of famous for being white in some sense. The second question that he asked was actually about editor population, and he ran into a lot of trouble with this one too. But the reason was actually very different. One reason, which is actually kind of related to all three of these things, is that people really don't agree across cultures and contexts about racial categories. They don't even really agree with themselves over time. These things shift and change over time. It's much more fluid than the way in which people talk about gender, which is also in some ways very fluid. In many places, it's not culturally appropriate or even legal to ask people about their race or ethnicity. And as a result, the Wikimedia Foundation, despite running surveys of editors every year, has never included a question about race or ethnicity in its community surveys. They did ask about ethnicity for the first time in 2020, but only for the survey that was focused on editors, only for the survey that was being given to people in the US and in the UK. Beyond that, we simply don't know. And I think that this work is a great example of humanistic research because it points it doesn't go out and it sought initially to try to measure something, but the point here is not to measure something, but to explain how something is not being measured and to place it into a broader social context. I don't think he's saying these things are bad, although I think that it provides a sort of a useful set of insights that can be used to think through how we might want to be approaching these kinds of questions differently in the future. All right, so those are the postcards and the 7 exemplary studies from the year. And of course, this is a tiny, tiny fraction of the kinds of stuff that we were talking about. And I know Tim and I have been arguing for a while now about which kinds of things. I don't know. Like, it's really, this is a hard process choosing from the enormous amount of really, really excellent work that is done. There's a few other really important themes that we didn't get to talk about that we wanted to highlight. There is every year just an enormous amount of work that is not sort of like as directly engaged with Wikipedia or Wikimedia projects as a community, but is using it as a corpus. So lots and lots of work in natural language processing in the last year. It's been a huge, huge area. There's increasingly often been a bunch of work which is focused on talk pages and discussions. We talked about the one with Wikidata, which looked at that as well, but I think that a lot of people are interested in discussion. And then there's a third category which was really big this year, which is people that are building data sets for other people to do research on that are essentially sort of processing and republishing Wikipedia data in some way that makes it possible or easier for people to do work. So just this morning, we saw a talk from someone who had analyzed the data, a processed data set of articles for deletion conversations and was able to do work with that as well. I think that there's a ton of other resources. I mean, this talk, happens at most once a year, but there's lots of. The good news is that there's lots and lots of other opportunities to talk about this. We can only really scratch the surface, but this is not your only chance. You should follow the Wiki Research account on Twitter or X, which will give you more than a research paper or event a day on average across the year. What?
And Mastodon.
And on Mastodon as well. Yeah. Actually, I follow it on Mastodon. I should know that. There's the Wikimedia Research newsletter, which is published as part of the Signpost, but which is available on Meta. You should check it out. The Wiki Workshop happens once a year, sort of in the around May, and is a really, really great opportunity. It was just really fantastic this year, so that's a good thing as well. There's the Wikimedia Foundation Research Showcase, and then there's OpenSim, which is an annual conference originally called WikiSim, but it's a conference on open collaboration and publishes lots of work as well. So there's just tons and tons of stuff out here. It's been a pleasure to be back at Wikimania and to be able to talk to you all about research. That's what we've prepared. Thank you very much.
Questions?
Oh, questions? We have a couple minutes. If folks have questions, I mean, this is a funny thing to ask questions about because we, of course, didn't do any of these papers, almost by definition. So, but we've read them all very carefully. And if you have broader questions about research or getting engaged in the research community, that can be something which would be useful as well. Yeah, sure.
Hi, my name is Leila, Wikimedia Foundation research team. I just want to thank both of you for doing all this work. It's a tremendous amount of work to prepare for this presentation, and you've been doing it year in and year out. Thank you so much.
Thanks. It has become a lot easier since the newsletter has come around and since Wikimedia Research. There's lots of opportunities to do that as well, so yeah.
So I guess you spend a lot of your time looking over the sorts of research that is done. What has surprised you that isn't being researched? What would you have expected to see research on by now, and yet you repeatedly don't see?
I mean, there's some easy answers, right, which is, we always talk about commons, right, which has been, anyway, there has been a paper now, but there's a lot of smaller sister projects which don't get a lot of attention. We mentioned Wiktionary, which gets some, but it's mostly just linguists. So yeah, I think sister projects are still, I mean, obviously they get much less traffic and much less editing, but I think there's still a lot of under-researched parts there. And of course, I mean, I'm talking about not surprised, but like we said, non-English products, right? That's also a gap, and what that should mean. We should also maybe, by the way, we have new products, right? Abstract Wikipedia, Wikifunctions, that got some research, but only mostly from people who are building it, right? So yeah, it's maybe a bit early, but that's probably, I mean, if your question is about what should I try to research next year, maybe that might be an interesting option.
Hi, Richard, user Nosebag Bear. So we've had a whole set of really good research that obviously put together these bits here, and there've also been a fair amount, and I imagine you've seen far more of, should we say, rather poor quality research. Would you say, with the declining number of Wikipedia research but increasing Wikidata, how would you say the quality of the average research piece on these projects is going? Up, down, stays the same?
That's a great question. I think that one thing I think that's been really exciting to me is that in the last few years, I've seen it seems to be increasingly common for researchers, people publishing scholarly research, to be either community members themselves or working in collaboration, for example, with chapters. And I think that there's a kind of like mistake that just like fundamentally gets things wrong about the community just because people don't understand what's like basic things about what's going on. So they think that this is a reasonable way to measure, you know, something, but actually it totally doesn't measure that, and anyone who's been participating in the community would know it. And I think that still happens for sure. But I think that because I don't know, like there's some of us have, I don't know, become decided to study this thing that we spend a lot of our spare time on, or because people have worked in collaboration, or chapters in many cases, or different sort of groups or affiliates have reached out to scholars and to work on sort of evaluation of programs, so on and so forth. I think that work really doesn't suffer from that kind of problem. So I think that that's like a reason to be optimistic. I don't know, there's always some distribution of like, you know, better and worse kind of stuff.
Yeah, by the way, talking about like research by chapters or on Wikipedia, I think one link that I actually forgot to put in here, or should in the next, is the research projects list on MetaWiki, right? We have kept up this good habit of asking researchers to create a page on Wiki about research they're doing. Obviously, not everybody does it, but I think all the Mir Foundation grantees at least. And so if you go there, you find quite a few interesting projects, of course, of varying quality too, but that's also an interesting place to look at.
Yeah. If you're a full-time professor and you study, I don't know, CEOs, I can't be like, go become a CEO. But if you're studying, I don't know, Wikidata, I can say, go contribute to Wikidata, and I do, and I think many people do as well. So we have 30 seconds. Do you want to?
Hello. My question is about the first theme, generative AI, and the second theme, bias you mentioned before. Yeah. First, I'm a totally freshman here, so maybe it's just a personal confusion. Wikipedia is becoming a data source for many kinds of generative artificial intelligence, but we all know that there is no denying that maybe there are some biased content on Wikipedia, although it is much better than some news media. Yeah. We used to be able to find and modify this content that remains to be discussed on Wikipedia more easily, but when this content becomes the foundation database into like ChatGPT, we are difficult to find and resist. If you don't know the mechanism by this AI generate content and you don't know whether the modification on Wikipedia will have any effect on these libraries that have already been trained, should we be also be consciously cautious about Wikipedia becoming a source of data for this generative AI? Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Yeah, we can. That's a super important question. I mean, we had a whole session actually about this, or several yesterday, so you can maybe word or, but yeah, it's super important, of course, right? And I would say one thing, which is it's not always very clear how much Wikipedia influences the output of LLMs, right? It's like 3% of 5 is a corpus. So that's a pretty open research field. Actually, I'm going to post a little bit about this at Wikimedia shortly if you are animating this. But yeah, it's a super important question, of course, right? And it like really increases the responsibility we have on Wikipedia to get things right if it influences these LLMs. I think that's what you're getting at, right?
Yeah. So we're over time, so I want to let everyone escape to the break. So thank you all for coming. We're both around and happy to talk. I'm always happy to talk about Wikimedia research, and there's a number of sessions left in the research track, the research science and medicine track, and I look forward to seeing you all there to see some of the research from being done by people who are here. So thanks, everybody.
And ladies and gentlemen, we're going for a very short break and see you back here at 3:30 p.m.
Good afternoon, everyone. In the next session, from UNESCO, we will be sharing about the International Decades of Indigenous Languages. And we have a recorded message from our colleague from UNESCO Paris, Chief of Section for Universal Access to Information. Let us watch together. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to address you on the occasion of the Wikimania 2023 conference, celebrating the International Decade of Indigenous Languages that stretches from 2022 to 2032. This event, with its theme on diversity, collaboration, and the future, provides the ground for significant exchange on the state of Indigenous languages and to expand the possibilities of digital empowerment of Indigenous language users. This will not only lead to the development of a richer, more culturally and linguistically diverse world, but has the potential to aid us in fostering sustainable development and building open, peaceful, and participatory societies for the future. I would like to thank the Wikimedia Foundation and my colleagues from the UNESCO office in Jakarta for their role in organizing this event, as well as all of you that are present during this event. The proclamation by the United Nations General Assembly of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages put languages and the importance of indigenous languages squarely on the development agenda. The International Decade was officially launched on 13 December 2022 during a high-level event that gathered policymakers, representatives from UN mechanisms and indigenous peoples organizations, as well as the private sector, in order to set the stage for a decade of decisive action aimed at protecting, preserving, and revitalizing indigenous languages worldwide. The event drew significant participation from 125 countries, more than 2,300 participants, of which 13 countries from the Asia and the Pacific region were represented. But why the decade? It's because despite the immense value of languages, the vast majority of the approximately 7,000 languages worldwide are used by indigenous peoples and are at risk of falling into disuse. The reasons for language endangerment vary across different communities and locations as indigenous peoples worldwide experience challenges connected to migration, educational disadvantage, illiteracy, assimilation, or even enforced relocation. In the Asia-Pacific region, we see a remarkable level of cultural and linguistic diversity, with an estimated 3,000 languages spoken. Various languages are spoken by indigenous and immigrant communities, but it is essential that communities have opportunities to use them in public spaces, create new content and cultural products in these languages, and make the most out of knowledge systems that is associated with indigenous languages. The International Decade advocates for government policies that cater for the use of indigenous languages in education, healthcare, the judiciary system, and all realms of public life. UNESCO is committed to assist stakeholders to preserve, revitalize, and promote indigenous languages across all sociocultural, economic, environmental, and political domains. Of course, in cooperation with the United Nations Department for Economic and Social Affairs, the Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights, and the International Fund for Agricultural Development, and many other partners that are on board. One of the important ways in which the International Decade seeks to accomplish its goals is through the creation of partnerships between indigenous language speakers and those engaged in the areas such as those that I just mentioned. Private sector partnerships is also clearly marked within one of the output areas of the Global Action Plan of the decade, and we seek to foster relationships with that will contribute to a long-term sustainable development of indigenous languages. The International Decade provides us with a unique opportunity in this regard and offers important entry points for tangible and long-term action among all stakeholders, embracing the themes of diversity, collaboration, and projecting us to the future, which is highlighted in this conference that we are present. Now, in order to keep the momentum of this 10-year period of the decade, one of the main objectives in the scale-up phase from this year until 2026 is the establishment of national action plans, wherein local actors can work together to localize the global action plan, tailoring it to the specific context and needs of each country. This must happen in consultation with local indigenous populations and representatives to ensure that their voices are heard, taken into account in the decision-making process. Currently in the region, Australia, Nepal, and New Zealand are in the process of developing national action plans for indigenous languages. But we hope to help this number growing and to see more countries coming on board. Knowing how linguistically, culturally, socially, and historically diverse the Asia and Pacific region is, it is imperative to adapt the framework that's laid down by the Global Action Plan to the realities of the region on the ground. The development of national action plans is also a means to secure a stronger commitment on the part of national entities involving a wide range of stakeholders and pushing indigenous languages and their speakers to the forefront for policy action. The national action plans can also privilege the importance of digital empowerment. This involves the development of capacities in media information literacy, digital and online activism, on the creation of multilingual content online, respecting the principles of openness, interoperability, reusability, accessibility, and diversity. Such action of digital empowerment is also in line with the UNESCO 2003 recommendation concerning the promotion and use of multilingualism and universal access to information in cyberspace. The recommendation, and I quote, seeks to alleviate language barriers and promote human interactive action on the internet by encouraging the creation and processing of and access to educational, cultural, and scientific content in digital format, so as to ensure that all cultures can express themselves and have access to cyberspace in all languages, including, of course, indigenous languages. With this in mind, the Wikimedia movement, with its emphasis on free knowledge and collaboration in content making, can play a significant role in supporting the International Decade of Indigenous Languages at the global, regional, national, and community levels. On the front of content creation, Wikimedia projects, particularly Wikipedia, can serve as a platform to create and expand articles on indigenous languages, cultures, and related topics. This would include writing articles, improving existing content, and translating relevant articles into indigenous languages to ensure their preservation and dissemination. The Wikimedia can also support initiatives aimed at digitizing and documenting indigenous languages. This includes partnering with indigenous communities, language experts, and organizations working in the field to create digital resources such as online dictionaries, grammar guides, and audio recordings of indigenous languages. These resources can be integrated into Wikimedia projects, making them freely accessible to a global audience. The Wikimedia movement can also explore the development of technological solutions and tools to support the documentation, revitalization, and preservation of indigenous languages, or collaborate on similar projects that are already underway. This can involve creating language-specific applications, software or platforms that facilitate language learning, transcription, and archiving. Open source tools can empower indigenous communities to actively participate in language preservation efforts. Collaboration with indigenous language advocacy groups, academic institutions, and cultural organizations can strengthen the Wikimedia movement's support for the International Decade. These partnerships and willingness to support initiatives can facilitate the exchange of knowledge, expertise, and resources, leading to the development of innovative projects and initiatives that address the specific needs of indigenous communities. Specific actions to be taken have to include a variety of stakeholders, which is at the essence of the International Decade. And this includes also work with the Wikimedia Foundation and working with within the local context with communities and their speakers. Collaborating closely with indigenous communities and respecting their human rights is crucial to ensure that this support aligns with their aspirations and goals, as well as the normative frameworks guiding the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. In conclusion, it is essential that we take this moment to apply the recommendations set out in the Global Action Plan on a national and international scale, facilitating the use of multilingual and linguistically diverse resources on the Internet, all while involving the input of Indigenous peoples at every stage of the process. UNESCO very much look forward to continuing working in close cooperation with its partners for the promotion of multilingualism and linguistic diversity to make this a truly transformative decade of action for Indigenous languages and those that speak the languages. In this respect, we have just launched the co-publication of a children's book on the subject of languages called What Makes Us Human. It is authored by Dr. Victor Santos and is currently available in 8 languages. We must act for languages as public goods for future generations, leaving behind a legacy that tells them, as Victor does in his book, that language is the greatest invention of all, connecting us to the past, to the present, and the future. Languages makes us human. Thank you for your attention.
Okay. If in his presentation, my colleague Jaco highlighted 3 things. First, the importance of international decades of indigenous languages from a global perspective. And second, how we could benefit from digital empowerment and how Wikimedia movement through its digital platform and collaborative content creation could play significant roles in supporting IDEAL. My presentation, which is very short, 7 minutes, will specifically share UNESCO Jakarta and Bangkok offices' activities in promoting and safeguarding indigenous languages. In terms of our function, both UNESCO Jakarta and Bangkok are multi-sectoral regional offices with 5 areas of programs: education, natural science, social human science, culture and communication and information. The selected activities I'm going to present or talk about today will be more of the work of the Communication Information Unit. And Jakarta office itself covering Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Timor-Leste, while Bangkok office is covering Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. In delivering our work on IDEAL, we are guided by the standard-setting instruments of UNESCO, which are earlier said by Mr. Jaco, the Global Action Plan and the 2003 recommendation to promote multilingualism and universal access to information to cyberspace. And a lot of activities we are doing are to support our local partners initiative. And some of the initiatives Jakarta is have done through collaboration with Bangkok office. This is just the most recent example, which also Ms. Maki mentioned earlier. Through our sister office, UNESCO Bangkok hosted an online forum to celebrate World's Indigenous People Day on the 9th of August. The theme of this year's Indigenous Day is Youth as the Agent of Change for Self-Determination. The webinar showcased a collection of short documentary videos that were created by Indigenous youth under a project called Hooked on Peace. UNESCO supports Asia Pacific indigenous youth in documenting and collecting traditional stories relevant to the themes gender equality, peace building, and sustainability in their local communities. And these documentary videos will also be available on the Wikimedia Commons. Now, for the Philippines, we supported the University of the Philippines Visayas in organizing a conference on indigenous languages and the SDGs. This is also a collaboration with Bangkok office. We use a existing connection from our sister office, Bangkok office. And through UNESCO funding support, we were able to bring the participation of indigenous people, indigenous leaders, educators from remote areas in the Philippines, such as Aita and Ati groups, to the conference. And this conference was also considered the first event held in the Philippines or even in Southeast Asia that is associated with IDEAL after the global launch in December 2022. Now, majority of our activities are currently held in Indonesia, where UNESCO Jakarta is based. And the next few slides will be an example to some of the activities related to the preservation of indigenous scripts and languages in Indonesia. We are actually really hoping to continue to reach out to more countries under UNESCO Jakarta in the following years. Just now, this morning and this afternoon, we had a very fruitful discussion with the communities from Singapore, Malaysia, the Philippines, Indonesia. So, yeah. So in Indonesia, through our existing connection with the Indonesian Internet Domain Association, or known as PANDI, that is an organization, non-profit, that sits under the Ministry of Communication and Informatics, we were able to work with the local partner to organize a seminar to discuss how we can better safeguard and preserve Indonesian scripts and languages in digital platform. And during this seminar, I was able to meet Indonesian partners and local communities who were really passionate about preserving indigenous scripts and languages and making them accessible online on the internet. And thanks to the work of these people, Indonesia now has a dedicated directory of arts and literature collections from 7 different indigenous languages. We are hoping more indigenous languages. And this is PANDI's flagship program that UNESCO supported since 2020. 2020. The name of the program is Connecting Indonesia Through Digitization of Nusantara Manuscript. And Pandi told us that the registration process was long and very complex, but thankfully there have been 7 local scripts now available for use online. And in the future, UNESCO is hoping to see more Indonesian scripts available online for use. Another activity we do will be in the form of an exhibition. We will believe it's an efficient, effective way for awareness raising, as picture speaks louder than words. And here, we work with the National Human Rights Commission and the Indonesian photojournalists in celebrating Human Rights Day. And one of the themes is about the life of indigenous people, and the selected photos was from Papua. You see from the picture here, it's an indigenous community far away from Papua, Kapeso. There are two other communities from Solo and from Jambi and Riau, South Sumatra, but Papua was selected. And then this is one of UNESCO flagship program, which is the Memory of the World, preserving, digitizing, and ensuring universal access to documentary heritage. And the MO committee exists at national, regional, international level. The guideline has just revised in 2023, and it emphasizes special efforts should be made to encourage and facilitate nominations from indigenous and minority or marginalized group. And this is our work in media information literacy from Bangkok office, where they produce 7 minutes to understand AI, now available in 12 languages in Cambodia and Vietnam. My time is up, but this will be my last slides. Finally, besides tapping into and supporting initiatives on ideal linguistic diversity and multilingualism in cyberspace-related events, UNESCO also tries to raise awareness by celebrating international days that are relevant and having a social media campaign. And present here are just two examples from Jakarta. This one is from Jakarta and Bangkok in celebrating International Mother Language Day on the 21st of February 2023. Now, I would like to conclude my presentation by reiterating again Mr. Jacob's remark. 2022 and 2026 is the scale-up phase of IDEAL to localize the global action plan into the national action plan. And UNESCO very much looks forward to continuing working in close cooperation with its partners, and in this case, Wikimedia Foundation, for the promotion of multilingualism and linguistic diversity to make a truly transformative decade of action for indigenous languages. It will be our all main goal to leave no one behind, no one outside by 2032. Thank you for your attention and support.
All right, thank you, Esther and Jacob, for the lovely presentation. And now I welcome Florence Depois on stage to talk to us about partnering with intergovernmental organizations.
So welcome everyone. During this session, we will outline the work done in the past and currently and in the future with international governmental organization, also known as EGOs, but also talk about what is in the pipeline and how we can get involved in the work as Wikipedian in the different ways. So I'm Florence Depois, your host today, also known as Anter. And I have to clarify that the original host of this session was not supposed to be me. It was supposed to be Eric Luth, who is a project manager at Wikimedia Sverige. He works in particular on the Content Partnership Hub. And as part of his job, he works as well in lobbying efforts, in particular in Sweden, but also internationally. Unfortunately, Eric had to cancel his participation for personal reasons, so I am replacing him today. And in advance, I apologize in case of any mistakes from my part. Today, he will also be replaced by one of his colleagues at Wikimedia Sverige. So it's Josephine Hellroth Larsen. So we have the pleasure of welcoming today several EGO participants, representatives, sorry. So I will name Charlotte Beauchamp, Suzanne Lapstoon, Jan Dennison, and Valérie Lafont. And the fifth person is Josephine Hellroth Larsen, as I mentioned earlier. So hello, everyone. Quickly about myself to give you a little bit of context, because I am known in this community under different hats. So just to clarify, I have been a Wikipedian in residence for WIPO, the World International Organization of Intellectual Property Rights, for the past 18 months with Charlotte Beauchamp. And I also helped recently with the recruitment, and I work with Salvador Alcantar from South America. And to put a little bit things into context, a few words about EGO organization. There are organizations that are often very large. So they include United Nations agencies and organizations, such as also European EU. An example of such organizations that you may know are UNESCO, WIPO, FAO, UNDP, OECD, and many others. Over the year, the Wikimedia Foundation and the Wikimedia movement had several opportunities to do great partnership, very successful partnership with EGOs over the past several years. But in general, the work has been very often ad hoc and limited in scope. So one of the goal of today is to think about the partnership that we could create, more opportunities so that underserved communities and underrepresented communities could also be involved and create their own roles. And of course, there are also many organizations which do not have any relationship with EGOs at the moment with Wikimedia communities. So we have been thinking with Eric that we have lots of benefits in partnering with EGO. I am going to give a couple of examples. First, the organization have great amount of material that could be very valuable. Material that is about the entire world. That's a first thing. The second thing, it could also open opportunities, venues, access to conferences for local communities. A third benefits could be that it could create maybe some interesting funding opportunities for local volunteers and for Wikimedia organizations, as many of them could be interested in hiring Wikipedian in residence. I would also clarify that in my case is very much facilitated in terms of work with WIPO, because WIPO made a decision in 2017 to move to a license, which is a CC BY license. So it's very practical. But many other EGOs have not moved to an open license yet, or currently thinking of. So one of the benefits of collaborating with EGOs might also be to further inspire them to adopt open licenses. So that's a whole bunch of opportunities, and that's also why we wanted to have this session to discuss that, to discuss the opportunities we have through this partnership. So I would like first to begin this panel by asking each of the people on the panel to introduce themselves, and maybe the best would be to ask Josephine, because Josephine, you are replacing Eric as part of this panel. So.
Yes, thank you. I will try my best to represent Wikimedia Sverige from Sweden here today. And my name is Josephine, as we've heard, and I work as a project leader at Wikimedia Sverige. My main focus is education and learning, and that's one angle I have into the Content Partnerships Hub work that we are doing. So I work with Eric as well as my other colleagues, John, for example, Andre, and others that you might know. in trying to build capacity for the entire movement around content partnerships. So I will talk a little bit more about that work later on during this conversation, but I'm very happy to be here now.
So maybe I would like to clarify that when you mentioned John, we are talking about John Cummings, who has been working with UNESCO for several years already. So maybe now moving to Charlotte, can you introduce yourself and maybe give us a little bit of information of how you already came to work with Wikimedia organization? Yeah.
Sure. Lovely to see you, Florence. I wish we could be there in person with you, but great to be joining you. Thank you. Yeah, my name's Charlotte, and as Florence says, we work together at WIPO. So I'm head of publishing, but I'm also the lead on the internal open access policy, which also means that I have a role in this intergovernmental organisation network, because WIPO leads a working group on open access to try and facilitate and support the move to open access, and particularly the adoption of open licenses. As Florence says, it really makes things so much easier if an IGO is using a Creative Commons license. It makes it so much easier to share. So we're there to support that part, and so we can be a partner there with the IGOs to help this partnership with Wikipedia. When we first got started, exactly because of this open access work, and the group has annual meetings, and we invited John Cummings to the first of these. So I've known John since 2017, and as we got ready at WIPO to start working on Wikipedia, he was obviously the first person that we went to run a pilot. So we started with him for about 3 months, and on the success of that, we then moved to working with different Wikimedians in residence, some of whom I think are probably joining you there in Singapore, Florence. There's Ayla, Hado Flood, and Sherry Antoine, and now we're working with you and with Salvador Moran.
I must clarify that both Ayla and Sherry are here at Singapore. So I see Ayla over there. I don't know if Sherry, so Ayla is over there. And Sherry is over there. So they were number 2 and number 3. And unfortunately, John is not here. So that's 3 of 4. That's not bad. Okay.
Big hello from me.
So let's move to Jan. Let's hear tell us about you.
Hello, everybody. Greetings to you all in Singapore or online. I hope this is another great day for you all. My name is Ian Dennison. I'm Senior Communications Officer at UNESCO, and I'm based in Paris. I caught the end of the previous presentation from our colleagues from Jakarta, so I'm very happy to see that UNESCO, with its 54 offices around the world, is very busy and is participating already in this workshop. As you will know, or some of you will know, UNESCO is the agency within the UN which leads on SDG 4, which is quality education for all. And UNESCO also leads on a program which is lesser known, which is called Information for All program, which means leading in the area of open access on educational resources and in open science. So from the very beginning, the compatibility with Wikimedia was kind of self-evident. And I think it's fair to say that our relationship started with love at first sight. UNESCO was the first UN organization to adopt open access 10 years ago, in July 2013. And very quickly after that, we were lucky, in 2015, we were lucky to receive a gift from Wikimedia Heaven in the form of John Cummings, who quickly became the Wikimedian in residence at UNESCO. John came to us and knuckled down very, very quickly and started opening many doors at UNESCO. So we have an incredible amount of projects that we work with John. 4,000 photos, illustrations, and graphics that are now available on Wikipedia with 10 million page views. We have open access text from our publications with over 300 Wikimedia articles. We are working with Wikimedia Sweden and Wikimedia Italia to produce, we produced a photography exhibition on cultural heritage at risk, which was displayed in Geneva and UNESCO and 10 other locations. We also have worked with Wikimedia Sweden on a project called Finding Glams to create the first worldwide map of cultural heritage institutions. UNESCO has also shared data sets on Wikidata, including information about World Heritage sites, biospheres, which all come from our institute based in Montreal, which is the UNESCO Institute for Statistics. UNESCO has also run on 2 occasions, 2018 and 2019, on International Women's Day, something called Wiki for Women, which tries to bring attention to the gender gap on Wikipedia. And so we have several hundred people who attended the event in Paris. And we have also been promoting Wikipedia photo competitions. Wiki loves monuments, Wiki loves Earth, and of course Wiki loves Africa. But as well as these projects, I would say that it's really important to highlight the work that we have done with the help of John in leading and providing support to other UN agencies and other IGOs on open access and to how to work with Wikimedia. So we've created a number of resources for everybody to use. And as Charlotte has just mentioned, he has helped several other agencies set up their work on open access and developing relationships with Wikimedia. So that's it in a nutshell. Back to you.
Thank you for this explanation. You made me suddenly realize that I actually joined that meeting, that session in Paris as one of the trainers. So I had completely forgotten about it. So I wanted also to mention that this morning, Jan, maybe you're not aware of, there was a wonderful presentation of Mrs. Maki Katsuno Ayashikawa. I don't know, is it in your? Yeah, I was thinking it was you. I was recognizing you. So she's here, and she gave a wonderful presentation this morning of perhaps not all, but many of the work that has been done over the past few years with UNESCO. And sincerely, I had no idea there were so many. So that was a discovery for me as well. I really liked it. So thank you for that presentation. So moving to our 2 other guests. So Suzanne, maybe? What about you? Can you tell us more?
Yes, sure. And nice to see you, Florence, and to be with you virtually. So my name is Suzanne Lapston. I work with the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, based in Rome, where I'm an editorial manager. And I'd just like to say a few words about FAO, because I think not everyone knows who we are and what we do exactly. So it's the Food and Agriculture Organization, but within that, there's a lot that's packed in. So there's agricultural production, of course, food and nutrition, but also environment and climate, economics, rural development, climate, land and water, fisheries, forests, you name it. So it's all about sustainably managing our planet and connecting the dots between our natural resources and how we grow our food and feed the people on the planet. But in addition to that, we're primarily a knowledge organization. So unlike some of the other food organizations like WFP, the World Food Programme, we are not mainly an operational organization, we're mainly a research organization. And in fact, the very first function listed in our basic texts, which is like our constitution, is that we shall collect, analyze, interpret, and disseminate information. So Wikipedia is kind of like a perfect match for what we want to do to get the information, the knowledge that we produce out there. And so my role within FAO is within the publications and library group, where I'm responsible, amongst other things, for coordinating dissemination and for the open access policy. And we went open access in 2018, so with a policy to share our content under a Creative Commons license. But even before that, we had always made our knowledge available, in fact, for decades for free online. But as we discussed in another recent workshop, we don't just want our knowledge to be available and reposing in a repository. We want it to get out there. We want it to be found by the people who need it. We want to be in the places that people go looking. So when I found out that UNESCO was working with a Wikimedian in residence, I got really excited. And I was also in touch with John Cummings. His name will be mentioned a lot, I think. And so we were really appreciative of being able to benefit from his knowledge and make our first steps in 2019. And we also got a lot of support from Richard Neville with Wikimedia UK, who helped guide us through a process where what we mainly do is we take our top tier publications on the state of agriculture, fisheries, forestry, etc., with really robust data and information, and we match that to Wikipedia content to get it out there and enrich those pages. And so we really got going in 2020, and as of 2021, we've also been adding on workshops in order to get people within the organization more directly involved with the Wikipedia content. But we don't have a Wikimedian in residence, so I'm hoping that that's something that might change soon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Suzanne. I don't think you mentioned Richard Neville from Wikimedia UK. I don't think he's at the conference. I haven't seen him, but nope. No, it's not the case. And finally, what about Valerie? Hello.
Hello. Hello to everybody. So my name is Valérie Lafont, and I work at the OECD. OECD is an acronym. It stands for Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. We deal with a lot of subjects, from agriculture to economy to education. I'm in charge of the strategic partnership in general and the fight against disinformation. I'm not going to say a lot about the collaboration between OECD and Wiki. It is just starting. It's the beginning of the journey. But I'll be happy to share my experience with my previous work with the International Energy Agency, because I'm trying to duplicate that at the OECD. So in 22, I was in the International Energy Agency. Maybe a few words on the agency, because it might not be well known by all of you. It was created in 74 to manage the oil shock. And now it's in charge of all what is linked with climate change, the fight against climate change. And this shift created also a different understanding of what we need to do in terms of sharing of knowledge. We somehow started to recognize that we enter in an area where there is a lot of disinformation and a lot of eco-anxiety, although we knew that the information we have to share is qualitative. It's based on science, it's based on fact. Plus, we have some concrete actions to do to help for the issue of climate change. So the whole collaboration started with this thinking: we need to shift in our way of working because it's not going to address the issue of climate change if we still do the old way we used to do. So we decided to change our way of working to make our knowledge more accessible and more visible to a larger public. And Wiki was an obvious partner for that. We also, in 1 year time, change our licensing. We moved to CC BY 4. And I want to thank WIPO and Charlotte because of the help, because it's important that we help each other in this change, because it's difficult to understand, but it's a big change for our organization to move to an open license, because I don't know, we are maybe a ways afraid of what could happen. So concretely, what we did with Wiki, we didn't have a Wikimedian in residence, but we decided to integrate Wiki as part of our workflow. In fact, every time we update a page on our website, we try to think of Wiki and update the page on Wiki. So for example, when we launch a new report, we updated the pages. We also identify pages that needed to be updated. We repaired broken links. We've updated also images on Wiki Commons. Together, today, I think we have updated around 50 pages on Wiki. And somehow Wiki became our second website in terms of knowledge sharing. And that's all for me.
It's really cool. Yeah, that's so. Well, I really like your approach, and I'm thinking we have two organizations with Wikipedia in residence, but two other without, but doing lots of things already with the platform. And in particular, the two of you are really involved on climate change, which is a super important topic for Wikipedians. We have several projects running around the year, like Wiki for Human Rights. We have a project Wiki in Africa run this year with African Union on climate change as well. So there are many programs. It would be interesting to see how we could somehow put that together. I need to be conscious of the time because we already spent quite some time. So I would like to ask the two groups, so Charlotte and Jan, who already explained quite a bit about the Wikipedia in residence and how you came to work with them. Do you have anything you want to add with regards to Wikipedia in residence? Why you decided to get them, to work with them, and what actually surprised you? What was unexpected to you and you thought was either difficult or, to the contrary, wonderful? What's a little bit more on your feedback on this? Maybe Charlotte first.
Sure, happy to go first. Choosing the Wikimedians was easy because obviously we all knew John. I think that one of the reasons why we wanted to work with a Wikimedian rather than get colleagues immediately to start editing pages themselves and sort of self-taught was to have somebody who would be a starting point, an intermediary between the Wiki community and WIPO staff. And also to have somebody who's extremely experienced and already working with another intergovernmental organization who would be able to give us ideas, because it was initially a pilot. So to try out lots of different techniques, lots of different things that we could be sharing, a little bit of images, a little bit of data, lots of text sharing, and to try different methods of working with staff as well. Do we train people up to be editors? Do we get them to pass over the information to the Wikimedian and the Wikimedian does everything? Or is there some kind of collaboration in between? So working with somebody who had a really good reputation in the community was really important, somebody with a lot of experience, but also who had the experience of working with a very big organization. So I think that was really helpful for us. We then tried with Sherry and Ayla, we tried different techniques in terms of working with staff, trying to build mini communities within the organization, and found that actually doesn't work for WIPO, which is fine. And then with Florence and Salvador, we've again tried a different technique, which is more sort of a menu of different ways of working and being super creative about what it is that we work on. So we're not as systematic as IEA, where we say, okay, we have new content, and I think FAO does this as well. We've published something new, how do we share that? There's a mixture. We have ideas and we work on little projects and they spin off into others, which makes it a very enjoyable project for me because it's very creative and kind of free form as well. One of the things that surprised me, I think, about working with a Wikimedian in residence is that Florence, as you all know, has quite a reputation, and I would have thought she would be untouchable. And what I love about working with the Wiki community is that it is as strict on its own as it is with newcomers. And this is going to surprise you, but Florence actually had edits reverted because she had shared content that was a copyright infringement. She was actually plagiarizing WIPO's own content because she was sharing from our website before we moved to an open license for the website. So we had terms and conditions which were very open, but they're a little bit ambiguous. And somebody came and stopped the edit. So we had to go back, and we actually then applied the CC BY license to the whole site. But that was something that surprised me, and I was very admiring of, that the community also watches their own. And it made me so grateful to have a Wikimedian in residence who is taking on that role, who knows how to communicate with the community and obviously with my colleagues too, but who has that sort of sensitivity and diplomacy that the Wikimedians that we've worked with have. So I would say those are my takeaways.
Thank you for that detailed answer. I'm a little bit worried about time, so I'm thinking maybe I will give the voice in advance to Josephine to make sure that you have the opportunity to share what Wikimedia Sverige has been thinking about to facilitate maybe partnerships. So maybe with WIPO, with UNESCO, with FAO, OECD, or maybe other organizations. You came up with some ideas, and I'd like you to explain a little bit. Do not take all the time so that we have time to come back to the others and with the room as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Sverige is Sweden in Swedish. It's a little bit difficult to pronounce. Well, I will try my best to share a brief introduction to how we work with this kind of collaboration and cooperation. And over the years, Wikimedia Sverige, Sweden, has gained our own experience through working with content partners nationally, locally, and internationally as time has passed. And we have sort of gathered a network of who has experience, all of these extremely competent people all around the world. And we have also been aware of the needs of both the movement and of potential partners, the IGOs in this case. So over the years, the organization has begun thinking, well, maybe we can do something with this. And that's where the idea of a content partnerships hub started. And that's an initiative that we are currently running. And why content partnerships? Well, we have heard great examples of that during these minutes ahead or previously, because we have seen that there are lots of organizations that have lots of material, high quality material, as Charlotte mentioned, in different languages, for example, and of different kinds. And of course, the Wikimedia platforms want to share that knowledge. They can be the platforms for sharing that knowledge. And both parties might need some help. The the institutions might need some help in adapting the material and making it fit for the platforms. And the platforms might have to be prepared in getting all of this material onto it so that the volunteer community is prepared for handling the material. And that's where we think that a hub can be a good way of doing that, be the bridge between the content partners and the platforms. And why do we then work with IGOs in this connection? Well, the quality of the material that we have come across this far is great. It is of high quality, but it doesn't have the reach that it might potentially have when it stays on their own platforms or the institution's own platforms. So that's where we think we can reach out in, of course, a huge scale. And the Wikimedia movement is, of course, global, as well as the IGOs. There might be lots of different platforms, areas of connection, for example, local volunteers all across the world, and people involved all over, as well as people with interest of the information all over the world. And I think both IGOs and the Wikimedia movement has as a foundation this shared understanding of free knowledge, even though we might not always think about that when we're not aware of it. But both parties have this shared understanding, and we can help the IGOs becoming even more free. And of course, the movement can come closer to sharing that sum of all human knowledge and collecting and sharing the high quality material that is available.
Thank you. Maybe we can ask a feedback from Suzanne and Valerie. And well, Jan, you have already been working a lot with the Wikimedia community, so I'd rather like to have Suzanne and Valerie feedback on this. And maybe you could tell us some information. How do you think you could work better with Wikipedians? What are you waiting from them? Is there something they could bring that could help you work with us? Maybe starting with Valerie or Suzanne, whoever is ready first.
Okay, seeing as
Suzanne then.
No, just quickly, I think what Charlotte said, the value of having a Wikimedian, of having someone who is respected in the community and knows how to interact with the community is really priceless. And I really would welcome some kind of way of working with a Wikimedian or working more closely with this, network of knowledgeable people that you're mentioning, Josephine. And as we were saying earlier, potentially across a specific subject area, for example, climate change, and also really the languages. I think we have such a rich amount of information, all of us, because we all publish across several languages. And if we could somehow, make this useful also on Wikipedia so that we're not just working in English and we can really enrich other languages. That's just in a few words.
Valerie.
Yes.
Yes.
If we're talking about long-term collaboration, it's important, I think, to understand how it works. And I can talk about the newcomers from the IGO world. When you think about an IGO, as several of you mentioned, it's big organization. We have shareholders, or we call them stakeholders, that are countries. So our members usually are countries. And we need somehow to be able to think of the long term of the best possible collaboration is to make sure that these stakeholders understand the value of the collaboration. And to do that, and because once they understand the value of the collaboration, once it is installed, then this type of organization are quite long-term, thinking and engagement. Once it is installed, once it is in everybody's mind, then it's easier because it is there and it goes on and everything is organized for that. To do this, I think it is important to, and that's on the side of the IGO, is to have, and I'm talking about the IEA and the OECD, is to be able to show data. Show data about the impact of this collaboration, how this collaboration has made the knowledge shared with a larger public, with a different audience, and so that we understand that the public good mission of these IGOs is fulfilled thanks to this collaboration. Then I was thinking of another aspect, and it's with the community, is how to build trust with each other, the community and us. And on our side, clearly, we need to accept that the community can engage with our content and use our content. And it's not only our experts only that can write about our content. And it's important to say that because we tend to be protective, as we are really careful with the wording and the science and all of this. We tend to be protective with our content. On the other side, for me, it's important that the community understand that our mission, our vision is about public good. It's not about commercial. It's not about. Of course, we want to show that we are read, but the whole ultimate goal is public good. And I think if we understand each other on this aspect, I think that would be helpful. That's at least my point of view.
I hope everybody in the room hear well. Tools, data, measurements, well, and trust. But measurement, trust, data, thinking about it. I'd like to give the opportunity to the room if anyone wants to either ask a question or mention a project that they want to be involved and know how they can get better, get interacted. Anyone? And if you're interested, there are 3 microphones over there, over there, over there. James, maybe? You want to say something? I don't know, up to you. If you do, it's over there, and you have like 1.5 minutes more, max. If not, I go back to them. No? Okay, so I would like to ask our guests if they have any further comment they want, some closing remarks maybe, anything that hasn't been mentioned and should have been. Maybe starting with Jan, because he couldn't talk a second time. Yeah?
Thank you. I just would like to go back to the question that was raised about long-term collaboration between Wikimedia and the IGOs. I mentioned at the beginning that between UNESCO and Wikimedia, it was love at first sight. After love at first sight, we've been in a kind of loose relationship between that, but we have tried very hard to set up something which is a much more formal kind of relationship. We have had several attempts to do this, which have not come to fruition. Maybe what Josephine was talking about, the creation of this hub, goes some way to deal with that. But I think this idea of working together on specific themes, I think climate change is one of them, maybe human rights is another one. As a group of IGOs, working with Wikimedia on this, as a long-term project with a long-term vision, in a kind of clear partnership, this is much more interesting, I think, for us, at the stage that we are at the moment. than kind of the ad hoc kind of relationship that we have at the moment. So I think Wikimedia is becoming more and more strategic, and I think that the relationship with the IGOs needs to also move to a strategic level where we're thinking about where we can have bigger impact for collaborating together with Wikimedia, and that we have a clear vision of what we are trying to achieve, and so that we can measure. That's my part in short, I think.
Strongly support that. Any last closing remarks that might be missing? What? Oh, James, we found James.
Excellent. So, one question I'd like to ask the panelists. We have a lot of amazing IGOs out there that are using licenses compatible with our movement. Unfortunately, there's still a few IGOs out there, the World Health Organization in particular, who have decided against using a fully open license. What sort of collaboration is there between the IGOs to get them all sort of on the same page with respect to using truly open licenses?
Who wants to answer on that? Maybe Charlotte or Suzanne? Oops.
Yeah, I think I'll go on this one. So I mentioned at the beginning that WIPO has this role. We run a working group on open access where we're sharing knowledge, and on WIPO's side we're also sharing copyright expertise to try exactly to help agencies understand the impact of the license choices that they're making. And we've talked a bit about stakeholders and member states and their expectations, and there can be different pressures depending on the agency as to what those stakeholders might be expecting in terms of how we publish our content. But it's an evolving space, and even for those agencies that have already chosen a more restrictive license, like the WHO and indeed the FAO as well, the conversation keeps going, and it's one of the reasons why we're so active in this space is to make sure that there's support on the legal side as well. So our lawyers, our copyright experts, are there to talk with the experts in the different agencies to reassure them and give them all the information that they need to be making the choices around the licenses. Because you can obviously be sharing your content if you're rewriting, but being able to directly share. And obviously, when it comes to things like images, but particularly even for text, being able to directly share from your website, from your publications, make life so much simpler for our Wikimedians, but obviously for the community as a whole. So just be reassured, we're there. We're absolutely aware of this, and trying to support the IGO community as much as possible, so that they understand the implications of the different licenses.
Awesome, thank you very much. On those last, well, if I'm kicked out of the room, this is on you, right? Okay.
I'll keep it very short. I will thank you for this presentation. I will thank you for the initiative to bring the 5 IGOs to Wikimania and share the relevance of our platform and share the relevance of our mission for the work that you do.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. We will be closing here. Thank you, Charlotte, Jan, Suzanne, Valérie, Joséphine, and those who commented, James and such. And see you next time, maybe. Bye-bye. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Florence. Hi, everyone. We will have a quick, we have about 7 minutes of a tea break. The tea will be down on the 3rd floor. If you could quickly grab your friends and a cup of coffee and come back, we're going to move into the lightning round, which is going to be very fast, very lightning. So come back soon. Thank you.
Unbeknownst to you, or maybe specifically known to you, you're here for the Lightning Talk Showcase. It'll be the first of its kind during Wikimania. We've done plenty of Lightning Talks before, but this is an actual showcase to encourage and also amplify the voices of some of our speakers here today. You're in for a treat, but first thing first, my name is Sherry Antwine, and I'm going to be one of your several hosts today for each segment. If everyone here could please come to the center of the room. If you could please find yourself in some of these rows right here, especially if you come down to the front. The reason why is because you've got some amazing speakers who've put a lot of time into what they're going to be talking at today, and it's very encouraging to see your faces, to hear your applause, and also to know your appreciation. So if you hear something today that you agree with, you like, something you've learned, feel free to cheer, feel free to applaud, feel free to let them know that you're here and that you hear them. Another thing is, after this session is done, we'll have about 5 minutes for each speaker. I'm going to move on quickly to the next speaker. So give them one more round of applause when they're done. Awesome. Let's do that again. One more time, a nice big round of applause for our Lightning Talk speakers today. Wiki ideas worth sharing. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, applause. Woo! You're already doing so great. Okay, without further ado, let's have our first speaker.
Am I stuck? Start? Should I start? Hello everyone, I am Caner and from Turkey. I want to tell about my user group. My user group name is Wikimedians of Turkic Languages User Group. The foundations of our user group were laid in 2012 at the Turkic conference held in Kazakhstan. Turkic people came together at Wikimania 2016 and they decided to create a user group. Upon this, Hakan and Mehman applied to FCOM in 2019. Then next year, our user group is established. We are supporting other local communities, other local Turkic communities, and working together for their growth. We work together to empower members to contribute and make our user groups better than now. We are working to save Turkic culture and develop free licensed Turkic cultural elements on Wikimedia projects. Wikidata Istanbul was organized as training and conference. The event took place at Üsküdar University in Istanbul. In 11 countries, 46 participants presented 10 plus presentations. So, with the Turkic Marathon, we supporting our users to save Turkic culture and improve content-related Turkic world on Wikimedia projects. We are cooperating with international and local organizations related with Turkic world. Upcoming Turkic Wikimedia conference will be a conference where the participants make presentations and get information on various topics like Wikimania. The conference will be held at, again, Üsküdar University in Istanbul in this October. We are working for unity of the Turkic world on Wikimedia projects. Thanks for all.
That was amazing. Now we're on to our next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Hi, everyone. My name is Anton Protyuk. I am the programs coordinator of Wikimedia Ukraine, and today I will talk about Wikimedia Ukraine's Wiki Condensed Milk program as a case study in motivating volunteers and retaining newcomers. So the basic question behind my talk today is how can we ensure that Wikipedia volunteers are appreciated for their work? Because editing Wikipedia is often a solitary job. When you've done something really amazing, such as writing a good article or proofreading an existing article, it's not always appreciated by others. And even if it is, even if people are silently grateful for your work, this appreciation is not manifested. You don't know that other people appreciate what you've done. So in other words, newcomers and experienced editors alike don't get enough positive feedback, and they do get negative feedback when they've messed something up, and even when they don't, even when they haven't. Of course, there are different efforts to ensure that editors receive more appreciation. At Wikimania, we've had interesting presentations by the Wikimedia Foundation, for example. The growth team is doing some interesting work. There are obviously long-term community traditions like virtual barn stars, but the problem still exists, and there should be more efforts to address it. And one case study here is Wikimedia Ukraine's Wiki Condensed Milk program. So the basic concept, the basic idea is to identify most active users over the past months on Ukrainian language Wikipedia, divided by several different categories, including newbies and experienced users, and then send them or offer to send them an actual physical package containing condensed milk, which is an alternative to virtual barn stars in Ukrainian Wikipedia. Started as a virtual award, but then was taken offline by Wikimedia Ukraine. And condensed milk is a sweet dessert in Ukraine, popular in Ukraine, and as far as I've been told, in Asia also. So we offer to most active users to send them a physical package containing real condensed milk, as well as Wikipedia branded souvenirs and a thank you note. You can see how this condensed milk looks like. We offer separate awards for functionary and technical work. So we have categories for administrative work, patrollers, bot operators, and so on, because their work is especially not recognized enough often. This program is quite simple and quick to make. There are some material resources required, but not a lot. Just a small amount of money for materials and postal expenses, and a few hours of staff and volunteer time for organizing the process. This program has been running for many years now. In 2022, we rewarded a bit less than 100 people, so 41 newbies, and then 12 experienced users, 12 patrollers, a bit more administrators, and a bit less bot operators. Here you can see some experiences, some feedback from people who didn't expect to get an award, but were pleasantly impressed. To sum it up, the impact of this program is hopefully showing newcomers that their work is appreciated and giving an additional boost to experienced editors. And it's especially important for newcomers, as we've seen that some of the people who received the award go on to become active editors and experienced community members months or years after that. Of course, this program is just part of much wider work. This program isn't big enough to resolve the big issues on Ukrainian Wikipedia, but it is a nice addition and a powerful reinforcement for some people. Thank you so much. You can read the diff article published by Wikimedia Ukraine earlier this year to
30
learn more
seconds.
about this program. If you want to learn more or tell me about your work in this area, please reach out to me. You can find my contacts on the slide, my email address and my Telegram handle. Thank you so much.
He made it. Just made the line. All right, go ahead. We've got another great speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, after Niger, Uganda has the second youngest population in the world. We have a population of 48 million people, and 77% of these are under the age of 25. And this is reflected in the number of active editors that we know in Uganda and the kind of content that they contribute, as well as the quality of content that they contribute. So that leaves a large percentage of senior citizens and other groups that are not presented on Wikimedia projects. The dance floor that you see is the Wikimedia Foundation project, and the dancers are both young and old, meaning that there are different strokes for different folks. My name is Alice Chibombo Ekanya, and I am a project lead for the Wikimedia Community User Group in Uganda, and I would like to share our thoughts on rethinking diversity and inclusion for our young and old population. So over the years, we've had the opportunity to participate in a number of projects that cater to diversity. For example, Wiki for Refugees, being a large refugee hosting nation. We've also had Wiki for Human Rights. We've also had Wikigap and many others that I'm not able to enunciate right now, but these all cater to thematic content and thematic engagement, and again, another section of the population is left out. So during these, we have found that there are a number of people that are eager to participate with us, people who have signed up for Wikimedia accounts but do not edit, and most importantly, are in positions of influence to be able to leverage their connection to expand our involvement in the community. So we've had space and venue partnerships, for example, with the Gute Zentrum in Kampala, which is a cultural organization, so we don't have to worry about space. We have had universities with university librarians who are Wikimedians. They don't have time to come and edit, but they are able to provide the experience of GLAM on tour. We also have panel discussions with experts to promote mutual understanding and support. And we also have conversations with senior citizens, and they give us access to private collections for references. But most importantly, we have a kind of citizen deposition program where we have recorded conversations of their recollections of the times and the circumstances, and we can use these audios to enrich the existing content on Wikimedia Foundation projects. So all these in the long term, they pique the curiosity, and the population is therefore able to see and contribute to the topics that they relate to. In Luganda, we say tusimbudde, which means we are on our way, and by boat, by air, thunder, fire, magic, whichever way, we will see you in Poland next year.
Let's give it up. Let's give it up. That was fantastic. All right, next speaker.
Hola. Buenas tardes a todos, todas y todes. Soy Mónica Bonilla y desde Wikimedia Colombia queremos compartir con ustedes esta presentación que se titula Creando comunidades desde el sur global y pues específicamente el caso de Wikimedia Colombia. Estamos acá Pilar Sáenz, que hace parte de la junta directiva, y yo, que soy la directora ejecutiva de Wikimedia Colombia. Bueno, y queremos iniciar diciéndoles que todas las actividades que venimos realizando desde el capítulo se centran en la premisa que el centro de nuestro trabajo es la comunidad de voluntarios del país. Entonces aquí pueden ver una imagen en donde está la comunidad en un encuentro que tuvimos el año pasado. Es el primer encuentro en donde movilizamos a varias personas de diferentes lugares del país.
Listo. ¿Qué hemos hecho hasta el momento en este plan de crecimiento de Wikimedia Colombia? Entonces, lo primero fue trabajar en el rol de liderazgos de muchísimas más personas que estuvieran involucradas dentro de Wikimedia Colombia, tener una decisión, una forma de toma de decisiones que fuera mucho más fluida en ideas de democracia líquida, transparencia también de liderazgos y de roles en la comunidad y una apertura tanto a los wikicontribuidores como a los mediadores entre el mundo de Wikimedia y otros mundos.
Bueno, ¿qué estamos haciendo ahora? Tenemos un programa para la comunidad. Dentro de todas las actividades buscamos involucrar a más personas dentro de la comunidad de voluntarios. Le estamos dando lugar y el lugar que se merecen a las personas que hacen posible al movimiento Wikimedia, porque los voluntarios, voluntarias y voluntarias son el centro de lo que hacemos. También estamos generando espacios de participación, aprendizaje y los cuidamos y le damos voz a las voces silenciadas dentro del país, voces como la de mujeres, la de comunidades LGTBI, como la de comunidades indígenas. Entonces queremos que ellos, ellas y ellas también tengan una voz y participación en el ecosistema Wikimedia.
Ahora, ¿qué queremos para el futuro? Entonces, lo primero es, tenemos 3 enfoques dentro del programa de comunidad en Wikimedia Colombia. El primero es de sustentabilidad de la comunidad local. Queremos que sea una comunidad que se mantenga en el tiempo y que pueda tener recursos también para crecer. Tener un involucramiento de otras voces dentro de la comunidad local. Nosotros tenemos un reconocimiento muy importante hacia la participación de personas de comunidades indígenas, personas que están también trabajando dentro de los movimientos feministas y de la comunidad LGBTI. Y creemos que pues, efectivamente esta experiencia se puede involucrar dentro de la comunidad local. Y además estamos trabajando muy fuertemente en alianzas que sean regionales para lograr tener tanto posicionamiento como participación regional. Y todo esto que estamos haciendo, lo estamos haciendo con base en una serie de valores que definen la forma como nosotros queremos que sea el capítulo. Entonces, lo primero es colaboración, diversidad, paz y reconciliación, gobernanza, liderazgo, apertura y transparencia.
¿Nos acompañan? Ahora les vamos a compartir un video de lo que fue la experiencia el año pasado.
Seconds.
Muchas gracias.
All right. Gracias. Gracias por todo y gracias to all of the speakers today. Wow, we've had such a great time already and we just got started. So this year we're doing things a little differently. As you notice, the setup is different. We're going back and forth. And it's been so great to see the participation that you had for everyone. Don't you think that it kind of lifted everyone up a little bit? Yeah. These are ideas worth sharing and worth appreciating. All right, so the way that we're going to do it this year is we're having several hosts. This year we're having, other than myself, we've got 4 more hosts coming. And we're going to do it by segment. So this is the opening segment, segment 1. And then in just a little short time, we're going to have Wojciech. Wojciech, would you please come to the stage? Give it a hand for Wojciech from Poland. Did you know that next year, or next Wikimania is going to be in Poland? So, hi Wojciech. Can you let them know a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, hi, I'm Wojciech. I'm the guy with the unpronounceable name. So I'm totally all right for you to butcher my name, and I'm deeply sorry if I butcher everybody else's name. Yeah, so that would be me.
How many of you think you're going to be in Poland for Wikimedia Poland? Woo! Okay, so in just a few minutes, we're going to hear from a few more folks.
Thank you.
But right now, what I want to hear from you is, what did you think of what you just heard? We just heard from some great speakers. I had a great time listening to them. Do any of you have any questions for our speakers? And do any of you have any comments about what you've heard? In the audience right now, there are microphone stands. If you have a question or if you have a comment, we'd love to hear from you. We've got someone coming up to the podium right now.
Not a question, but I want to say that I love the condensed milk program. That was such a beautiful, wholesome thing to see. So thank you for sharing that with us.
Hands up for Anton and the Ukrainian community, awesome Ukrainian community.
Yeah, on the same topic, I also love that program, and I share the idea with every community that I visit.
What's your name?
My name is Asaf from the Wikimedia Foundation. I travel the world a lot and meet a lot of Wikimedians, and I often give this example as a great way of motivating volunteers. I've recently started learning the Ukrainian language, and my new life goal is to one day win a can of Wiki condensed milk.
All right, that's awesome.
We really wish you the day to come.
You know, something I really liked was that not only did he talk about the process, but he showed us examples of just the way that they're doing it. It's so wholesome to see folks really get into how they're delivering everything to everyone. So, without further ado, Wojciech, I'm going to go off to the side and check out our next speakers. And in the meantime, can you let them know a little bit more about Wikimedia Poland? Oh, sure.
Yeah, sure. Hi. Apart from the Polish Wikimedians community, so Polish Wikimedians community have come about relatively early in the game, because we will be celebrating the 22 years of Wikipedia already, and we'll be celebrating it probably with a nice event that you will hear about in the short future. Yes, we've been a lively co-organizer of the CEE meetings, CEE Spring Writing Contest, and all things related to CEE. And I see that you will be hearing this acronym a lot tonight and tomorrow night. So yeah, that will be just a few quick words. I'll let the community speak for themselves whenever they have a chance to. Thank you.
Juan, you are online now, and we are ready for you. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Hola, hola, un gusto conocerles, saludarles desde México. Mi nombre es José Reyes, actualmente soy el coordinador del programa de educación de Wikimedia México. Saludos a todos, un abrazo cariñoso, espero que la estén pasando increíble. El día de hoy nos toca presentar algo muy lindo que hicimos desde México. Esperemos que este gran material les pueda servir a muchas personas. Comparto mi pantalla para que podamos apreciar la presentación que preparamos con mucho cariño. Es la presentación del libro que se titula Wikieducación, prácticas y experiencias educativas en México con Wikipedia y otros recursos abiertos. En esta ocasión tengo la fortuna de hablar por muchas personas, ser el portavoz de grandes personas. En México buscamos siempre descentralizar. Es por ello que hicimos este libro el año pasado, en el cual buscamos siempre que las personas estuvieran allegadas a ello, ¿no? Seguimos la filosofía Wikipedia, y la fundación y la filosofía que sigue la fundación como tal, ¿no? José Reyes, un servidor, y Samar Cerón, parte del equipo de educación, y claramente todo el staff y toda la mesa directiva de Wikimedia México estuvieron presentes en este libro. ¿Cómo lo dividimos? ¿Cómo lo trabajamos? Fueron 5 apartados interesantes. El primer apartado habla de los agradecimientos. Creemos que este agradecer por tener la oportunidad de poder colaborar, de poder crear y construir entre todos es valioso e importantísimo. En segundo punto tenemos la introducción de todo lo que implica qué es Wikimedia México, las áreas que trabajamos, desde el proyecto de género, desde el proyecto cultural, que son bibliotecas, archivos y museos, y desde el proyecto educativo. Es por ello que gracias a partir de todo el trabajo que hicieron las personas, pudimos juntar estas experiencias wikieducativas, que es como las llamamos nosotros. Experiencias de diversas formas y maneras, ¿no? Tenemos experiencias desde laboratorios ciudadanos, tenemos experiencias desde áreas de ciencias, tenemos experiencias desde traducción. Entonces, hay una gran diversidad de proyectos que fueron representados. Claramente no todos, pero algunos de ellos son muy valiosos los que se encuentran acá. Y por último, decidimos colocarlo en prácticas pedagógicas, justo relacionadas a los proyectos Wikimedia. Tomamos como base estos proyectos para generar gran parte de estas prácticas que tenemos. Por acá, ustedes van a poder encontrar el libro, que es el que tenemos justo en pantalla, Wikieducación, prácticas y experiencias educativas en México con Wikipedia y otros recursos abiertos. Esperemos, como les comentaba, que sea de su agrado, que también puedan tomarlo como un referente dentro del movimiento. Por acá ustedes van a poder descargarlo. Como les comentamos, seguimos esta filosofía wiki. Se encuentra abierto en estas licencias Creative Commons en las cuales ustedes van a poder descargar. Léanlo, platiquemos, dialoguemos sobre lo que está pasando con este tipo de proyectos. Asimismo, también compartimos algunas de las experiencias. Desde Wikimedia México, desde el programa de educación, decimos Wikipedia es parte de la educación hay muchas razones por las que hablamos, ¿no? Claramente, acá encontramos algunos de los testimonios. Voy a leer rápidamente. Consideramos que los bibliotecarios son importantes aliados de Wikipedia y viceversa, pues seguimos los mismos fines y el alcance que tiene esta es incomparable. Silvia y Claudia del Colegio de México. Tenemos también descubrí que Wikipedia es una comunidad. Así es como me gustaría que se pensara Wikipedia, porque más que una forma en una enciclopedia, es una forma colectiva de creación de conocimiento para la humanidad. Jacqueline, subdirectora de Quayet en la UNAM. Y me animo a la posibilidad de fomentar una cultura digital abierta y accesible y que visibilice aprendizajes generados en comunidad. Ricardo, de Laboratorios Ciudadanos. Es por ello que gran parte de todas las personas que conforman Wikimedia México, el programa de educación, estamos muy felices de poder participar. Acá se encuentran nuestras redes sociales, pueden seguirnos, conversemos, platiquemos sobre todo este proyecto. Sin más por el momento, les dejo mi contacto. Muchas gracias a todos, espero que la estén pasando increíble. Desde Wikimedia México hicimos esto con mucho cariño. Les mandamos un abrazo caluroso y sigamos diciendo, Wikipedia es parte de la educación. Cuídense mucho, un abrazote. Gracias por estar por acá. Hasta luego.
Okay.
2023, Wikimedia East, Southeast Asia, and the Pacific Hub. It's wonderful to be here, and thank you very much for organizing this wonderful event. My name is John Barragan, and I will present this humble yet meaningful experience from Colombia. So let's start. The name of our presentation is the Collaborative Production of Cultural Heritage in Bogota City. We have 3 items: the context, the digital territory, and the community building. For starting with, we can present the context. It's in the city of Bogota. We have numerous undisclosed sites and monuments. A portion of the digital territory behind this has been documented by people and individuals external to our country. So we believe that we can sum in this effort. Thus, we believe that Wikimedia provides a platform where we can showcase our communities through processes of information and information literacy. In the presentation, We have collaborated with students facing issues with problems in distribution and recognition, of course. They belong to the peripheral neighborhoods and favelas with really big problems and low income issues. The territory behind this is the Las Aguas neighborhood. The Las Aguas neighborhood is located in the heart of the city. Our students discovered a monument commemorating an iconic woman in the history of both our country and our nation. The name of this heroine is Policarpa Salabarrieta, and colloquial name of her was La Pola, and La Pola is used today for our beer. So if you come to Colombia, you are welcome, and you ask for a Pola, they will give you a beer. So be proud of that. Policarpa Salabarrieta has become a powerful symbol in gender empowerment and various emerging groups, championing equality in our country. I encourage you to explore the Wikipedia article Monumento a Policarpa Salabarrieta. And this is a sticker from La Pola in the middle and the past 1950. So La Pola commemorates a really history of our country. In the community building point, it is not a secret how difficult it is for an article created on Wikipedia to survive. So it could be marked or deleted, at least in Spanish, as I know. Nevertheless, with our students, we try to do the right thing. Despite this, several IP addresses we use were blocked due to protocols. Just this occurred, I reached some different librarians and shared our work with and asked for support and patience. So try to empower the group I was responsible for. After all, the Wikipedia article about Policarpa still exists. It is a kind of encyclopedic fact. It has passed some of the bot and librarian reviews, and most importantly, it was a collaborative done work. With the intention of contributing to the Wikipedia landscape in our city, our students will never forget that it was they who constructed the Wikipedia article about the heroine in the history of our country, Colombia. Now, we work hand in hand with Wikimedia Colombia, to whom we express our gratitude for their support in these processes. And I will appreciate this time for the organizers. So, thank you very much.
Hello, this is Başak. I'm from Turkey and one of the founders of Wikimedia User Group Turkey, and I run Wikipedia education programs in my country since 2016. In next 5 minutes, I would like to talk about how we grow our program and give some ideas about how to find relevant education partnerships. Turkey is a country of 85 million people, and we have more than 200 universities across 81 cities. And in last 2 years, we had Wikipedia-related activities, presentations in 24 universities at 11 cities with 2 people. And we are so proud of this. These are some of the logos of the universities we have worked with. But you might ask, like everywhere else in the world, there are some negative attitudes towards Wikipedia among academicians. The strategy of our group has always been not focusing on these negative attitudes and trying to change those attitudes. Rather than this, we look for those people who have more positive attitudes. The problem is because they can be the right person to start education program in that institution. But the problem is, where are they? How we can reach them? So these are a few suggestions to find those people. First, you might start from your inner circle, which means that do you or any of your user group members have friends, family members, relatives who teach at a university? You should first talk with them and integrate Wikipedia editing to their courses and grow your program from there. In my case, it was my sister who teaches psychology at a university, and we started from one of her graduate courses. This is a memory from this course. Please be aware that there are many instructors, professors, who think that Wikipedia editing will be useful for their students, and they start doing things, teaching editing to their students, even though they don't know any Wikipedians or they don't know wiki editing very well themselves. Reaching out to those people offers help will be a good contact start point for starting partnership with this institution. But how to find them? We suggest tracking the recent edits in your home wiki. Please remember that students always have a tendency to submit their assignments at the last moment. So if you recognize that many new beginners are editing some articles related to the same topic, at the same time they might be students submitting their wiki assignments. So you can contact them through wiki channels and ask, are they students, who is their professor, and then contact with the professor, suggest helping. Another thing that you can track is the Wikipedia articles at your home wiki about academic institutions. Sometimes you might recognize that those articles are being edited by some new users. They are changing name of the rector or the number of the students, etc. Those people might be people working in the university. And if it's so, that's a sign that there are some people in that institution who are concerned about content of Wikipedia, at least about their institution's article, and who might be open to learn more wiki editing. So contact with them, ask help, you can help, and then tell them wiki skills are required for all students, and they might offer to them all. I have a few more suggestions, like get yourself invited to academic events. You can make presentations about in many events, and I would just contact with the Wiki Education Foundation, because they only give support institutions at Canada and United States, but if you know, they are contacted by people from other countries, so they might forward some people to you.
Half minute left.
And my last suggestion would be tell your success stories at your social media and tell your partners to share your stories at the social media, because universities always follow each other, and if they see that one students of one university makes editing Wikipedia, they are willing to do the same as well. These are the end of my suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Başak. I appreciate that at every lightning talk, there is also a thunder of applause. So please keep those thunders of applause running. And of course, if you are sitting somewhere to the side, please come closer, please come to the center sectors, because the speakers want to give you their best Wikimedia experience, and you want to get the best Wikimania experience. So yeah, if you're sitting on the side, you will have a better Wikimania experience out here in the center. And now I'll hand it over to the next speakers who are already at the podium, ready to tell you their story.
No audio. No audio. That's the screen. So you need to mirror the screen.
I'm sorry?
We're changing, so Joyce will take over as a host
from now. Yes,
yeah,
okay.
but I can announce that.
Sure, no problem. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Just a quick announcement. If you are here to present for the lightning talk, we request you come to this side so that we can just get you set up in time. And we'll now hand over to the next host, Joyce, who's going to go up on stage and introduce the next line of speakers. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, I'm Joyce. I'm from Taiwan, from this region. My username is Joyce WikiWiki, so simple to remember. I'm your next host for the session of the Technology Advocacy and ECF region for the lightning talk. No more talking from me, let's welcome our next speaker over there. Give an applause.
Hello. I'm supposed to speak to you about freedom of panorama. So I guess I should start with defining what it is. Freedom of panorama is considered something of a confusing item. There is a confusion between public spaces and public domain. We're in public domain, which is the status after the expiration of copyright, signifies that a work can be freely reused. Germany is considered as the birthplace of freedom of panorama, having existed there since the 1870s. Something's wrong here. It is interesting to note the partial freedom of panorama in Japan, Taiwan, and even the United States, wherein their respective copyright laws only impose non-commercial restrictions for images of public art. Similarly, in Europe, Denmark, Finland, and Norway, we have partial freedom of panorama. Whereas in Albania, Armenia, Austria, Belgium, Croatia, Cyprus, the Czech Republic, Germany, of course, Hungary, Ireland, Liechtenstein, Malta, Moldova, the Netherlands, North Macedonia, Poland, Portugal, Serbia, Slovakia, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Turkey, and Great Britain and Northern Ireland all have freedom of panorama. In my country, the Philippines, our National Congress is in the midst of pending legislative bills in both its lower and upper chambers, respectively, to institute freedom of panorama. My thematic Wikimedia organization, Pilipinas Panorama Community, is actively monitoring developments and updating our meta page to contain all the legislative information as they develop, as their outcome shall affect what images we need to share in Wikipedia projects. You may find out more about the information that we share in Meta. We have bills in the Philippine Senate and the Philippine Congress. We have actually more than one bill pending in both houses. I would also like to point out that further research can be done about fair use, which can be found in Meta. We have an exemption doctrine policy, which is required by Wikimedia licensing policies for any Wikimedia project that hosts non-free content. Some EDPs are listed at the Wikipedia item, Wikidata item, Wikipedia non-free content criteria, which has a number of 043-91089. Note that regardless of policy, some Wikimedia projects have 0 local media files, and therefore, since there's no non-free content, if the situation is permanent, the policy may actually be superseded. We're almost done.
Thank you, Johnny. This is such an important topic within the ECF region. I'm actually very happy that Taiwan is part of the presentation.
So we can scroll up a bit. I still have a minute, I believe. Freedom of panorama is the legal right in some countries to publish pictures of artworks, sculptures, paintings, buildings, or monuments that are in public spaces, even if they are
30
still
seconds.
under copyright. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Johnny. And let's welcome on the other side the Miss from the Indonesia.
Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Dimas. I'm from Wikimedia Indonesia. We already test some of the contests. We already organized some contests from Wikipedia and photo contests to less visible Wikimedia projects such as Wiktionary and also Wikibooks. So I want to share which projects which may be suitable for the first-time organizers for the contest. So one of the first question is why we are organizing contests. So the first reason is in every our workshops, there will be one person, always there will be one person who asking, will I get paid for contributions? Will I get paid because I'm uploading the photos or contributing to articles? So, well, the answer actually yes, but actually no. Because, well, join our contest and maybe you will get prizes and it's just like a form of payment. So perhaps the Indonesians are not unfamiliar with volunteerism. And the second one is, it's a fun way as the newcomers or the workshop participants who want to learning or to apply what they got during the workshops. So it's a pretty fun way because where they can be applied what they got in the workshops and also maybe they get prizes. And the third one, the last one is most of the Indonesian contributors are mostly contributing on the celebs or 1,000 episodes of our soap drama. But what about the STEM topics or humanities? So the contest is actually can be used to equalize the quality content from the hard sciences like STEMs or humanities. Okay, for the first one is the photography contest. It's actually the simple ones because the affiliates or user group, you can just write your affiliates and user groups to the list of the participants, and you can localize the landing page and let the international organizers do the most difficult and technical parts like submitted the photos, like using campaign on the Wikimedia Commons, and that's it. So the local organizer will just organize the participants' registrations and also maybe the prizes. That's it. On the second one is the Wikipedia Edit-a-thon. It's actually a bit simple, but it's a bit complicated than the Wikimedia Commons ones because you need to customize the criteria of the articles or the topics, etc. So it can maybe used to create the topics which is not regularly edited by the contributors like human rights or climate changes. You may need using several tools like Fontaine or Outreach Dashboard to counting the edits of the participants' contributions. And the third one is the Wiktionary. It's surprisingly easy because what you need to do consider is just entries criteria, which is only definitions and example sentences. That's it. So it's pretty easy for the newcomers or for the beginners organizers. Wikisource and Wikidata Edit-a-thon is maybe pretty simple to contribute as the participants, but for the organizer, it's maybe bit difficult to counting all the edits because there are many edits from the participants will coming. And the audio contest, please don't try this one, really, because we are trying to create the spoken Wikipedia contest, but well, it's really hard to check the recording of the participants because, well, the article is long and you need to ensure that all the recordings are correct. So please don't try that, really. But if you want to create the contest with pronunciation of the words on Wiktionary, it's okay. Maybe it may be workable and it may be more easy.
30 seconds.
And the last one is Wikibooks. Okay, you can try the Wikibooks contest with the creating the cookbooks or maybe some of the manuals. But please don't try the fiction ones because it many substandard works. So we don't recommend to create on the fiction works. But for the cookbook, it's okay. So try to organize more manageable competition first. It's okay if the number of the participants is below target. At least there's a new.
Thank you, Demis. Just on time. I would really love to join one of this very special, unique contests. Let's welcome the next speaker, Irvin and ChatGPT.
Hello, dear attendees. I am ChatGPT, a language model developed by OpenAI, and supporting me in this presentation is Irvin Chen, a volunteer for Mozilla and Wikipedia from Taiwan. Together, we'll explore how AI and community collaboration can overcome language barriers on Wikipedia, making global knowledge sharing more equitable and accessible. Your participation in this journey towards a more inclusive knowledge base is vital, and we look forward to sharing these exciting insights with you. As we begin this talk, I invite you to participate in a quick real-time poll regarding your view on AI's impact on the future of Wikipedia. Please vote using your mobile device or laptop. Choose from 5 options: very positive, positive, neutral, negative, and very negative. We'll revisit the results at the end of our session. The language barrier within Wikipedia leads to a significant inequality in knowledge coverage across various languages. This disparity not only restricts access to knowledge for certain linguistic communities, but also hampers global knowledge sharing. Enter GPT-4, a powerful tool developed by OpenAI. By understanding and translating multiple languages, GPT-4 offers a solution to these language barriers in Wikipedia. It allows editors to translate articles effortlessly across different language versions, bridging knowledge disparities and fostering global knowledge sharing. However, tools are just one piece of the puzzle. For a more inclusive, diverse, and accessible knowledge base, we need to strategically connect editors from different linguistic backgrounds. The value here is the amalgamation of unique perspectives and knowledge from different language communities. A Japanese Wikipedia editor, for example, might possess in-depth knowledge of a local event or cultural nuance, invaluable for Wikipedias in other languages. Through our two-land collaboration strategies, this knowledge can be shared and disseminated with greater ease. In short, GPT-4 holds the potential to turn the dream of equitable global knowledge sharing into reality by breaking down language barriers in Wikipedia. Before we conclude, let's take a look at your thoughts on AI's potential in enhancing knowledge sharing and equality, as reflected in our poll. Thank you for your active participation. Your insights set the stage for our conversation. Very positive responses at 13% likely see the vast potential of AI in enhancing knowledge sharing and equality. Positive feedback at 42% hints at optimism but with potential reservations. Neutral views at 35% suggest uncertainty or a balanced perspective. Negative opinions at 8% might highlight potential challenges or downsides of AI. Lastly, very negative at 0% could represent strong concerns about AI's role in Wikipedia. Your insights are vital as we continue to explore and innovate in the field of global knowledge sharing. They help shape our understanding of how AI can play a significant role in creating an equitable and inclusive platform. We've spent our time together exploring how AI technologies, such as ChatGPT, can overcome language barriers in Wikipedia, creating new possibilities for knowledge sharing. We're eager to see how AI will further propel Wikipedia's innovation realizing a more equitable and inclusive global knowledge sharing platform. Thank you for joining us today. Let's continue our journey of exploration and innovation
30
together.
seconds. Well, looks like everyone is very interesting in ChatGPT. Now we do have a virtual speaker online, and let's thank Irvin as well. No sounds. Hello, you're on mute.
Green Day, everyone.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Wonderful. Please.
Thank you so much. I hope you all can hear me. So, once again, Green Day, everyone. That was a wonderful presentation before I just took over. I want to begin my presentation with a story. I share with you a story of an old pilgrim who was traveling from one country to another. Having walked in the woods for weeks, through the forest for nights and days, he was so exhausted and tired. He was thirsty and hungry. Luckily for him, he got to a restaurant, and the inscription leading to the restaurant read, "Eat all you can. Your grandchildren will pay for it." This pilgrim was so happy, so he rushed into the restaurant, asked for the menu, ordered all the food he could eat at the time, and even the ones he didn't need at the moment. He ate to his fill, and then he made a move to leave the restaurant. No sooner had he made his decision to step out than the waiter brought to him his bill. He then looked straight in the eyes of the waiter and said, "Have you not read your inscription?" Then the waiter said, "Yes, you are not paying for what you ate. You are paying for what your grandfather ate some years ago. Your grandchildren will pay for what you've ate today." He was so surprised and disappointed. Dear Wikipedians, this is how we are treating the planet today. The current generation is unsustainably using the resources of the planet, such that the earth cannot provide for future generations. We are selfishly and greedily using their resources. But always remember, as it has always been said, we can never deceive nature. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to the lightning session on trying to explore the feasibility of Wikimedia projects in addressing the triple planetary crisis. That is a concern or the perspective from the Global South. My name is Otio Champomboachi. You are welcome. The triple planetary crisis, as defined by the UN, describes climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. These are the three threats that are destroying our planet of today. One of the main challenges to developing countries and developing strong advocacy, as well as equitable policies that has the potential to positively impact the lives of citizenry, is getting access to information that projects a perfect representation of the entire nation in real time and from a primary source. In Ghana and many African countries, the rare impacts of the triple planetary crisis are felt in rural and then remote areas where mainstream media hardly, if ever, captures. This further widens and then worsens the widespread inequality to access to reliefs and support. But what if, as advocates and Wikipedians, we can leverage the openness of the Wikimedia projects like Wikinews, Wikipedia, Wikicommons to provide evidence-based reports from such neglected communities, not just to national audience, but to global audience? What if we could use Wikicommons as a hub to provide photos and short audio visuals, that is media from these villages that are hit with flooding, drought, arsenic pollution, deforestation, farming, and other threats to sustainability? What if we can provide these reports in the African way, attaching the passion and authenticity they deserve to the whole globe on a free-to-use website like Wikipedia? The essence of this lightning talk is just to whet your appetite as an experienced Wikipedian to reach out to rural folks with key emphasis on teachers and health workers posted to these areas, since these are elite communities, to build their communities to be able to add primary data. I want to also, through this, make us understand that the Wikimedia project or the Wikimedia Foundation is not only a digital hub, but also contributes greatly or is an active contributor to the socio-economic development of communities. President Nelson Mandela once said, if you speak to a man in a language he understands, you speak to his head. But if you speak to a man in his language, you speak to his heart. We touch a heart before we ask for a hand. Therefore, let us explore how we can use the Wikimedia projects like Wikicommons to be able to provide real-time data for our people. Language is a barrier, especially in West Africa and then the global South. But thanks to Wikimedia translation platform, where we can translate and share issues on the planetary crisis with our local people. In conclusion, I want to tell you that how
Thank you. Let's send him love and support for our online speaker. And without further ado, next speaker, Hugo.
Hello, everyone. So today I will speak about sign language of the world and how to increase mutual understanding. What I mean by mutual understanding is the general public being able to communicate with people who are signing. So I will first argue that we all could gain from learning sign language. And I will also announce a new project from Wikimedia France, which is going in this direction. So my first case for why sign language can be useful, these are my nephew. They learned sign language at an early age, and they were able to communicate with their parents before being verbal, which is very helpful for the parents. Another case is with elder people. Elder people tend to lose their hearing capabilities, so that would be interesting to be able to communicate with them with signs. As for myself, I am deaf from the left ear, so that will also be a safety net for myself to learn sign language. But I will also gain from it if I was able to communicate with people in signing in my professional life, or with friends in noisy environment, and so on. So the main point is, whereas sign language are perceived as primarily for deaf people, all of us at different stages of our life would gain from basic mastery of sign language. From this statement, we can look for solutions to help move toward basic ability of sign language. And in Wikimedia France, our proposition is Firefox extension plus a recording chain, which is based on Lingua Libre, which you may already know. So the core mission statement of this project is to allow everyone to learn sign language with in mind a transgenerational design with baby in mind, adults in mind, and elder generation. The learning chain look like this. So we have on one side, on the right side, the video recording studio, which create data which can feed then our Firefox extension. So the extension looks like this. You can go on Wikipedia, click on some word, and when you click on the word, you can have a modal window, which is opening and showing you the sign language. Here, I click on the crab sign character, and that shows you the video of the crab. The video recording studio looks like this. It's integrated to Lingua Libre, and it allows the contributor to provide about 300 video per hour. As of now, we have few projects going, but that's mainly prototypes. And the project we are pushing right now, it's kind of basic vocabulary list for librarian to welcome the public which are non-verbal and can only signs. On how you could help with this project if we want to encourage sign language, just start to be curious and enthusiastic about sign language. That's easier than it looks. You can search for sign online. There is a very good project, but it is copyrighted, so we want to do something open open source, open license. You can learn some sign. You can also start to say hello and make some sign with your family. And you can contact us if you want to become active in creating resources, educational resources. For the team making this, you have the team right here. I'm the third developer, actually. And the project is supported by Wikimedia France, but also by the University of Toulouse and local signing community. And I finished.
Thank you, Hugo.
Thank you.
Sign language is such an important topic, and let's welcome Sheila.
Sorry? Yeah, thanks. Hi, I'm Dini from Wikimedia Europe, and I'm here to share an observation with you. So I work in public policy. I keep an eye on relevant legislative developments in the region of Europe and coordinate Wikimedia's policy and advocacy activities in that regard. And one thing I'm increasingly observing is that governments are more and more trying to tackle the issue of protecting children in the digital world. And their standard go-to out-of-the-box solution for that seems to be to propose mandatory age verification for online platforms, all online platforms. France recently passed a law that obliges all social networks to do this. In the original draft of this law, all Wikimedia projects would have been included. Thanks to Wikimedia France, there is now a carve-out for online encyclopedia, educational and scientific repositories. But yeah, that's a carve-out. In the UK, they're currently debating the online safety bill, which as it stands would mandate all Wikimedia projects to perform an age verification check. And these are not the only examples, I'm just quickly giving two. This seems to be a trend across Europe and I'm certain also across the planet. Now, why is this an issue for us? Because of course, having to perform mandatory age verification checks on each user before they access the service for us would mean A, harder access to free knowledge, an extra obstacle, and B, the Wikimedia Foundation or a third-party service provider would need to collect more data about the users, something we really don't want to do. However, if we are honest, on Commons there is quite some content that probably deserves more attention and is problematic from the point of view of, well, let's say at least age-appropriate content regulation, and we don't seem to be doing all that much against it or about it. I'm not saying that we should perform age verification. I'm lobbying against it, at least for Wikimedia projects, but I think we need to be serious about the issue because some legislators are actually quite okay. They say, look, we will not come after you with this, but we want to see that you're being serious about this issue and that you're really paying attention to it. The Wikimedia Foundation is doing a child rights impact assessment, which is great, but I think we might also as a community consider doing a little bit more. Now, from what I have read and seen, there are three ways to do this age-appropriate content restriction online. One is to check your user's age on your platform, which we don't want because the Wikimedia Foundation would have to collect more data about the users. The second way to do this would be to outsource this to a third party. So let's say to allow only people with a Apple ID or Facebook ID or Google ID join the platform, but of course we don't want to do this. But I think there is actually a third way. I know this is not popular, but I still want us to think about this and to consider it. If the content comes with the appropriate metadata, that this is sensitive content or age-inappropriate content, then a device on the side of the user can, through its parental controls, actually take care of these settings without any additional data about the user being exchanged. This is a bit like cable TV and your set-top boxes work. Of course, right now, and I don't think Wikimedia would ever offer this out of the box or provide such a service. I'm not arguing for this, but on Commons, there are a few categories that actually already go down this line. So there is a category on Commons called Files with Child Protection and Obscenity Acts Warnings, which basically categorizes 200 or so files that have some pretty rough sexual content in them. And I want us to consider whether we as a community wouldn't want to make more of a concerted effort to categorize more of the sensitive content or controversial content on Commons in such
30
categories,
seconds.
because that would essentially allow anybody with a parental control function on the device side to make use of this without us having to gather any data. So yeah, give power to the parents a bit. Thank you, and I know it's a tricky and uncomfortable issue, but I think we need to think about it, so thanks.
How was the lightning show so far? 5 minutes for the entire presentation. As far as I know, some of them submitted their presentation for like 20 to 30 minutes, and then ended up they have to put it into only 5 minutes. Isn't it wonderful? And they also have to speak in front of this big stage. At least now I'm very, very nervous because I did not know that the planetary hall is so big. So can everyone give support and all the clap for all the speakers so far? And everyone, please stay. There will be more. I know all of the ideas are in your heads right now, but there will be more. So please stay. We will have a break for 5 minutes. Go grab some food, grab some water, go to the toilet, and please come back or just stay here. Thank you. Where should we?
Hello, hello, hello. Okay. Some of you have been here since the beginning. Give yourself a round of applause. Yeah. It's so good to see y'all. Sometimes, our ideas are never heard. And today we're hearing so many great ideas. Okay, so without further ado, we've got our next host coming up to the stage. If you're here for the lightning talks, please come to the center of the room and to the front of the room so that our speakers can know you're here and can be encouraged by your presence. Once again, if you hear something that you love, let them know. And don't be afraid to applaud. And also, if you have anything that's pent up in you, that's positive, and you think will encourage them, please feel free to share it. Can I have Shola to please come up to the stage? Give a round of applause for our next host, Shola. Olashola Olaniyan from Nigeria.
Hello. Hello, everyone. From wherever you are watching this segment, I'm pleased to welcome you all to this day talking show. As you're watching and listening and following this program, please, when you hear anything from the speaker that makes you happy, please let's try to share them up. And if there is anything that you hear from them that you feel you do not agree with it, please let's keep it to ourselves. Maybe we can discuss that later. Without much ado, I would like to invite the next speaker to the podium. Let's listen to the video.
Hi. Okay, let me share my screen. Hi, everybody. I'm sorry that I couldn't be there in person. My name is Maya, and I'm going to tell you about a Lua module called Population from Wikidata that I worked on last year. So I worked on this as a part of a Wikidata fellowship through Wikimedia Australia, and I'm very new to contributing to Wikimedia projects, so luckily I had a massive, very talented mentor team, and shout out to Sam and Alex who are at Wikimania, so go and talk to them if you want to hear more about this project. We wrote a really good blog post to summarize this whole project from start to finish, and of course, all the documentation is with the module, so go and check that out, and I'll put this presentation on Commons as well for you to grab those links. So, what was the challenge? Our challenge is that there are about 15,000 Australian place articles in English Wikipedia, and about 12,300 of those have population values in the info box. So the status as at last year was that all these population values for all these articles needed to be manually updated whenever there was new census data, say, or population data released that could be used. So you can imagine that this is a huge amount of manual work and prone to error through such copying and pasting. So we figured that we could make use of Wikidata to semi-automate this process. This is possible because all the Australian place articles are linked to their equivalent Wikidata items, and a couple of users have done a huge amount of work of adding population values and statements to these items and developing bulk upload methods so that there is a huge amount of really good population data in these place items. So what we needed to do was to write a Lua module that could grab these population values and the reference data and give it to the info box Australian place template. So most of the work that I was involved in was designing how are we going to choose which population value is the best one for any given article. So what we decided was some criteria that had to be met. Mainly, we needed to have good reference information so that we could reference the value we were using. We needed to also check that the population value we were selecting had a geographic area that matched what was what was being described in the Wikipedia article, because, for example, you don't want to use a suburb population value if you're describing a city. And of course, we wanted to get the most recent value of all the possible population values we have in the item. The module then crunches around these criteria against these rules and gives as an output the population value and the reference data that goes with it back to the info box template. So the way we've set it up is that the module is only called from the template if you manually remove the pop value. This would, so we didn't want to automatically override everybody's work and potentially cause a whole lot of mistakes and problems. So at the moment you have to go through and do this manually, but of course this is just a one-time thing, because after that it will always draw the population value from Wikidata, and you can always bulk upload.
1 minute left.
So it is a much more efficient and less error-prone method than the manual updating per each article. So it's been live for a year now. There's over 3,000 articles successfully using this module. We are keeping track of some of, how many articles and what changes are happening. So I go and check out the graphs and the tables and things that are happening. Of course, there's a whole lot of documentation, and here are a couple of links to the module and to that blog post. And go and talk to Sam and Alex if you want to ask any more questions. I love hearing about Wikifunctions project, because maybe this sort of module could then be used in other contexts, in other Wikipedias, in other languages, in other countries, which would be great. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much. That was an amazing talk. It is now time for the next speaker.
Hi there. So great to be able to be with you, even though I'm not with you physically. My name is Jody Schneider. I'm in the United States, where I research many topics focused on information. What I want to tell you about today is Wikimedians as information intermediaries. I've been working particularly about COVID-19 and some other topics that I'm looking to talk with more Wikipedians about. So first, I want to talk about the idea of information disorder. There's all kinds of information that we as Wikimedians often try to prevent from showing up, right? Ranging from things that are utterly meant to be for fun, satires and parodies, to things that are fabricated, right? So Wikimedia fights this sort of information disorder, but how? How is it that happens? Well, I would say it's because the systems of people and the support around, right, is there's this information intermediary work that is happening, right? An information intermediary means someone who's moving knowledge around, creating connections between researchers and their various audiences. And so what I've been looking at is, how is it that Wikimedians and other information intermediaries are gathering and making sense of scientific and technical information? How is it that we're assessing the quality and utility of scientific and technical information? How are we translating between experts and the general public? How do we make sure that the information that's there is good? So as I'm doing this kind of research, what I'm focusing on this to start with is COVID-19, and you see from my U.S. context some of the kinds of information that have we've seen in the past handful of years. So we're taking in this research two different approaches. One is talking to people, right? Having interviews with Wikimedians, journalists, activists, fact checkers, filmmakers, bloggers, influencers, anyone who is that kind of information intermediary, moving information from across different communities. The second kind of thing that we're doing is what I would call document analysis. It's basically looking at stuff that people have shared and to try to understand what's there. Right now, we're focusing on a particular scientific research paper that's a review article, a Cochrane review, and analyzing the online attention, the altmetrics. That's a paper called Physical Interventions to Interrupt or Reduce the Spread of Respiratory Viruses, which is has been used since it was published to talk a lot about masks. So what I want to say is contact me if you want to talk to my team about this. So far, we've talked to 10 people about COVID-19 on various from various of these perspectives, and we'd love to talk to a bunch of Wikimedians. My topics coming up will be climate change and AI and labor. Who's relevant? Anybody who's editing in these areas, who's moving information around, right? So the kinds of things that we talk to people, usually we try to have about an hour to have maybe a video conversation.
1 minute left.
Like, what does the process of gathering information look like for you when you're working on these scientific and technical topics? What types of information did you look for? How did you know a source was credible? How do you see your source in spreading information? Who's your typical audience? So if that sounds interesting and you'd like to have a conversation, help in the research that we're doing, and I look forward to coming back and telling you what we know out of this. My research lab has a webpage, infoquality.org, and there's a knowledge brokers page. You can also find me on wikis, especially English Wikipedias is my main, but you can find me on Meta and other places as user jody.a.schneider. Thanks a bunch. Have a great rest of your time in Singapore, and I'll see you guys online, I hope.
That was very educative session. We all believe that Wikimedians have been playing a major role as intermediary between the researchers and the readers. So without much ado, I would like to also invite the next speaker.
Hey Wikimania, I am so excited to be here. I'm Kaylee Champion. I'm going to tell you about a research project I've been working on with Benjamin Mako Hill about taboo subjects in Wikipedia. Awesome. So when I say that I study taboo, something that people often will ask me is, how do you identify what's taboo? What does taboo even mean? And isn't that just subjective? So taboo are those topics that, by definition, we're reluctant to talk about. They're yucky. They pollute us to think of them, to talk about them. They're forbidden in some way. But a lot of the subjects that are taboo in our cultures and our religions are also important for us to understand. They have to do with mental health, with physical, personal health, with violence, with sexuality. These are things that we need to know about. So how does Wikipedia respond to this? That was the sort of focus of our research question. But to identify taboo without kind of relying on my personal sense of what's taboo and what's not, I took an approach of looking for euphemisms. So why did I look at euphemisms? What is a euphemism? We come up with euphemisms as ways to talk around a taboo subject. We can think of this as a way to avoid being polluted by the sort of dirty thing that we're actually talking about. So we might say someone has passed on because it's taboo to speak too directly that they've died. A number of different taboos also are reflected in sexuality, and we have all kinds of euphemisms about sexuality. This is an example. I took my data set from Wiktionary, actually, so this is from Wiktionary, and here's the word member, which has lots of meanings, but one of those meanings is euphemistic and refers to the penis, another sort of taboo subject, perhaps, to speak about. So I use this to identify all kinds of articles that are about taboo subjects. And here's some examples of articles that I identified that way. And I think that has some kind of familiarity. Although we might not have picked all of those out of our own brains, we can sort of see how this use of euphemisms might help us to avoid talking directly about a subject that feels taboo. So we have all of these taboo articles. We recognize that they're important. But my question was, how does Wikipedia deal with social taboo? Are Wikipedians able to overcome taboo and make great articles on taboo subjects, or do they struggle because of, say, lack of available resources? Books get banned. Topics are uncomfortable to read about. Maybe it's just not fun to write those articles. So to test some of this tension between the desire to make knowledge freely available to everyone and this social kind of reluctance or lack of sources, I tried testing 5 different ideas, and I'm so excited to tell you that I was wrong in several important ways. So taboo articles, as you might guess, very popular with the general public. So I got that one right. Taboo articles, however, that doesn't seem to keep people from making contributions to them. They're quite popular to contribute to, so Wikipedians get out there and interact with taboo subjects instead of shying away from them. I also proposed that probably taboo articles might receive kind of lower quality contributions, more likely to be reverted as vandalism or just overall get removed. And that is indeed the case. We can imagine how much fun it is to vandalize if you're a vandal. You might have all kinds of ideas about what to write all over some of these taboo topics, which is too bad. But Wikipedia removes that vandalism very quickly. Fourth thing that I went out there to test is that taboo articles might be lower quality. The sources just might not be there. And it turns out that I was wrong. The quality of taboo articles, when we compare to the other kinds of articles that show up in Wiktionary definitions, taboo articles tend to be great quality. People are working really hard to make amazing quality articles out there. And the fifth idea that I stepped out there to test is that article contributors, I thought, would try to kind of protect their identity, make themselves less identifiable. And I was right in some ways, but wrong in some others that are pretty important. So let me tell you more about that. So contributors to taboo articles, less likely to have accounts, tend to have less experience, even when we control for page protection on those articles. But those who do have accounts are more likely to have user pages than the average. They're more likely to reveal their gender than the average, and they're more likely to make themselves emailable than the average. So these are explicit steps that folks have taken that actually make themselves more identifiable to others as they're contributing to these taboo articles. All right, so the overall takeaway that I'm excited to share with you is that Wikipedians are very successful at spreading knowledge about taboo subjects, despite the sort of social reluctance that might have intervened. Instead, folks are overcoming that and making these great quality articles.
That was also an interesting and educative session. I think beyond this session, we need to look forward to look for the answer to the question, how is Wikipedia dealing with articles around taboo? Now, it's time to also invite the next speaker to join us. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to my real quick lightning talk about partnering up for Wikidata and a program that Wikimedia Deutschland has been running for the past 2 years on shared Wikidata software development. My name is Maria. You can reach out to me now or after my talk as well. I've been a project manager for Wikimedia Deutschland for a couple of years now, and I'm always happy to meet new people. What I'm here about today is a special kind of partnership, and for us at least a prototype of partnership with other movement partners, which we started doing 2 years ago, and which is hopefully gonna contribute to having other movement partners able to do software development for Wikidata and Wikibase in a hopefully sustainable way. And for that first round of this prototype of collaboration, we are concentrating on underrepresented language communities. We are on Meta, so check us out, look for software collaboration for Wikidata. And all of this is possible because we received an external funding from the Arcadia Foundation, which is a foundation located in the UK. I'm going to real quick talk about our amazing partners, but they have their own sessions here at Wikimania. So if you want to learn more about what they've actually been doing and what they've been learning, check out their sessions. We've been working with Wikimedia Indonesia. They have been growing their own software team over the course of the last 12 months. And this team is concentrating at the moment on the whole ecosystem of lexeme development, lexicographical data in Wikidata, and building a community with their communities around the whole topic of lexemes. We've also been working with the Igbo Wikimedians user group, who have a slightly different approach. What they've been doing with their program of Wikimentor Africa is they are establishing a mentoring and learning program for their community members to contribute to Wikidata tool development and to learn about software development in general. What I'm going to talk about a little bit more is today learnings and important things we've realized as the partner of Wikimedia Deutschland here. As I said, check out their sessions to learn more about their projects. Everyone who's been doing partnership probably won't be surprised by this slide, but trust, transparency, and understanding among partners with each other is key and crucial in this kinds of collaboration. So you need to trust the partners that they're doing the right thing, that they're doing the things that are appropriate for their communities in their local contexts. You need to have a certain understanding and acceptance of differences, that just because software development is done in this certain way by Wikimedia Deutschland in Berlin doesn't mean it has to be done exactly the way in another location with another affiliate with another community. This can only be mastered, though, by open and transparent communication among partners. When doing something new, there's going to be change, and also, especially with those projects, there's going to be growth in those organizations, and that might bring challenges. It might be painful, and it needs special attention. So you can't just grow like a team from out of nowhere. Your structures also need to grow, your infrastructure needs to grow, and you also have to be aware that when establishing a software development team, the people working in software development might also have different expectations to working style, to communication style, to management style than the teams you've been working with before. That is just something that we all have realized we really need to be aware of and need to put attention to. And finally, a nice note to end with: sharing is caring. Yes, definitely. I love that sentence. But be sure you know what you can actually share, and be open and talk to your partners about like how can you actually organize sharing products, sharing features. How does that work if partners don't share a time zone and are actually very far from each other geographically? And with that, I'm ending my lightning talk, hopefully in time. Thank you for listening. Reach out to us if you have any questions, and have a nice Wikimania.
Thank you very much. That was massive. We've come to the end of this session. I think we've all benefited one way or the other from what we've learned and being shared by our speakers. So it is high time right now for me to invite Henny to the platform. Okay. Sorry for the mistake. So I'm going to invite the next speaker right now to talk to us about
Hi everyone, my name is Raisha, and I'm thrilled to have the chance to share with you our first year retrospective of Wikidata Software Collaboration Project in Wikimedia Indonesia. Over the past year, we've embarked on a journey that has been both enlightening and challenging, and today I'd like to take you through the highlights of what was good and what should be addressed. So let's start by celebrating the positive aspects of our collaboration. One of the greatest strengths of our project has been the unwavering enthusiasm and dedication of our community members. The passion and commitment shown by everyone involved have fueled our progress and kept the momentum going. The second one is support from Wikimedia Deutschland. We are very fortunate to receive exceptional support from Wikimedia Deutschland throughout our collaboration. Their guidance, resources, and expertise have been instrumental in driving the project forward and ensuring its success. The next one is our collaboration facilitated sharing sessions between different Wikimedia affiliates, and it allowed us to learn from each other's experiences across various projects. For example, even though our project is about software, but turns out that we can have sharing sessions related with GLAMS and also Wikimedia Unlock. This exchange of knowledge has enriched our collective understanding and enhanced the overall impact of our work. The last one is the collaboration has provided us with invaluable chance to learn from a diverse range of backgrounds, spanning from language, technology, community building, and also organizational management. This interdisciplinary learning has broadened our horizons and empowered us to approach challenges with fresh perspectives. Okay, next. However, no journey is without its challenges, and let's delve into some of the areas that need our attention moving forward. Number one is the organizational crisis in Wikimedia Indonesia. We cannot ignore the organizational crisis that Wikimedia Indonesia has faced and is characterized by a lack of transparency and accountability. Addressing these issues is crucial to ensuring the long-term sustainability and effectiveness of our collaboration. The second one is governance challenges. So another critical aspect is the governance issue that arises when managing different projects within the same chapter. We should strike the right balance and ensuring clear lines of communication, authority, and responsibility, because it's essential to streamline our efforts and also solve conflicts. The next one is we have to be aware of creeping technical debt. As we continue to grow, we realize that there are things that once working just fine when we are small in size, but become a problem when our organization grows in size. For example, in the past, the management can be handled by simple Google Form and Google Sheets, but now there is need for a dedicated system to handle the data. We must be cautious about accumulating technical debt when we make decisions. We have to prioritize sustainable infrastructure and regular maintenance, because it's vital for us to prevent future challenges and setbacks. The next one is to rethink about relationship between chapter and community. It's important for us to really take time to rethink about this. We should push for decentralization as well as distributing the resource that currently concentrated within a chapter. Strengthening the relationship between the chapter and wider community is also very important. Open communication and active engagement will foster a sense of unity and shared purpose, driving us toward our common goals. Last one, we need to have a culture shift in Wikimedia Indonesia. We have to embrace transparent, open communication, even when it's uncomfortable, because it's crucial for growth and progress. It allows us to make informed decisions and build trust within the community. Okay. So in conclusion, our first retrospective on the Wikidata software collaboration project with Wikimedia Indonesia has been marked by both achievements and challenges. Thank you for your time. I look forward to the discussion and insights that will undoubtedly emerge from our collective efforts. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. That was also an inspiring and an engaging time, telling us about activities in Wikimedia Indonesia. So it's also time right now to invite the next speaker to talk to us. Let's welcome her to the podium.
Thank you. Sorry about the little delay. I don't really have a traditional lightning talk, but I have met so many great people. We've seen talks from people all the way from Uganda to Ukraine to Australia to Indiana to all over the place. I'm curious about our audience that we have here today in person, though. So can you shout out, it'll probably be a lot of sounds at once, but shout out where you came from. That was indeed a lot of places. Okay, another thing I am curious about, especially people from the front row, because you're easiest to hear. There are some people that I've met at this conference that have contributed to Wikipedia in ways that I find very interesting. I met somebody that created articles about all of the MRT stations in Singapore, and on the first day of the conference, one of his articles was the featured article on the main page, which was very fitting. I talked to somebody who made a lot of articles about orchids. When I was on the plane on the way here, I was sitting and I was feeling kind of nervous before takeoff. And I looked on Wikipedia for the type of airplane I was in, and it was an Airbus. And then I clicked on who made the article, and it was Andrew Lee, who's at this conference. So Wikipedia contributors are all around us doing interesting things, and I want you to shout out some articles or topics that you have contributed to. Wearing sandals with socks. I'm so glad that there is an encyclopedic entry on that. Vikings! Footholes? Okay, I recently wrote an article about a platypus. Anyone else? Women authors, that's important. Woohoo! Okay, I'm also curious if you have met anyone that's doing anything that inspires you. So now shout out something that you've heard about that inspired you. 100 Wiki days, which is when you write an article every single day for 100 days. Very impressive. I was inspired by the sweetened condensed milk appreciation system. Woo! Anyone else feeling inspired by something today? Okay, well, that's all I have for you. I'm doing a talk at the closing ceremony tomorrow, and I believe that there is karaoke tonight, and there's a rumor that we're going to see the first rendition of the Gloria Gaynor parody called I Will Revise since Wikimania in Alexandria, Egypt. So that's just a rumor, and you didn't hear it from me. And then I think we're all finished, but there might be more. I'll hand it off to Sherry.
Come on now, give Annie a round of applause. So you guys have been so amazing. It's so great to see there's so many of you still here. You made it through. And I did it last time. Let's do it again. Give yourselves a round of applause. So we're wrapping it up. We've got the finish line right in front of us. I'm going to make a quick announcement. It looks like we've got at least one more speaker online. I know this person. That's Bashunda. Hey.
Hello, hello. Hello, Singapore.
Hey, well, where are you coming from, Bashunda?
I'm from Algeria, North Africa. This
Hey.
is a Maghreb community.
Coming in from North Africa in Algeria. Okay, before Bashinda goes on, I'm going to make a quick announcement. Now, is there anyone in the audience who was on the list and was expecting to speak today at these lightning talks, and you were a little late or something, and you haven't gone up yet? If you're in the room, please raise your hand so we don't miss you. Okay, I'm scanning slowly. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone. So Bashunda, it looks like you're going to close us out. Without further ado, everyone, Bashunda. Give him a round of applause.
Hello. Hello, hello. OK, aujourd'hui, on va parler un peu de la connaissance. Donc, la connaissance, c'est une connaissance qui a été introduite grâce à Wikipédia depuis 20 ans. Donc, la communauté a collecté, créé, trié, nourri des milliers d'idées à travers toute une communauté. Depuis 2017, nous avons commencé à réfléchir à une nouvelle stratégie pour arriver en 2030 pour être les meilleurs dans la connaissance. Notre communauté est internationale. Donc nous avons accumulé tellement de connaissances que nous peinons à les utiliser. C'est très difficile d'utiliser cette quantité très gigantesque de connaissances. Avec Internet, la connaissance s'est dématérialisée. Elle devient accessible gratuitement. Cela signifie que tout le monde dans la communauté et au-delà peut l'utiliser. Si nous voulons que des informations sur, par exemple, sur un gâteau traditionnel dans le Maghreb, ici en Algérie, qui est le makrout, qui est une pâtisserie maghrébine à base de semoule. Pour le fameux makrout, on aura juste besoin qu'une ou deux informations au cours d'une discussion collégiale avec des amis. Donc, on a besoin juste de quelques photos, peut-être de sa préparation, comment préparer ce gâteau, comment son goût, est-ce qu'il est sucré, est-ce qu'il est salé. Donc, il faut qu'on puisse définir l'information. C'est juste ça. Donc, nous devons définir l'information comme unité de mesure. Une nouvelle unité de mesure doit être connue par nous, par tout le monde, nous comme communauté. Donc, une page qui contient des milliers et des milliers d'informations, comment peut-on la lire et l'offrir durant une discussion ou bien durant un travail. Donc, cela nous permettra de voir une nouvelle façon de diffuser ces connaissances, avec une rapidité et avec la bonne mesure. Qu'est-ce que cela veut dire? Donc, le vieux ordinateur qui a fait le succès de Wikipédia a été remplacé par de petits appareils, des smartphones maintenant. Maintenant, on a des smartwatches, des montres intelligentes. Et il y a beaucoup d'autres objets qui sont disponibles partout à travers nous, autour de nous. Nous étions en dehors du système, maintenant nous sommes à l'intérieur du système, tous les objets nous entourent. Donc les moteurs de recherche sont devenus obsolètes et remplacés par les réseaux sociaux. La connaissance ne sera plus synonyme de Wikipédia. Donc il faut que nous réfléchissions à améliorer cette information et l'offrir dans le futur avec une intelligence artificielle qui va prendre de nouvelles versions et elle va devenir de plus en plus utilisée. Donc, tout est disponible à nous, entre nos mains. Donc, utilisons cette information. On est tous là pour offrir cette information et qu'elle soit toujours disponible à tout le monde. Donc, après la collecte de l'information, réfléchissons dès maintenant à comment l'offrir à tout le monde d'une meilleure façon où que l'on soit. Donc, on n'a pas besoin de présenter des dizaines de pages sur un sujet grandiose comme le makrout. Donc, on a juste besoin d'une photo, d'une image, d'une recette de cuisine. C'est bon.
One minute.
Voilà. Donc, merci beaucoup. Réfléchissez avec moi.
Et merci Bakunda. Everybody say merci. Woohoo! Yeah, they're going wild. They loved you. Oh my gosh, they're losing it. If you could only see it. Thank you so much for coming out.
Thank you.
Merci Bakunda. À plus. Okay, so we're done. Yay! You did it. Woo! Thank you for participating. Thank you for staying. Thank you for letting them know you appreciate them. And without further ado, I'm going to call everybody, the speakers and the hosts, as well as the background folks. If you could come up to the stage, we'd love to just give you a real big round of applause and a big thanks for everything you did to make this happen. This is a team of people who are in their own right doing amazing things in the movement. And I also want to make sure, Richard Nipel, if you're here, you did a lot of background stuff to help make this happen as well. And if you spoke today and you're still in the room, please come up to the stage. We want to just do one final bow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Everybody, give them a round of applause. Woo! Amazing. Okay, we're going to try to do the bow thing, or the curtsy, whatever you want to do, or the, the dap. Okay, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, and we have a little announcement. If you could come in with your announcement.
Hi everyone, a bigger
Please come
round
up
of
to the
applause for all the
stage, come up to the
speakers,
stage.
please.
Come on up, come on up.
You're usually not supposed to be on stage.
You did a
but
lot
I'm
of
the
running around as well
background
to help
person.
us
My
out
name
today.
is
Thank
Rachit.
you.
Hi everyone. While they're standing, I'm going to make announcements. I'm going to look a little weird, but I'll join this group. Tomorrow's the last day. Yay! No? That's true. So just a couple of quick announcements. We have at 8 p.m. karaoke at the Park Royal. So go there, bring your dancing shoes and bring your mic, etc. Please ensure you take your bags and belongings because we've got word from the building management that they found a couple of things here and there. So just make sure you remove your belongings. And we're going to have lunch and dinner tomorrow at the Gardens by the Bay. So we're going to be having a full packed agenda tomorrow. So yeah, see you here. We'll have Nangara giving us some fun openings at 9:50 tomorrow. And at 10 a.m. we begin with the program. So see you all tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Before we go, I want to give a big shout out to Stefan and all the team back there who, they're like ducks. They're like ducks. They're sitting calm, cool, and collected, but in the meantime, it's doing a lot of running around for us. So thank you so very much for helping to make this so smooth. Thank you. All right, have a great one.